sidestep.
How is it relevant? How is it relevant? If I make a prediction and I'm right every single time, how is it relevant how I made the experiment?
Because you're trying to say that they're using some sort of globe fucking ideology to predict this shit. Show what they're using. Show what they're using then.
But you're being ridiculous because you're asking for
show what they're using then. Support your shit or shut the fuck up.
Random guy, show your claim. Put it up in side chat. Or kick rocks. Either.
All he keeps doing is fucking going to one subject. He gets destroyed. Indio fucking wrecked him, and this guy's the one that brought up the fucking Jaren video, and then he gets wrecked. I just made mention it's 3.88 miles, and he had to be 120 fucking feet tall to fucking see that light, or his arms had to be that fucking high up. But this guy keeps getting wrecked, and all he does is just jump to another fucking bullshit claim. Then he gets wrecked there. Then he jumps to another one. Indio just fucking wrecked him with the fucking beam battle of the beam.
Well, now this nigga's gonna try to play pretend. You see him? I guess you don't have an answer to my question, bro. Serious?
The Saros cycle question answered.
Oh, dude, you think I was going to bring that up, too. No, when I was telling him, like, stuff that he thinks is done one way, and this is how they think, I was actually going to bring up the Saros. So, random guy, you have a problem because the heliocentric model can't be used to predict eclipses. You're mistaken again. They don't use a 3-ball heliocentric model. It's like we've been predicting them since the fucking Babylonians, brother. We've been predicting them since the Babylonians, dude.
They do use
the. He didn't check. He's going.
No, they don't use
it. Teed up. He's going off this vague notion. Shut up, bro. He's going off this vague notion that he has that everything must be done by these so-called scientists because Earth's a ball, right? He doesn't go and check to see if that's true.
Dude, this is an exposition in absolute based nonsense, dude.
Why are these scientists that are predicting these things saying we're actually flat earthers and you're all wrong then?
Dude, the first eclipse that was ever predicted was predicted by a character, dumb fuck.
I literally just asked you a question, you won't answer it. Why are you evading the question?
Dude, because that's a social question and it's off topic.
Not a social question.
No one gives a fuck about your sociology. No one gives a fuck about your sociology. It is sociology because you're talking about people. Once you start talking about people and not flat Earth, globe Earth, that's sociology. It's a gimmick.
Well, explain to me how it's done then. Go ahead, explain.
Okay, it's the coincidence of 3 cycles.
A coincidence?
Yeah. So there's 3 cycles in the sky. The new moon.
They're not making predictions. It's all coincidence.
They're not using. No, the word in this sense, the word coincidence means when these 3 cycles coincide on a single day, there's an eclipse. That's what coincidence means. It's the coincidence of 3 cycles. So there's 3 different astronomical cycles, right? So when they happen, cycle starts over. When there's these 3 cycles, when they end and start over and arrive at the same point, there's an eclipse at that time. This has been known since 2000 BC.
Yeah, the cycles don't always happen at the same frequency, though. They change over time.
But there's a common divisible. There's a divisible number, dude. Okay, a number which they all divide by.
Maybe.
A common denominator, as they say.
Okay, so it's not just eclipses though. It's also star constellations, positions of stuff in the sky, stuff like that. So
no one's talking about that. We're talking about eclipses here.
No, well, I'm talking about
how do they predict eclipses? They don't use a globe model. They can't, bro. They can't use a globe model. Can't.
Why do you think they can't?
Because according to them, there's too many perturbations of objects in the solar system.
What? Who claims that?
Gravitational perturbations caused by objects in the solar system make it impossible to use a dynamic model to predict. So you're going to talk over me. You're going to ask me a question and talk over me. That's fucking cute.
It's because he's getting wrecked.
So if they use a dynamic model of the solar system, i.e. gravity, mass attracts mass, There's too many perturbations of the orbits caused by asteroids, asteroid belt, fucking wobbling, buried centers, all sorts of shit, right? That when they go to make the prediction, it won't be accurate. Okay?
Well, it is accurate.
So they use the Soros cycle. Now, you can just type in NASA Soros. They'll tell you themselves that's what they fucking use.
Indio. I already put the link in the chat. If he's paying any attention, I already put the Soros cycle
no, of course not.
link on NASA.gov and tagged you, random guys. So maybe you can research that later.
Make these predictions are all just hiding the fact that the Earth is flat, just for a reason.
Fucking lame,
yeah,
dude.
why are you going to straw man? Like, well, who said that?
Well, why aren't they saying that the Earth is flat then? All these people making these
Who cares?
Maybe because they want to keep
Who cares?
Now, so he's gotten wrecked on every position. Now he's into the why.
Okay. Saying someone's getting wrecked.
There's only one. So all the eclipses. Okay, you listen. You asked the question, dude. There's only one person. There's only one person that made all the eclipse tables for NASA going out to like 3000 AD. His name is Fred Aspernek. And so it's only one guy. I don't know if he's a globe earther or flat earther. Who fucking cares? But it's one guy that made all the predictions.
No, maybe not. What about predictions like?
It says it on their website. Not maybe. Definitely.
Okay, maybe so.
Or they lied
I think NASA knows who they got their eclipse predictions from. I think they know.
Maybe it's one guy. It's still irrelevant.
In fact, there's even a disclaimer that says we're not responsible for these eclipse predictions. This guy is.
How does an eclipse happen on a flat Earth model then?
Well, how about you make your own prediction?
Has nothing to do with a flat Earth.
Can you make your own prediction? Do the math yourself and see if you can get close.
So the people that are doing all these predictions are globers, or are they not suddenly?
Oh, so what? They're also Christians. So what?
So what?
They also like cottage cheese. So what?
Yeah, but they're globers.
What does that matter?
Because
what does that matter?
The way they do
what does that matter that you're globers? What does that matter? So what?
The way they do this is assuming the Earth is.
What does their mental state have to do with the truth of the matter?
It's not a mental state. The way they conduct this.
It is a mental state. So a belief. You're really saying a belief isn't a mental state?
No.
So a belief is not a mental state.
So in order to observe something,
is a belief a mental state? Yes or no?
I'm answering your question. If I'm in Australia,
it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
What's the
is a belief a mental state?
A what?
A mental state. Is a belief a mental state?
I don't know what are you trying to ask here? Is a belief a mental state?
Yes. Is it a mental state in a human being?
No, belief is not a mental state of a human being. A mental state would be, I don't know, paranoia,
so what is it?
Or schizophrenia. That's a mental state. A belief is just a belief. Anyone can hold a belief. It doesn't.
A belief is just a belief. That's profound.
Yeah, a belief is just something a guy holds. It doesn't have to be regarded to.
A guy holds. Where does he hold
it? What are these questions?
Where does he hold it? Where does he hold it?
In his heart or in his head? Who gives a shit?
In his heart. Yeah, because it's a mental state. He holds it in his head. He holds it in his mind because it's a mental state.
Yeah, but how is that relevant to what I asked? I don't understand where you're
the mental state of a human being is irrelevant to the truth of this fucking claim. They make eclipse predictions using not a globe, right? And whether they think the Earth's a globe, their mental state is irrelevant to the question. Okay? You're just a slime ball trying to use gimmicks to deflect from the fact you're getting cooked.
But they're presenting these things with precise accuracy, and they know exactly in which.
Not using a globe. Not using a globe.
That's why.
We already debunked that, dude. It's in the chat.
That's why they know.
It's in the chat.
Oh my god! That's why they know people in the North Hemisphere can't observe the same things as people in the South Hemisphere. Or else, how do you explain that if it's a flat Earth?
It's called perspective. Do you know what that is?
No, it's not perspective. It's literally how the shape of the Earth works. They say people in the South.
So your reputation was
people in the South Hemisphere can see.
There is no South Hemisphere.
Okay. There's no South Hemisphere.
You don't have a sphere, dude. And your reputation and perspective as the answer was not.
What does flat Earth have? What do you have? Do you have a map or something showing the flat Earth?
Well, yeah, there's plenty.
Show me. Okay. I'm willing to. I'll wait.
Yeah, you have no way to check it.
Why
You're
not?
just going to say it's wrong, baselessly.
I won't say anything. I'll just ask questions about it.
No, you'll say it's wrong baselessly because you don't know it's right.
Wrong. I promise I won't say it's wrong. Go ahead. I just want. I'll poke holes at it. I'll ask certain things about it, but I won't say it's wrong.
Oh, I'm sure
I'm an honest debater. I don't come here to.
No, you're going to try to bring out your No, I'm going to show you a map that you've never seen, even though it's been out for half a decade, and you're going to try to use your canned answers, and they're not going to work, which is hilarious.
My what? My canned answers?
Your canned answers. You're going to give me. You're going to make statements about like arguments that you would make against the AE map. They don't apply to this map.
Wait, so you're going to show me a map that you.
This is not an AE map. This is not based upon. This map is not based on the globe whatsoever. Not even a little bit. None of it.
Okay. So it's not based on the globe. Okay, perfect.
None of it.
Can you show me it then?
Yeah, hold on. Shut, dude.
I got 3 maps.
So I'm going to show you a map, dude. I'm going to show you a map. So you can become a flat earther after you see this map.
Which map?
Are you gonna admit the Earth is flat after you see this map?
Why would I admit the Earth is flat just looking at a picture that you posted?
Then why am I showing it to you?
So I can ask questions about why you believe this is the
why?
flat Earth picture.
Why? There's no question you could ask that's gonna that would make you a flat earther, right?
So let me get this straight.
Is there any question about this map that will make you a flat earther?
What do you mean? This is.
I'm going to show you this map, right? Is there any question that you can ask about this map that would make you go, yes, the Earth is flat?
Well, if you can answer all my questions about the map, yes, absolutely. I'd be like, okay, that's a reasonable argument to say that.
And you're going to be a flat earther after this?
Well, because of the map. I'd have to study it and ask.
Yeah, okay, so basically you're just playing games. You're just playing more games again. So here it is, but you're just playing more games again. And I just wanted to illustrate that before I even show the map.
So this is the flat Earth model?
The map,
or map, rather?
Yeah, it's a map made by Antonio Subirats. It's based upon what the countries report their actual country sizes are and shipping time logs.
Shipping time logs can change, but it's a variant. But
what do you mean they can change? They go in and they edit them?
No, I'm saying it depends on weather, as opposed to other stuff.
Yeah, he went the data he compiled goes back to the end of the 19th century.
Where's Antarctica on this?
There is no Antarctica. There's no continent of Antarctica.
So Antarctica doesn't exist.
Does that get shipped there?
What?
Not as a continent.
Not as a so as what? So people are just making places up that don't exist and showing evidence of it existing?
Dude, yeah, that's been on maps for a long time. Where the fuck you been?
So that's your argument. The people are making stuff
California used to be shown as an island on maps.
Well, nobody.
You don't know very much, do you?
He doesn't.
Nobody claims California is an island, but okay.
Okay, and listen, on maps for like 200 years, it showed California as an island.
Can you show me Chile on this map and Australia?
You can't figure out which is South America.
I want you to tell me because I want you to completely agree with me that I'm not straw manning my arguments here. I want you to point to me.
This is a burden of.
How am I going to show you?
It's taking him an hour.
Red dot where Australia is, red dot where Chile is. That's it. That's all I'm
asking. Well, you do that.
If you can't work out where Australia is on that, you ought not be in this fucking.
This isn't my map. If I claim I know that whatever it is, he's going to say that I'm just.
Can you use this map? If you can't use the map, that's bigger problems.
I just want him to point to. Why is it so contentious?
You point to it. You point to it.
I'll say what I think. I'll say
point to it, dude.
Okay, I'll say where I think it is, and if I'm wrong, then you can correct me. I don't know why this is so contentious with you. Like, why it's so?
Well, yeah, because
you're acting so.
If you can't point to where they are, that means you're just proving you can't evaluate the map in the first place.
And well, it's hard to evaluate a map I never saw before. I just want to see.
Oh, you've never seen the globe Earth before? How would you evaluate a globe?
What do you mean? Because it has writings on which country is which country and which continent is which continent.
Yeah, but how do you know that that's their orientation, dude?
I take it at face value, but here's what I think. Chile.
Face value.
Maybe I'm.
So that would be also a mistake because if you take a physical globe and actually you test it, for sort of consistency of distances. They're all wrong. Every single one of them.
Okay. Is this correct or am I wrong?
Correct about what? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Close enough.
Close enough. Okay. So, explain to me how flights exist, right? Planes exist.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. So, if you've flown from Chile to like Sydney or
Yeah, just say Sydney, Santiago. Okay.
Okay, Santiago to Sydney.
So you're gonna. Yeah, so post the direct. So I want to know how they flew. So do you have that information?
How they flew?
Yeah, I want to know how they flew, like the direction they flew in. Do you have like their flight path?
Yeah.
Their flight path data, like their azimuth, what direction they went in. But don't give it to me in latitude and longitude.
Flights usually lock in a straight line towards the destination. Are they flying?
No, they don't, dude. No, they don't. No, they don't, dude.
When they lift off from the airport, they might do some maneuvers, but then they lock into position. They fly in a straight line, which is the fastest way to get to somewhere.
Who told you that?
Every single pilot I asked.
McToon.
Okay, how many is that?
I don't know. I asked like 2 or 3 pilots.
You're a liar. And now you're banned. Planes fly in international and domestic flight corridors. You're a fucking liar. Okay? This is well known. They have tracks that cross the oceans. So if you're not near the track, you have to fly to where the track is and fly within it. You just don't point your plane where you want to go and go there.
Well,
I would say give them some.
What? You gonna fucking admit you lied?
Dude, listen, I'm trying to help you out here.
You're going to admit you lied, dude. Are you going to admit you lied, dude?
Well, maybe he didn't lie. He just got lied to. He got lied to.
Why would a pilot lie to him, dude?
You're so defensive. I don't understand what's your...
No, it's defensive. You're a fucking liar, dude.
It wasn't a pilot. It was someone on YouTube who trolled him. So he's a victim here.
I worked at the airport.
Someone trolled him. Dude, hold on. I'm helping you out. You're about to get banned. Someone trolled him.
I got banned because I'm asking questions about something.
No, because you.
No, you're gonna get banned for lying, dude. Just to be clear, you don't say that again. You're gonna get banned for lying.
Ban me. Go ahead. Prove your point.
Okay, because this is what happened was you got.
When you lose your argument, you ban people. That's
okay. Listen,
I just told you why I would ban you for lying.
I'm helping you. I'm trying to save you. Here's a life jacket. I'm throwing you a life jacket. Just admit you got trolled by someone on social media. Probably YouTube. That person on YouTube said this is an easy target. And they told you, hey, buddy, I'm a pilot. And you can tell flat earthers this. And then he just got off on Duper's Delight. You got trolled. Just admit it.
Why would I admit to something that didn't happen, though?
Because you didn't talk to a pilot.
How do you know?
Because what you said,
because planes don't fly the way you said they fly, dude.
I literally explained to you what he said.
Listen, dude. Look, it's a common thing that exists within you anti-flat Earth community that planes fly in great circle routes, point to point to get to places. They don't. They do not. They fly in international flight corridors or domestic flight corridors. Pre-designated corridors they fly in. They don't fly great circle routes.
And what do you think the shape of these routes are? Circular? Does that make sense to you?
They could be whatever. Why would they fly in a fucking straight line to point to point?
Yes, they might deviate occasionally to not fly over certain countries, but they're still flying.
Okay, so check this out. If I want to fly from New York to the United Kingdom, they have to fly all the way up to fucking Iceland.
What? Iceland? What?
Yeah, dude. To get into the Atlantic track. The North Atlantic track, where they fly across the Atlantic. All the planes... Dude, if you fly a Flight Aware 24, you'll see that all the planes are clustered in these tracks.
I have a flight path above my house. I see how they all fly. I know what they do. There's a... it's like a route.
Yeah, I have a flight path above my house. That's anecdotal evidence, dude. You're the most ridiculous moron. Evidence? Dude, are you serious?
Regardless of which way the planes fly, Indio, he does have one very small problem. They don't dip their nose to fly around a ball tard. and we have evidence of that, which is something he can't counteract, and we know.
He knows planes fly in great circle routes because planes fly over his house. Gotta be the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, dude.
Well, at least he realizes the guy who pretended to be a pilot that he talked to trolled him. I mean, that is some progress. Then he said, okay.
When he says that the plane goes up and then just goes straight across, like I just imagine like saying like, how do you get to the store? I just get in my car and just go straight to it. Like I don't fucking follow the roads we don't have a path. I just go through parks and houses to get to the store. Like this guy's an idiot, dude. Like just.
Well, he's not an idiot. He got trolled and he got tricked by somebody who wanted to make fun of him on social media. And so it's not really he just trusts, like his worldview is based on a lot of trust. And that is a problem because he should know that there are people out there who will tell him stupid shit to get him to repeat it because they think it's funny.
Well, here's the point, though, Crit. This guy's been coming here over and over and getting his ass handed to him left and right. His ass handed to him left and right, and he resets just like normal, right? That's just par for course, I guess. But he'll come back and reset and ask the same dumb questions, even though like you can go and fucking talk to him for hours and tell him everything. Yeah, he will concede to nothing, no concessions, nothing.
Yeah, he just offered up the globe. He just offered up the globe model here. He presented the globe model and said it doesn't work because of these flight paths.
That's not okay, random guy. So let me tell you, that's not the map I posted, and I knew you'd do something stupid like this.
That's AE. If the AE doesn't work,
that's an AE map. Well, let me bring this up. You're measuring distances wrong on an AE map. Distances are measured from the center to each location, and a formula was applied. Point to point is not how you measure a distance.
Yeah, so either one, that's a good example. That's a good charity you gave him. Because I was going to say that he thinks this map doesn't work. That map is the globe projected using math. And you said, hey, he just used the map wrong. So let's see what he's going to say. Is he still here? He's been quiet for a while.
Yeah. So you're saying the entire time, how many times he using this gimmick, dude? She's saying the entire world is wrong about distances. No, the entire world don't know the distances between fucking 2 points.
So no one knows the distance between two countries or continents.
You don't. You
just fucked it up.
Okay. So I don't,
messed
but
it up.
someone does.
No, they don't. Nobody knows.
They're all making it up.
Because they've been using because they're not measured. They've been using calculations for a long time.
Okay.
So it's agreed upon by convention.
So you're
agreed upon by convention, dude. You understand what that means?
That's not true, though.
It is true. You can look up on the internet.
They measure it with satellites.
Okay, tell me, what instrument on the satellite measures it?
What?
What instrument on the satellite measures it?
What instrument on the satellite measures it?
Yeah, the instrument that's on the satellite. The satellite's not a measuring device. It'll have a measuring device inside it. What instrument is that?
Well, they can send a signal to the satellite from a certain position, right? On wherever they're standing.
Yeah, what instrument's that?
1 second. They get a location. Then they stand at a different location that they know is the other side of the country, okay? Because they know there's a border. You can check where the border is, right? Have you ever been to Italy or
So funny, you just making shit up like this. It's fucking embarrassing.
You never been to Europe, dude? What the fuck?
Yeah, but you're making shit up.
You never been to a border in Europe?
Bye.
Is that what you're saying?
Dude, just ban him, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, that's so irrelevant. It's not even funny.
Glober tactics.
You don't believe in Europe? Indio, you don't believe in Europe?
Dude, that was Glober Tactic 101, dude. Say some dumb shit and then try to focus on that. That's what they always do, dude. It's like the border of Italy.
I'm a Europe denier. I confess.
He was already on thin ice because of when he said he talked to a pilot.
He just flat out lies when he comes, dude. He comes, I swear to God, dude. He's a Professor Dave McKeegan McToon Craig fucking Ite. I guess you just add an Ite at the end because he's all for all of them, and he comes with their lame fucking arguments, like how to fucking debunk a flat earther. He comes with the stupidest fucking arguments that he gets wrecked on all the fucking time, and he will not change, dude. He doesn't. Nah, he won't.
I was hoping he would have been honest because he melted down in my DMs that his flat earthers have one of two choices: either they don't go online, they stay basically under house arrest, or he would round them up and like all kinds of crazy shit, like completely freaked out, completely melted down. Like somehow he's one of those people. I'm not sure if he's a fan of these anti-flat earthers, but his main epistemology is that flat earthers are damaging humanity, like a threat, a clear and present danger to the welfare of the human race.
Crazy.
About it and admit it, but he wanted to be cloaked and just pretend like, oh, I just said that because I was mad. I was trying to trigger you. I go, dude, nothing you say will have any effect. That's your words. Why would I care about some agenda yet you'll never enact? You'll never have any power or authority to enact any agenda. So why would I care if you have that belief?
I will say this, dude. It's conversations like that creates flat earthers even more. Because I'm pretty sure someone that had questions had all the questions answered, saw how he fumbled the ball, kicked the can, fucking, bobbed and weaved. He did no shit. And then, like, just being on point, answering all his points, even though he doesn't concede, that, I mean, at least somebody with fucking a brain will be like, oh, okay, yeah, Globers don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And these guys, these flat earthers that I thought was stupid when I came in, are actually the fucking smarter ones. And they are way more informed. So, I mean, I guess there's some silver lining here of having to deal with that dumb fuck. But it helps the listeners that do have questions. And they probably learned so much shit from Indio in that fucking last hour of, confrontation.
Yeah, it keeps the conversation.
That was great.
Oh, go ahead, Mary. Sorry.
No, I just said Indio did a great job. There's a lot of good information there, yeah. So even though, what's his name, can't handle the truth, hopefully other people will. But go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, keep them. This is the best part because you want to show the difference between like him and Indio. That contrast. Because they would say, I don't like flat earthers, but that guy who was talking to the flat earther, I don't want to be that person. Because that's way worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole, I guess it was, I don't know if he thought that was a clever ad hom, asking if someone's been to Europe that's now proof of the globe. I mean, it's just outrageous. I mean, any person who even has a shred of intellectual honesty will recognize that for, like something a second grader would say. I mean, it's just so far below any kind of intellectual discourse. It's not even, it's just not even worth recognizing in any way, shape, or form. It's just not even worth entertaining. Just nonsense. Yeah.
It's point and laugh. That's what I'm saying. It's point and laugh at that guy.
Well, what he does, just like that's why it's a Glober tactic. What they do is when you ask them a question that they can't answer, they'll start saying all this other shit until you're like, wait, no, what? Like you try to stop them, but then they'll focus on, oh, what? You don't know, you don't think Europe exists? You don't know what Italy looks like? A border? And it's like, what the fuck? You're the one that took it over to that point. But he only did that because the question that was asked right before that, Indio said, do you know it's on a satellite? That gives him that position. He didn't know that answer, so there he goes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm glad you made that connection. Yeah, it was because he didn't know the answer yet to the question. Yep, you're so right. Instead of saying, I don't know, can you please tell me? Because I would like to become an educated person, which is what an actual educated person or a person who wanted to be educated would say. Yeah, they'd be curious. And so he's obviously an uneducated person who prefers to stay that way.
Exactly. He'll just obfuscate and go, that's what a lot of Globers do, though. If you notice, like a lot of times when they get asked something and they don't know what the fuck the answer is, but they know we do, but they don't. So then they'll try to like a little weasel. I think Mickey always calls him, "You're a fucking weasel." Like all the time, he calls him out, like, "You're a weasel. You don't know the answer. Now you're trying to obfuscate." They always that's par for course with these Globers.
Why can't they say? Why is it so hard for them to say, "Oh, I don't know"?
Exactly.
Well, I've did a deep dive into that because they have a fucked up moral compass. They don't understand right from wrong anymore. So there isn't any good or evil. There isn't any like just and unjust. What they see is that knowledge is the ultimate form of morality. So if you don't know something, that is bad. It's like the person's lazy, they're weak, they have some sort of deficiency for how they would not know it. So by them saying, I don't know, what they think they're saying, or in their worldview, they just said, I'm a bad person.
Isn't that how the West conquered the world? No morality, just I know and can do? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's how it actually went down.
I don't think so. I disagree.
So when you genocided a whole continent of people, what was the morality in that?
Is this what we're debating in here now? My answer is no. That's all I got to say.
Hold up. I don't know what your name is because I can't say it at the moment.
You call him Newt.
We don't discuss that shit in here. Full stop. You mention it again, you get bounced.
No, it's not Newt. Was it Newt or no? It's not Piddle. Is it Newt?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was Nate or N8.
Yeah, it was Newt.
Yeah, my point stands. Kind of contradiction right there.
Yeah, but you can't talk about those things in the server though. That's the problem.
I'm aware. Yeah.
No worries. But I mean, I don't know. Any other Globers that want to have the discussion? Want to learn something today? Or just sit back and.
What you got, Pickle? Survey says. I want to talk about how come there's like 40 people in here and no one's talking. Why is everyone on mute?
Well, Owlish is a fan of the Wandering Stars. I don't know if Owlish feels like talking.
What do you guys think of the Chinese space station hoax as well?
Wait, who are you? Hello?
Newt.
No, not you, Owlish.
Who is?
Hey, Owlish, I've been wanting to reach out to you. Would you want to participate in the ladies' night on Wednesdays?
Who is a lady?
A ladies.
Oh, pretend you're one.
What time? What time in EST?
So I think it worked out to be 9 EST.
Ooh.
Too late?
That's like my bedtime.
Yeah, that's why I was holding off. I was adding people, women to the group chat, and then going through as some didn't say yes or no. But I thought I would wait for you to show up instead of like reach out to you.
Yeah, well, I could. It's just that like I usually have to go to bed at like 9:30, unfortunately, because I work at 6.
Well, you could be there for a half hour then, 9 to 9:30.
That's so true, but like, who wants to talk to me like for real though?
I want to.
That's crazy.
I like talking to you.
Oh, okay.
All right, the guy asked about the Chinese space station. Like, yeah, that one's real, and the rest of them are fake. The one out of all of them that's real is the Chinese. What the hell are you?
Yeah, I'm with Paraplegic on this. The one that shows a flat Earth, that's the real space station.
Yo, what about Katy Perry going to space?
Yeah, they say that she kissed the ground and she didn't like it.
Yo, I saw the thing where like she opened the door too early or something. Like, did you all see that?
No.
Yeah, you guys don't watch TikTok.
Yeah, of course we saw it. Yeah, you didn't see that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I saw it.
Like, apparently the door was supposed to be like vacuum sealed, but like she opened the door too early, and then they had to go and like pretend like she didn't open the door so they could open the door, right?
That's
I don't
what
even
they
think
say.
that was the same thing.
Indio, you talked to her because I've never even watched the whole cartoon clown show. I have no, you know.
I don't even think it was. People pointed out like some of the like there's like the one they messed up, right? Their little photo op that it doesn't have like bolts and like bolt holes that are in the other one that are in the one that was on top of the rocket. Like they're actually like a little bit different or something. So that photo op was completely staged.
Yeah, you guys don't have enough. You guys don't watch enough conspiracy TikTok.
Like, it looked like somebody grabbed.
Yes, I do. None.
Oh, God, it looked like a pry bar. It looked like he got like a freaking pry bar for freaking like Harbor Freight, and like used it to open the hatch, even though it opened on its own.
Yeah. So the hatch apparently they weren't supposed to open it.
The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
You mean like a pizza?
Hold on, Addie. Okay, Brooklyn, go ahead. The floor is yours. Tell us all about your round Earth.
Okay, so as like, observable by, the pictures and, the fact that you can't see forever when you go straight and like all that, right? So the Earth is, a sphere.
So like,
yeah, it's true.
when you go straight, like what happens when you go gay? What does it look like then?
Oh my God, you thought you ate that, girl. You thought you ate that.
Okay, we're not doing that.
I did.
Girl, you didn't. You didn't eat anything other than that Big Mac at McDonald's because you're fat. Anyways, next. Keep it pushing.
Yeah, okay, and you're eating tuna tacos, so shut up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, of course you can't see forever when you look straight. The air's not transparent. Dude, look up your local meteorological forecast and look at visibility.
Okay, the Earth is literally round. Like, I can't believe you think the Earth is flat. The Earth is round. Like, what?
You
How
just
is the
come in
Earth
here
flat?
chanting like a nut, dude. You're just a nutball. You're like in a
You're
cult,
a nutball.
dude.
You literally think the Earth is flat.
Go to the airport, start handing out flyers.
Go to the airport and start telling the people that you think the Earth is flat, girl. They're gonna be looking at you real crazy. They're gonna be real smooth.
Well, don't they fly like the Earth is flat? Do you think they fly around the globe?
Girl, what do you mean? Yes, they would. Like, why would they not?
How would they land?
You sound stupid, bitch.
How would they land if the Earth is spinning then? How would they land?
Girl, what are you talking about? Like, do you not know what inertia is? It's
so
inertia.
The Earth is going
you know what inertia is?
Listen.
You clearly have never graduated like 7th grade.
Yeah. So say you take off from Texas, right? And at that location, you're at the spinning.
Baby, it's called inertia. It's inertia. Like, you move with the object.
Yeah, I know. Like, where is it coming from?
Indio, answer you. Two seconds.
She don't want to because say we take off from Texas.
Say your piece.
Yeah, so I take off from Texas, right? And the Texas is spinning at 600 miles an hour. That's my tangential velocity. And I'm going to the equator. And that's going 1,000 miles per hour. Where's that extra 400 miles per hour come from?
Girl, what are you talking about? Let me fact check that, because that doesn't make any sense. You sound stupid.
At the equator, the tangential, you sound stupid is not a refutation.
Okay, I can't even hear you because your microphone is so bad. So, like, can you tell me exactly what you're saying?
My microphone being bad is also not a reputation.
I'm not. Okay, here's your reputation. The Earth is round, and like, if you think the Earth is flat, like,
so I'll just keep chanting like a nutball at the fucking airport.
A nutball. Just like the Earth, a ball.
Keep saying round. A pizza's round.
Girl, it's a sphere. It's spherical. It's
it's a sphere.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Well, did you understand what he said about?
No, she doesn't want to understand. She comes in here
faster at the equator. Oh, she just like.
She does this all the time. She just comes in here and just chants. Earth is round. Earth is round. Earth is round.
Brooklyn, listen, you have to come here with evidence. Like you have to have like scientific evidence in order to actually have a say in what happens. You can't insist the Earth is round. You have to actually have like an argument.
Well, she can insist, but she needs to do more.
What would scientific evidence look like?
You said what does scientific evidence?
Yes,
it would look like something that don't exist.
Scientific evidence looks repeatable, observable, immeasurable, and falsifiable. That's what it looks like.
Yes. And there is certain evidence that is, but you guys don't like my evidence.
What is that evidence?
I don't think there.
Well, there was the whole thing. Well, there was the whole thing I presented with the gyrotheodolites. You guys didn't like that.
Gyrotheodolites?
Yeah, I went through this whole thing with gyrotheodolites. You guys didn't like that.
You mean the ones they use for surveying in tunnels?
Yeah.
Okay, how do those prove the Earth is a globe?
So it basically proves rotation, is what the entire point of it was, because I read documents from the 60s and 70s about gyrotheodolites that were being used to actually track rotation from tunnels, and they had a 15% or a 15 degree drift every 30 minutes that had to be accounted for, which basically would indicate
nonsense. That's nonsense, Alish.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to tell you why it's nonsense. Because 15 degrees per hour would only be at a pole. Listen, the drift is supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of your latitude. Right?
Well,
that is only 15 degrees. That's only 15 degrees at one of the poles.
So, yeah, it depends on where you are, because everyone knows that at the equator, you can't really measure it, because as we've demonstrated, the Foucault's pendulum does not work at the equator.
I'm not sure. Okay. Who demonstrated that, dude? This is getting crazier.
It does work. It does work.
What are you talking about? It works everywhere.
It's a motor.
It works everywhere.
Where the fuck is the motor, bro? You're lying.
You want to double down?
There is a motor.
So
you want to double down? You want to push the side bet that it works everywhere?
And
so
I ain't doubling down.
It's attached.
Yeah, of course. You're just talking out your ass, both of you. You're talking out your ass. You're saying there's observations.
Just look it up.
No.
Look up the motor.
Okay, I'll tell you where to look.
Guys, hold on. It's getting kind of crazy. Okay, let India go.
I'll tell you where to look, Carter. Academy pendulums.
Carter, there is a motor. However,
Academy pendulums, the manufacturer of Foucault's pendulums for museums. For museums and malls and shit like that.
What?
Yes,
no. There is a motor, but it's only because. Right. There is a motor, but it's only because perpetual motion has not been invented yet. So there has to be a motor to actually, propulse the device. But the device is actually, acting upon its own will. So the motor is only there to actually
Earth spin do that.
Okay, that makes sense actually, because it's like
why can't the spin of the
I don't know, like
perpetual freaking swing. That makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Why can't you attach a magnet to the front of a car and just drive wherever, bro? I don't know.
Because there's not somebody in front of me with a friggin' other magnet that's equally as strong pulling me, which would be.
Oh my god! Everybody knows. No, literally everybody knows, like, the funny tale where you put a magnet on the front of a car, you hang it over the front of the car, and you put metal, the bumper, on the car, and it theoretically would go forever, right?
Well, the
heliocentric,
that? Ultra, the heliocentric model would do it itself.
You can say either.
The Earth would be perpetual motion. Like, how come someone couldn't harvest the power of the Earth moving continuously?
What?
When does gravity run out? When does that run out of power?
Well,
spinning 1,000 miles per hour to the equator. Shouldn't you build a harness all that freaking power?
That's a lot of power.
A harness? I mean, like,
how could you possibly
literally
do anything with that?
I mean, that's what water power is, though, right?
Yeah, kind of. But
Isn't
think
that
of a larger scale where even the motions of all the planets, like say if the heliocentric model was true, and you could harvest the power of perpetual motion with all the different planets, every planet tap into the perpetual motion.
But how would you
should
do
design
that?
it. You should design how they'd make that. Yeah.
No, you can't. There's a stationary. Yeah, there's no such thing as perpetual motion.
Okay,
like,
well, what would it look like? What would it theoretically be? Because I think you're BSing us.
Yeah, it would look like a perpetual motion machine.
No, but like, how would you get?
But like this Foucault's pendulum that you're talking about, if the Earth was moving and the movement of the Earth caused the pendulum to move, you could
it's not causing it to move. It's causing it to rotate.
Yeah, exactly. Move. Rotation.
Yeah, but it's not gonna. You're not gonna have rotation without the motor. The motor isn't making it rotate.
You said there
it's
wasn't
making
a
it
motor.
swing.
You said there wasn't a motor.
Okay, well they proved me. I stand corrected because I guess it has to keep swinging. But it wouldn't. The swing wouldn't be rotating if there was no rotation.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though, prior to you being corrected, you thought it was a perpetual motion machine. You believe.
I didn't think about it,
dude. Think about it.
I
It's
wasn't thinking
attached
about
to
it.
the Earth. Also, it's attached to the Earth. It's not just like
Right. It has to be
in the air. It's attached to the Earth, and you know what they say they do? Keep that from affecting it. A frictionless elbow.
right. It would have to be attached to the Earth in order to so the Earth is rotating. Like, that's how that works. Like, you don't like if you're measuring something, you don't like
frictionless elbows. I'd like some
no
frictionless
such thing as
rings
frictionless.
for my motor. Frictionless motor rings. My pistons. That'd be awesome.
There is no such thing as frictionless.
Well, no,
Well,
you
that's
do.
what they
You
called
got
it.
that.
That's what they called it. That's what they called it on your little
Foucault's pendulum. Yeah. No,
Frictionless.
it's another thing too. Like all this space technology, like you've got O-rings supposedly on the ISS, maintenance-free O-rings for 20 years. 20 years. Yeah, like where's that O-ring? I would buy some of them.
But that's because there's no friction in space.
No, the O-ring.
You pendulum from a drone.
Of course, there's not. Yeah, of course, there's no.
You need gravity with
Yeah, because there would be no gravity.
gravity to have friction, contact, and stuff.
Earlier this week, I had to fix a faucet. It was only about 5 years old, and the O-ring went bad. How come I just could have tossed in some maintenance-free O-rings brought to you by NASA? Supposedly
Maybe
we
you
own
should have
it.
tossed in. Bro, maybe you should toss in some anti-gravity.
Pet it.
Well, bro, if you like put it in space, you would have been fine. What's the problem?
Do you think
Put all your fossils in space?
So
no friction in space.
Things in space last longer. Is that what you're saying?
You can't hear somebody scream in space, and everything's frictionless. Whew.
Well, I mean, holy fuck! What?
It's too much. There's a lot of cross-talking going on. Let's try to get one speaker at a time.
Cross-talking, I know that. That refers to chords that are picking up other signals from different chords.
The wavelength right now is a little ramped up.
Yeah, man, we're debating.
Yeah, that's fine. But I just joined to say I'm listening on the live stream, and people are just talking straight through each other. It's absolutely unbearable.
Oh my bad.
The voice of reason. The voice of reason has entered. The voice of reason has entered. What is it you're trying to find out here, Owlish? I wasn't paying any attention at all. I was just letting it all kind of wash over me. Although I did hear the word O-ring, which was commonly mentioned. Was that around 1987? We kept hearing about the O-rings malfunctioning. What do you think, Owlish?
Yeah.
You've been around this flat Earth argument for a while, or what's going on with you?
I mean, literally an O-ring is just a piece of plastic. What question do you have about an O-ring?
I have no questions about that. My question was, what was your question? I don't have any questions about O-rings at all.
No, in a frictionless environment, there will be no friction on an O-ring, so there will be no chance for it to fail. That was the point I was making.
What do you think O-ring does?
So friction is determined by gravity.
Or just opens and closes, or holds pressure, or just moves in and out, or up and down. Dude, are you kidding me? It's going to be frictionless.
Go wipe your ass with sandpaper and tell yourself that was gravity. Go ahead.
In space, yes. I mean, not anywhere else.
No. So you can wipe your ass with sandpaper in space?
I guess if you want to, you can. You can do anything you want in space, I guess.
Why would you think space is frictionless? What's your...
Because it requires gravity to have...
It's the miracle location that nobody gone to.
Well,
what do you guys think friction is?
Gravity. For friction to exist, there has to be gravity, right?
It has to be a force.
Uh-huh. Our boy Newton was like chilling about this. That's what he was. So that was like his deal. Like, we're all familiar with like Newton and his like badass laws, right?
His badass laws.
Yeah.
Interesting way you put it.
Why is that an interesting way to put it? Bro made some laws and everybody adhered to it for the rest of their life.
Not really. Number one, he tried to say, don't assign that to me. He said that he feigns no hypothesis. It was kind of a side hustle. The majority of Newton's life was experimenting with heavy metals and playing with dolls and writing about the Bible.
Okay, well, what's wrong with that? Bro had a hobby.
No, I mean, nothing's wrong with it. I didn't knock him for it. I'm just saying that history has sort of took something he did for a couple years and made it into his life's work. And I bet,
all right, yeah, I see.
If you were to ask, if you were to ask him, dude, like, what do you want to be known for? And if he could, like, no, dude, you're known for taking a knock to the head by an apple, seeing stars, and then talking about mass attracts mass. He'd be like, fuck.
Right, because we all know that was defied by Einstein, right?
Or even Newton himself. I feign no hypothesis.
Right, so Einstein even disproved his theory of gravity with his own form of gravity.
Well, it wasn't never proven. That's what I'm saying. Newton never proved anything. He didn't even present the hypothesis. He didn't even pretend he was presenting the hypothesis.
And then Einstein came along with his own gravity. Who's next? Who's next with their gravity?
I got one.
Katy Perry?
Maybe. She did, like, force a door open that was, like, apparently sealed shut, so.
Oh, man. You guys know Olbert's paradox?
Whose paradox?
Olber, O-L-B-E-R, Olber's paradox.
I don't think I know that one. What is that?
It's relevant to this convo. Let me explain. So Newton's conceptions of what universal gravitation would be on a cosmological scale requires an infinite universe. With an infinite or near infinite universe with a plethora of near infinite suns floating, you would have daylight all the frickin' time. It would be day, 24 hours a day, all day, every day. So they really quickly realized that was retarded, because obviously it's not day, all day, every day. And so they had to abandon the idea of an infinite universe and Newtonian conceptions of gravity. That's how it went down.
Well, I mean, day is only relevant to where you are in the world.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but I'm saying if you have the sun, you know how they say the sun would be up all the time if the Earth was flat? Well, it's actually the case that all the suns would be up all the time if the Earth was a globe with Newtonian gravity in an infinite universe, because there'd be a saturation of sunlight in all directions all the time.
But there is no up and down. Like, what do you mean up?
Infinite directions. When did I say up?
You said up. You said the sun is up.
Yeah, so like people try to talk about flat Earth, they say if the sun was above the Earth, it would shine on all points of the Earth simultaneously because there'd be nothing blocking the light. But the same is true in Olbert's paradox, which is if there's an infinite amount of suns in every direction relative to where you're at, then you're going to be cascaded with sunlight at all times.
I mean, that's kind of restricted by the speed of light. Right?
No, it isn't.
I mean, it is because
well, you'd have to decide about the creation story.
I mean, if you have that would be like saying if you have your headlights on in your neighborhood, you would be able to see them in California if you were on the East Coast because light travels forever. But that's not the case. So I don't see the paradox.
Yeah, but why not? Why not? In that instance that you just said, why is it not the case? Is it because their atmosphere is in the way? Is it because buildings are in the way? Is it because trees are in the way?
No, it's just because of you can't see light that. I mean, it would be an atmospheric issue, yeah. So I mean, light dissipates after a certain amount of time. Light does travel forever.
I
mean, or does it? Like, I don't actually know. Does light travel forever, or like does it dissipate?
It has nothing to do with the size of the universe. It has to do with the age of the universe.
About the loose signals. Please, explain it to her.
I'm sorry,
Look it up a little bit, AI.
Man.
You're roboting. Alice, look in the chat, dude.
Oh, hold on.
Hey, if there's an infinite static universe, every line of sight would have a star in it.
It does.
It does. There's no black?
There is, but that's because light hasn't reached you yet, right? You can't see everything at the same time because of the speed of light.
I mean, but at the time of Newton, there was no speed of light.
But like for example, when you're on the highway, you don't see every single car's headlight heading towards you. Like at the same time, every single car
There also
on the
is
road.
an infinite amount of cars on the highway.
There are. I mean, there
Really?
is
Who made them?
well, there's a finite amount of cars. However, you don't see every single headlight of those cars due to.
Missing the point.
Are you?
No. At the time of Newton, speed of light was infinite, right? In the infinite static universe.
So
I'm just saying at the time of Newton, there was no speed of light.
Like, who invented speed of light then?
No. Who discovered it? I think it was... First person to measure it might have been Fizeau. I think it's Fizeau. He used like a rotary disc in a candle, and you could synchronize the little holes in the disc and figure out like what the speed of light is by when you can actually see it through the holes. So if you had a disc with like say 360 holes on it, and another disc, and you're looking at the light through both the rotary discs with the holes, only when the holes are aligned you'll see the light source, and when you can calculate how fast the light has to go to traverse that gap so that it will go through both holes. Or something like that.
It says at the end of this article, recent observations suggesting the estimated number of galaxies based on direct observations is too low by a factor of 10 to not materially alter the resolution, but rather suggests that the full explanation involves a combination of finite age redshifts and UV absorption by hydrogen followed by re-emission in near IR wavelengths also plays a role. So I guess that's why.
I don't think
Take
it
on
was
that.
AI's argument, and I don't think he was linking it to gravity. Just in general, Newton's laws, I guess. Newton's worldview.
But so are you just like speaking
I'm talking to Dazzle.
strictly? Oh, okay.
But if you want the rest of the argument, you have to wait till AI comes back and figure it out, Dazzler.
Yeah,
Right,
what do you think, Alice, about that?
Well, it says in it, line of sight version of the paradox starts by imagining a line of any direction in an infinite Euclidean universe. I mean, we don't live in a Euclidean universe, so.
How do you know that?
Because we don't see that. If we lived in a Euclidean universe, we would see exactly what you're stating, or exactly what this paradox states. Right.
At large scales, they do say the universe is Euclidean, though. They said that the universe is flat.
No, it says in a Euclidean universe, meaning implying that it's not a Euclidean universe. That's what this.
Yeah, I know, but in general relativity, space-time is to call it asymptotically flat space-time. They say that the universe is flat at large scales. It's supposed to be a flat universe, according to mainstream cosmology. According to mainstream cosmology, the universe is flat.
I've never heard that, but
I'll
a lot of things I haven't heard. Okay. Not that I don't believe you, I've just never heard it.
Well, I mean, kind of troll Goldberg's with it. Like, where's the edge of your flat universe? Gonna fall off? Where's the edge? All that shit. Shit they.
I mean, the common scientific agreement is that it's ever expanding. So there is no edge. Well, there is an edge, but it's ever expanding.
Well, the edge of the expansion has to be an edge, right?
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I said. That, like, so there is an edge, but it's ever expanding. So therefore, the edge just keeps moving. So the ever expanding universe is basically edgeless because the edge keeps getting overtaken by the expansion. It's like a tsunami; it just keeps on coming.
Carter, what the fuck are you talking about? She's destroying them. What is she destroying? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. What am I doing?
No, I don't know. You got a cheerleader.
Nah,
what's going on? My biggest fan.
Your simping can get you laid, dude.
Dude, okay, be quiet. Alish, are you an astrology major? No, astronomy? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
You're probably right the first time.
Alish is like.
No, I don't do astrology.
A very special person.
Not astrology, sorry.
Lots of knowledge.
special person.
Yeah, with lots of knowledge and lots of different topics. So, I mean, just if you want to know something, probably she has a good working knowledge in almost every topic you can think of.
No. I'm a network engineer. I don't know that much.
Everything she knows, she learned from us. At least about this topic.
Well, you know what? I would say that I learned it indirectly because of you, because all of the knowledge that you presented to me, I've gone and learned about.
Oh, you fact checked us? Good. You should. Yeah, you should fact check.
No. It's not called. Well, yeah, it's fact checking, but it's also doing deeper research on what you've discussed, just to basically because I find it interesting.
Yeah, it's important. This stuff is very important.
Well, I don't think the expansion, non-expansion, size of the universe, I don't think that's very important. What are you going to do with that information?
Well, I mean, with that part's important because a lot of times the globals will come in here and be like, they have all the answers. And you're like, well, when you use astronomy, you don't get answers, you get more questions.
Same in biology. The more you know, the dumber you get. It's pretty crazy.
It's true.
Because they're walking the wrong path. Like they're using biology to learn about stuff, asking the wrong questions, and coming out the other side with like, huh.
No, it's like this. They discover something, right? And in the process of that discovery, they discover 3 things they haven't had no clue about. Right? And then they research for them, and then they figure that out. In the process of figuring that out, 3 more things they realize they didn't have no clue about. So now they're up to 5 things now they have no clue about. It keeps going like this. Every time they discover something, they realize that there's a bunch more things in the process of that discovery they didn't know anything about.
Right. Dark energy in this article left or this. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, in the discovery of dark energy in this article specifically describes the geometry of the universe either being open, flat, or closed. And since that, they can't decide whether or not the universe is flat.
Okay, I'm talking about what they call the lambda dark matter. So lambda CDM.
Yeah, it says that dark matter, because of dark matter, it's not really. They're not really sure if the geometry of the universe is open, flat, or closed because of dark matter. So that kind of, it was perceived to be flat, but then because of dark matter, it could either be open, closed, or flat.
It all depends on what they assume.
Yeah, that's what this is about.
But the mainstream, I would say the majority of cosmology thinks the universe is flat. And yes, as a flat means Euclidean in that context. So the choices are Euclidean, non-Euclidean, as in what they would call an elliptic geometry, which would be spherical, or hyperbolic geometry. So those are like the 3 choices. Now, it's either positive curvature, negative curvature, or no curvature.
Yeah, it's just like something we don't know. I mean, it's not like we can. I mean, like, it depends on what you believe in at this point. It depends on your belief in science. Do you think that we went to space? That we sent satellites? That we sent I don't know what you would call it. Like,
heard a compelling
robots?
Well, I haven't heard a compelling argument on why I should believe that. It's always some sociological argument.
What is a sociological
Everybody
argument?
else thinks it. When the argument is about people.
What do you think the point?
So the argument for believing in space would be like, oh, there's a rocket at fucking Cape Canaveral and you can touch it, right? So that would be a argument based on physical arguments. Sociological argument would be like, you don't trust all the scientists? So then it's a statement about people, right? Scientists are people, and you're evaluating truth based upon what you think about people, not about what you think about.
What would be the sociological reason for somebody to lie about, say, like sending a probe to the surface of Saturn and it getting sucked into its gravity and being destroyed? What would be the reason why they would?
Why would they lie about that?
Yeah.
About doing that? Because there's money in it.
But they spent money sending it there. They're not receiving money.
Who spent money? Not them.
NASA. Whoever said, NASA. Well, that would be a government agency, so it would be.
Yeah, and then how does the government spend money? They go up to the printer and they hit Control P. Type in a number. Well, they type in a number, then hit Control P, and the frickin' printer goes brr, and money comes out.
Wow, you assume that they're using.
And then you have to work 5 more hours this year to fucking make up for it.
Wow, I can't believe you assume that they're using Windows. Everybody knows NASA uses Macintosh.
Oh, so it's Command P or something?
Yeah.
Command P? That makes more sense.
Command.
And if you want to know what government's about, is government about control or command?
Both.
Yawn.
What is the argument I typically make about why they would do it? So, like, these projects are government make-work projects of the same type that they did during the Great Depression. They only exist to keep people employed.
Yeah, but don't you want people to have jobs?
Yeah, that's fine. And back in the 30s, they had jobs to make roads that went to nowhere.
Which
they had a whole corps where they hired unemployed people, and they would lay road, and those roads didn't actually go to anywhere. They just fucking went off into the fucking wilderness.
They go somewhere now, though, right?
I mean, I think they end up connecting it so much. So this is back in the 30s, right? They did end up connecting some of them up, but there's still, I know at least in New England, there's still some of these roads that are now overgrown and shit, where the cobblestone is like underneath fucking, bushes and brush and trees and shit.
Well, that's because they made it out of
They're cobblestone roads. They weren't like pavement.
Oh.
The main reason why the government did this, too, because they didn't want to revolt. They didn't want people idle hands. They wanted to keep them busy and just keep them with enough calories that they stay alive and not revolt.
I mean, I can eat more calories than what it requires. I can eat more calories than what is required to stay alive. The government doesn't tell me how much calories I should intake.
I mean, not in the 1930s.
That wasn't. I didn't expect you to chase that one word like a squirrel and just run with it.
Yeah, not in the 1930s when there was pretty limited options on what food you could eat. I mean, I think in this case, calories is referring to just mental consumption.
Well, think about just the space program in general. Space is a general human endeavor. Like anything else, general human endeavor. And you look at, say, okay, we're going to do the ledger for outer space. The costs, the outlays versus the inlays, right? How much money has been spent? How much money has come in? We're in the red. We've been in the red for so long, we ain't never getting out of the red. So knowing human beings, I'm not going to make a sociological argument. Knowing human beings and us doing things, how long are we going to do something and keep losing money? Normally. Before we go, this is fucking stupid. We're going to stop doing this. We're going to stop pushing money out.
I mean, America still exists, so.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, there's no money in outer space. There's no way to make a profit. There's just no money there.
So when you think that, since there's no money in that, if they were really trying to
we're in a capitalist
people,
society, right? No, we're in a capitalist society, right? That's where we are.
But when you think that if they were really trying to trick people into thinking something has happened, they would choose the ocean rather than space, because this ocean is more accessible.
You can check the ocean.
You can't check the. No, it's actually the ocean is actually more inaccessible than space.
Well, I mean, no, because you can make a drone or something, right? You could sink a bathtub. And the ocean's not more inaccessible than space. Do you even hear what you're saying right now?
It is more inaccessible than space.
Really?
The ocean is more. Yes, the ocean is more inaccessible than space because at some point the ocean will actually kill you or whatever you're trying to put down there by pressure.
Yeah, but it exists.
So,
Alish, I could get you to the bottom of the ocean with a fucking anvil and a piece of chain. There's no way I can get you to. Yeah, and you die, but there's no way I could get you to space dead or alive.
Are you sure you can get to the bottom with an anvil?
Yeah, dude, I just tie an anvil to a fucking ankle, dude, and just throw it overboard.
Yeah, I mean, I would go down there and never come back up, though. I'd never be able to report upon it. And that's why the ocean hasn't been discovered, because every time you send something down there, you have to actually determine what pressure would... take a camera on you. Yeah, I mean, there's literally... Sorry, what?
Well, I'll say that's how you can demonstrate flat Earth, too, because now you got buoyancy and density. If you replace the water with, like, mercury, then the anvil wouldn't be enough. You'd float.
So,
but it's the ocean.
Yeah, so if you change the medium, you change directions.
But, like, so why is the ocean...
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Why is it that if you go deeper into the ocean, like, there's so much pressure that you actually can't even continue to withstand it?
Yeah, we got machines that could probably get that deep.
Yeah, remember when they tried to send a machine down to the Titanic and it exploded? Remember that? It happened like 2 years ago.
That was a machine with people in it.
Yeah, isn't there a videographer?
So what's the difference?
That was like
right, but what's the difference between something with people and something with...
And then that was a can. Supposedly, there's a guy that went to the Mariana Trench.
Which guy went to the Mariana Trench?
Back in the 70s.
Oh wait, okay. Because I thought the director of Avatar, James Cameron.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also did
Challenger Deep or something.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, I mean, he did go to the Titanic. That's correct. James Cameron.
He went to the Mariana Trench. He filmed it.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think he went to the bottom, though. He didn't go to the bottom.
No, he didn't.
Well, he said he bounced off the bottom. Yeah, he did. He said they bounced off a puddle of water or something.
Yeah.
Puddle of something.
Oh, right.
You believe that, don't you?
Right, so like the...
I never said I believe it. I said what he said, dude. I'm just repeating what he said.
Right, I don't remember what it's called. It's called like dark oxygen.
I don't believe things unless I have a good reason to believe it, right? Dark oxygen's not different. That has to do with electro static charge and fucking.
I don't know. There was a time.
Oh, so you're hot, Mike.
No, I was really trying to say something.
Loud too. You're hot, Mike.
Wait.
Hello, y'all. My name is Danny. I'm new to the server.
Hi, Danny. How are you?
It sounds like
I'm fine. Sorry, I've been just jumping in here and there, but I figured I'd introduce myself.
Hi, Danny. What brings you here to the Flat Earth?
Well, I'm from Jim's server, and it's pretty dead over there right now.
Jim?
Who's Jim?
Jim Panda?
Jim Panda.
Oh, my condolences. Please take a shower before you come in this chat.
No. I don't... See, I'm not into Flat Earth. I'm not into Flat Earth. That's not my... I go over there and argue politics or something, whatever. I don't argue Flat Earth. So I'm new to this whole Flat Earth thing.
Dude, I argue politics on...
So you are... Hold on, dude. I got to get this straight. You argue politics in the Flat Earth server, and you came over to the politics server to argue Flat Earth?
Yeah, that's basically it, right? Yeah. You've nailed me right there. No, Jim's server's not just Flat Earth, right? Like, sure, you have Flat Earth. We really don't get Flat Earth. We get like Pete Shea over there. I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Yeah, we know who Pete Shea is. Yes.
Right. So that's the kind of Flat Earth that we get over there. So it's like
the reason why they banned all the Flat Earthers systematically one by one.
No, they haven't.
I just got banned not even a month ago for being AFK.
Jim doesn't ban no one. Jim will allow you to speak.
No, they banned.
He will mute you.
No, they banned Flat Earthers. All of them.
No.
Yes. Flat the whole
Jim Panda server? No, I don't think you're banned. I think you can go in there right now. We can go back to that server right now, and I bet you can speak freely.
Kurt's been on John Panda's server since 2018, man. Okay, I think he knows.
I mean, if you say something like something racist, like a racist slur, you'll get
just
banned.
being AFK, you get banned. You can get banned there for anything.
Dude, I've been AFK. Dude, I've left my computer on and been AFK in that room.
Yeah, because you're not a flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you could get banned.
What do you mean I'm not a flat earther?
Yeah, you're an anti-flat earther. I've heard you talk before.
I'm not an anti-flat earther. I just don't believe the evidence that flat earthers are putting forth that the Earth is shaped like a cookie.
What flat earther presented the evidence that Earth is shaped like a fucking cookie?
Well, I mean, I've been in this fucking community since.
Who presented that as evidence, dude? Who said that?
I've been in this community for a very long time. That is the only model I've seen put forth.
A cookie.
Yeah.
I've never seen any flat Earth model.
E-map.
You're a lying sack of shit, dude. Already, dude. Fucking shut up.
Yeah, he's a
I mean, that's true because I've never seen a model.
Yeah, I was going to say when he was in here earlier, we're going to give him some charity because he wanted to identify or not. But yeah, I've talked to this guy many times. Complete freak.
So Alish, say I wanted to present you with a visual of the universe in its entirety. How could I do that?
How would you present the universe in its
entirety? The entire
entirety?
universe. So we kind of like touched on this before, like, where's the edge, right, of the universe? You realize that this is an infinite regression fallacy, right?
Yeah.
If we don't think that there's any space, that there's nothing outside, right? How can we represent the Earth as an object when we don't think it's an object inside of something else? Because you'd have a piece of paper, right? A piece of paper would be the embedding space, and then we'd have to draw the Earth inside of that, right? But what if you think the Earth is the piece of paper? But there's nothing, when outside doesn't mean anything. Has no meaning.
So, but we know that there is a finite part of Earth, right?
How do we know that?
Because if you continually traverse the Earth, you're going to revisit the places you've already visited.
If you walk in a circle.
If you continually travel around the Earth, there isn't an infinite amount of places that you can visit.
Well, I don't know that to be true. I mean, dude, like
in 2025, we do know it to be true because social media is something that we rely on to know about other parts of the Earth, so we can.
Okay, so you're contaminated by the West. Your brain is contaminated by the Western world. It is.
No, this isn't Western.
I'll give you for instance, Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest. There's tribes in the Amazon rainforest that haven't interacted with anybody outside the Amazon rainforest, any peoples other than themselves, for 200 years.
But we know the Amazon rainforest.
If you go in there, they'll spear you to death. And if you go in there, they'll spear you to death.
Right, but there are places like, for example, the what is that island called? The one off the coast of.
I know you're talking about the one off in India where they freaking kill people. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Amazon rainforest, which is gigantic, right? It's not small.
Right. But we know exists because why?
We know there's an Amazon rainforest, but we don't know the particulars of what's in it.
There's areas that they have marked off that you're not supposed to go in. They say don't go past this area. It's just like that island off of India. There's a guy right now who's in legal trouble because he canoed there and dropped off a Coke or a Pepsi or something.
Oh, sick. Nice. Bro, spreading the love.
Yeah, but I'm saying that these areas are completely controlled. So when you get globalists come in here and be like, you can go wherever you want. There's no laws or rules or regulations blocking anyone from going anywhere. And you're like, really?
No.
Really, dude?
You know that's not true because you can't just go to Antarctica if you want to.
Yeah, that's the main point there. Antarctica. That's one of the most controlled areas.
You can't go anywhere without permission.
Literally.
I mean,
this is the same individual that said that space is more accessible than the ocean. For crying out loud.
Space is more accessible than the ocean.
Okay, so do you live near the ocean?
Yes.
Okay, how much gas will it cost you to get there? How much time?
Bro, I mean the bottom of the ocean. You can't just go to the bottom of the ocean if you want.
So now you're qualifying it with the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, because that's part of the ocean.
Okay, so yeah, that's a composition fallacy. So it's a composition fallacy. So you have access to the ocean.
Whoa, hold on. We're not doing this.
Okay, so the parts are true of the whole in this case?
Yes, because if you go to... How many people have been to the Titanic, for example, physically?
Oh, now we're talking
about words, dude. Like, how easy is it to get to the top of space? Since you're going to talk about the bottom of the ocean, I want to go to the top.
What is the top of space? What is the top of space? It's not a physical location. So we know that the ocean has a finish, a finite area. So we know it's there, but we've never been there personally.
Don't get herring away from the point. Do you have access to the ocean? Is it pretty simple?
Accessibility and knowledge of what is there are two different things.
Yeah, just more non sequiturs. Do you have access to the ocean? You live near it, so you can go to it. You can go to the beach. You have access to it. You could probably even ask a friend of yours to put a boat on it. Now,
if I asked you to go to the Titanic right now, could you?
That wasn't the claim.
That is the claim.
Oh, now it's the
more
claim.
Access.
You've gone to the Titanic wreckage instead of just access to the ocean versus access to space.
Where do you think the Titanic is? Do you think it's like...
I wasn't talking about the Titanic at all. Now you're talking about the Titanic.
I was.
Yeah.
You're running away from your own claim, Mush. You're running away from it.
Yeah.
I'm not running away from any claim.
Yeah, you're being more and more particular.
I talked about the Titanic from the beginning.
Yeah, but you made a blanket statement about the ocean versus space. You didn't say the Titanic.
Yes, the bottom of the ocean. Right. The ocean is less accessible than space.
Okay, so is there anything at the bottom of the ocean that is less accessible than the ISS?
Yes,
for you?
Point Nemo. Point Nemo.
So you can't go to Point Nemo.
You can, if you're determined enough, but it's more inaccessible. It's more inaccessible than space.
How determined do you have to be to get to space?
I mean, pretty determined, but you also have to be pretty determined to get to Point Nemo. If your access to Point Nemo is equally as accessible as it is to space, and from that point you can't even get to the bottom of the ocean, let alone to the place that you want to visit, it makes it pretty inaccessible.
You realize that there's no scenario in which you're going to space.
There's no scenario in which we're going to Point Nemo. Why would you go there?
There is scenarios. I can just give you a fucking $100 million, dude. You can get there.
With $100 million, I could get to space.
No, you can't.
Literally, no, because no. I mean, it depends because Red Bull went to space, didn't they? Well, they went to the outer atmosphere.
Let's have an equivalence, right? Okay, so Point Nemo versus, I tell you what, get to Jupiter. It's not even that deep within the celestial sea, right? So Jupiter versus Point Nemo, which one is actually more accessible?
Considering that the ISS, which is in the thermosphere, is more accessible than...
did I say the ISS or did I say Jupiter?
Why would you choose Jupiter? Like, what is your logic?
What is your logic?
Titanic.
Yeah.
So, like, why would you because the Titanic is literally on Earth. Like, we're talking about things that we know exist.
You just said that space is more accessible than the ocean, right?
It is more accessible than the ocean, but we're talking about things that we know exist. We know that Titanic. So
Jupiter doesn't exist, right?
You're assuming, in your logic, space doesn't exist. In your world.
Let's try to keep this just really concise. So maybe I want to see the wreckage of the Titanic. So maybe there's a few $100,000 involved in getting to that, but I don't even think it's that expensive, right? So now, maybe somebody wants to go visit Jupiter. Could you compare and contrast the cost difference, hypothetically, since Jupiter isn't actually a place that we can go to? Could you break down the cost benefit to, like everything involved in that?
So there's logistics that would make that more impossible than visiting the Titanic.
Oh, great. So it turns out that space is not as accessible as the ocean. Thank you.
Space, not Jupiter. Like, I didn't name a specific place. I said space, right?
Where does space start for you?
Space starts on the outside of the thermosphere.
You mean,
outside of the
you named a specific place about Earth. What the fuck?
No, that's not Earth. That's
you named a specific place about Earth. You named a specific place about space, and now you're saying not there.
Correct, because there's a logistical issue with that. So, like, for example, if you were to say the moon, that's like saying, like, I want to walk to the corner store versus I want to walk to Milwaukee from where you are.
Yeah. Congratulations.
You refuted
your own argument.
So you compared the most argument. You compared the most easily accessible.
There's logistical. So in your mind, so like let's talk about it logistically. So we know that the Titanic, we know exactly where it is. We can visit it. Like we know precisely where it sank. We know how deep it is. We know where to go to find it because we've identified it. But in order to get there, it's almost impossible for any person, most people to even go. Right? So that makes it more inaccessible than say, like, hey, I want to go to the moon. All I need is X amount of money to go to the moon. We did it in the 70s, so we should be able to do it again. Or the 60s, rather.
The Titanic
I see no evidence of that.
The Titanic
I mean, okay, but like...
Yeah, you could go there. Your survivability, that's the problem. It's not really a problem getting there, it's just survivability.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the logistical issues. The pressure, literally the pressure prevents you from actually going there.
Okay, but we could take zero survivability. So we don't care if you die going to space, and we don't care if you die going to the bottom of the ocean. It's still harder to go to space.
No, it's harder to go. Well, I mean, if you're talking survivability, then yeah. But like the point of visiting somewhere is survivability.
He just got rid of that variable, right? He said if it doesn't matter, then it's harder to get to space.
Survivability is like literally the variable we care about when we say visiting something. Like you can literally do anything and die. Like I could visit the bottom of a volcano and say, yeah, it's perfectly accessible if you die and burn to death. Like, sure, yeah, I've been to the center of the Earth, which nobody has ever visited, because I dove through the giant, what is it called? The borehole? I don't know what it's called.
Well, spectroscopy needs a container, so I know you haven't been there through that.
You said spectroscopy needs a container?
Yeah.
That's completely retarded.
What does that mean? What do you mean spectroscopy needs a container?
That means he's retarded.
Okay.
Oh, I thought my other cult members agreed with me on this. My bad. I'll take it back.
I mean, like, in what terms of spectroscopy? I can't even say the fucking word.
Well, yeah, like seeing what's in the middle of the earth. You mean like viewing
mega
other
borehole.
planets?
Wait, the mega borehole, Kola, gigantic hole, or whatever it's called. I know it's called Kola something. The one they did in Russia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the 8 mile deep hole they dug. They can't dig deeper than that.
How deep?
Yeah, why? I think it was more than it was pretty deep.
Because there's like fire and lava and like.
How deep did you say?
Stuff.
Excuse you, it's
miles
magma. Excuse you.
7.6 miles. Sounded like he
Something
said
like
80 miles. And he said there's lava and magma. Is that what they found when they dug there?
I think. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, it wasn't.
Well, then why did they stop? If there's no fire and lava, keep drilling.
So if we want to be,
Hold on. It's getting a little crazy here right now. Let's get back on topic. We got Owlish talking about the ocean.
Right, so if we want to even make that argument, the center of the Earth is even more inaccessible than the bottom of the ocean and space.
Yeah, no
We
shit. But
haven't
the bottom
even
of the
been-
ocean is the bottom of the ocean is still more accessible than space, bro. What are you talking about? If we're not talking about, because now you're not talking about people in life, right? So
How many
now you
people
threw that
have
out
been
the
to the
window.
bottom of the ocean? How many people have been to the bottom of the ocean versus how many people have been
now
in
you're
space?
life back in, right?
So how many people
It doesn't matter.
have been to the bottom of the ocean versus how many people have been or claim to have been to space?
All the
And
people
why
that
doesn't
were left
one number
on-
match
all the
the
people,
other?
All the people that were left on the Titanic and went down to the bottom.
So we have nuclear
Yeah, but, like, how-
powered submarine fleets, Alish. What are you talking about?
How many physical people, real people, living human beings have been to the bottom of the ocean, the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
150,000?
Oh, the retards that went on the submarine and fucking drowned.
Okay,
That's not the Mariana Trench.
Yeah, we're not going to do like disrespect of dead people. All right.
Yeah. What the heck?
Okay. It's a drunk troll.
That's not the Mariana Trench, and that's not.
We have nuclear submarines that go to the bottom of the ocean. Okay.
Are they full of people? Are they going to the Mariana
They're
Trench?
full of sailors.
You've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, Alish. Seriously?
Yeah.
Even you know better.
Better than
Stop
what?
it. You know how
Who's
many
yelling
people
at me right
have
now?
pushed to the bottom of it. It says who. Don't even worry about it. Get a hold of yourself.
Whoa.
What do you think submarines are self-driving cars?
It says that only 27 people have ever descended to the Challenger Deep, which is in the Mariana Trench.
That's 7 miles down.
And 279 people have been to the ISS. Well, which technically is in the thermosphere, but still. it's
Okay,
space.
that doesn't really mean much.
By your own logic,
Why?
that's not space.
Because there's different incentives to go to each.
What do you mean? What are the incentives? Wouldn't you think that people who are quote unquote pretending to want to have scientific discoveries will want to say what's on Earth rather than what's
Scientific discoveries. Oh my goodness gracious.
They want to do the most.
Name me one scientific discovery the ISS made.
Why has nobody?
Name me one scientific discovery from the ISS, dude. And we don't know. And I don't mean how they go to the bathroom in space.
They sent like monkeys up there and whatever. So.
Oh my gosh.
And dogs. Dogs.
And
not derailing.
Alish is in full cope mode.
I'm not derailing.
You're
What do
in
you
full
mean?
cope mode, Alish.
Why hasn't anybody claimed to have been to the center of the Earth?
Question.
She's got you turned down, Indio. Sounds like.
No, she's just all red herrings and non sequiturs. maybe we should just have an apples to apples comparison in this scenario, right? So the edge of the thermosphere is like the beach. So how many people have been to the ISS? How many people have been to the fucking beach in the last 5 minutes?
There's people on the beach right now.
Yep.
She wanted to compare the Titanic to the beach.
I bet you right now there's probably like 4 billion people.
Beach, or did I say ocean?
So can anyone hear me?
What are you talking about? There's 4 billion people.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You said beef. She said
so
beef.
one of the discoveries that have been made in the International Space Station is known as ZAFO, which is zero attenuation fiber optic cables, which we can't make on Earth because it can only be made in microgravity.
Oh snap! We got ourselves an educated person.
Why can't they be made on Earth again?
Huh?
Zero attenuation fiber optic cables? So what property do they have?
They allow the transmission of signals across longer distances without repeaters.
Okay. Why do they need to make them in space? What's different in the manufacturing process?
It comes out with less impurities than being on Earth because of gravity. Which is why it's called zero attenuation, because it almost has zero impurities.
So gravity affects chemistry?
Yeah, of course. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
If you go to Mount Everest, you boil things at a lower temperature. That's how gravity affects chemistry.
That's because of pressure.
Sure, but there's also gravity, which affects the pressure that is, at that.
Okay, so give me the gravitational theory of gas pressure.
Why?
Because you're talking out your ass. Because there's no gravity. There's no gravity in the kinetic theory of gas. There's no gravity in the... So stop talking over me. There's no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases. Period. End of story.
Where's your proof for that?
The kinetic theory of gases.
The kinetic theory of gases, dude. It doesn't state anywhere there. Gravity's not a part of it. You should know this if you're talking about gravity. Do you not know this? Oh, it's new to him, Indio. He doesn't.
Did you not know about zero attenuation fiber optic? It must be new to you.
Holy crap.
Yeah, gravity when it concerns what this
must be new to you that you can actually manufacture things completely different in zero gravity.
Yeah, but you're making a claim that's unsubstantiated. It's a claim.
It's not unsubstantiated. There's a lot of information on this.
You're not. Yeah, you are not substantiated in the claim that gravity has anything to do with kinetic molecular theory, dude. There's nothing tying it into that. Is there?
You're making zero sense right now.
No, I'm making perfect sense. That's the claim that you made.
No, you're just talking out of your ass right now.
So I'm talking out of my ass, but you weren't doing that just moments ago.
No,
when you made a claim that you can't substantiate with gases being affected by gravity. Yeah? Aw.
It already has been proven.
Cat got your tongue? Yeah, it has been proven. You haven't proved it, man.
Citation? Can you post a citation?
And now you're diverting completely about the fact that
can you post microgravity. Hey, can you post a citation in the chat substantiating what you just claimed?
Can you post anything in chat substantiating anything that you've claimed?
Yeah, I didn't make the claim. Can you post in the chat because
questioning. Can you make anything?
I just looked for your claim, dude, and I can't find it, dude. So can you post it?
Gravity differently than planet Earth, and that's the main point.
No, that there's something called zero attenuation.
Do you deny that we can't make things different?
Why are you interrupting me again, loser?
You, the one that's been interrupting me.
I am asking you to substantiate your claim that there was zero attenuation fiber optics made on the International Space Station. Can you please post that?
He ran away.
Bitch, he just made shit up, dude. He literally made that up.
Yep. Yeah, he did. Isn't that fun? They just make shit up and then just leave. Wow, dude. They're playing pigeon chess, really.
It's a boot scoot boogie.
Hold on.
He shot on the board and he flew away.
Like, how could you even have zero attenuation fiber optic? It doesn't even make sense.
It's been theorized only.
Well, that guy has a lot of fancy book learning, so obviously he knows more than us. We don't have all that knowledge.
Oh my gosh, I'm unmuted. Hey, what's up?
What up, Alice?
Sorry.
You're digging into your old bag of tricks again? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, somebody said I answered faster than ChatGPT, and I don't know what that means.
Oh my god! Don't give yourself props, Alice. You're just barely getting by.
Somebody literally said that.
Yeah, you guys don't know that Alish was directly responsible for all of AI, so that's why AI appears like Alish is using AI, because it's just a very small mirror of her own personality.
Is that right?
Crazy.
You had a part to play with ChatGPT, do you?
Yes, I am ChatGPT. Please ask me questions if you would like.
How did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth? What a great question. I don't know, man.
Yeah, the fiber optic he's talking about, they tried to do it. It says they tried to do it in 1996 and failed, and that they are still trying to do it. He made that shit up, bro.
What did he say? Zero attenuation fiber optics? Is that what he said?
Yeah. It's not even called that, but you know.
I don't know, but I use fiber optics every day. Since fiber is preferred over copper connections, since they're faster.
What's also too that people aren't going to steal the fiber; they'll steal the copper and rip it up and turn it in to recycle.
Yeah, you can't claim they're faster. They're only faster at longer distances.
Oh, you mean fiber optics?
Yeah, I mean you can have super fast freaking copper, but it's not only good for short distances.
Yeah, that's the point, because you want to use fiber over longer distances if you have a places that are directly connected over longer distances.
Yeah, they have fiber that comes to my house, and then the copper goes inside.
Yes. Copper is more durable.
But it is fiber running from the pole to the house, though.
Mm-hmm. Because it's better over longer distances.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's light.
So, Alpha, you still here?
Yeah, but I'm at the store right now.
Okay. Because we
got. Can you give me something?
Yeah, what, Doritos?
Yeah.
6-pack of wine coolers? Or those 4-packs?
I'm just buying a head of lettuce, that's all.
Ew.
The Doritos are Canadian. You guys getting tariffed on those?
There's generic Doritos. I can't think of the name of it right now, but like if you go to Walmart.
Select you and now scan everything I can done. Pin pad to complete transaction.
Or is it Safeway?
Your hot mic there would fucking hear the robot talking to you.
I thought it was Alish.
That was Alish. That wasn't Hot Mike.
No, it wasn't me. But Bros at Safeway, or is that, Safeway equivalent?
The late July nacho cheese chips are way better. They don't have the MSG or the dye.
No, that's not AI, guys. For that.
That was Owlish talking.
No, they both.
No, that was
like
So that wasn't me.
No, that was way different.
So that Alpha, we gotta jump in a transplant in here. Kind of trolly, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what I know. Like I know your game. I'm not fucking with that shit, dude. I got better. I don't need the blood pressure raising.
Well, let me get the party started. Let me get the party started, and then you can jump in whenever you feel the water's warm enough.
You know I'm not a globe earther, right?
You're anti-flat.
I am not a globe earther because I don't believe in all that nonsense space sciencey shit they tell you. I'm just not like the circle earther AE map guy. I think that's
if you don't think space is a thing, why did you think that flat earthers think the Earth is a cookie in space?
Well, because that's all you guys have ever shown me.
Who are you talking to, man? You've never even been in here, dude. Fuck.
Well, no, but I've been around flat earthers for the past 10 years, right?
That's a stereotype. Why are you stereotyping us? That's kind of irresponsible.
Your leaders have constantly shown me.
Yeah, that's still more stereotyping and now straw manning. So who would my leader be?
Who has leaders, dude?
Well, you certainly have spokespeople, right?
Such as?
What is your position?
Well, Jaren, for one.
Jarenism, are you kidding me, dude? You fucking serious? You can't be.
Yeah, let me just ask this guy. Yeah, dude, what is your position right now on this topic? Are you? You don't hold to the fact that the Earth is a globe? Is that not? Is that not?
Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is because I've never seen it in its entirety. But I certainly don't think there are like galaxies and like nebula and all that. I think that's. I don't believe what they're telling me there.
So is the Earth obviously flat?
It looks. I mean, obviously from my front porch, it looks flat, and I've never experienced any curvature or anything like that.
Is this a Jet Panda clone, or what is this guy? I thought I was going to get...
Right, I was born in Florida, right? I was born in Miami, Florida. I lived on the beach my whole life, right? I've never seen any curvature.
Okay. Was this a Gem Panda clone, Indio, or is this some other guy?
No, but I'm from Gem Panda server, and they shit on me, so whatever. I don't give a shit.
No,
he's lying. They make fun of him, and he gets hurt by that, so then he punches back down at flat earthers to make himself feel more important.
Nah. I'm certainly not. I wouldn't call myself a flat earther because I don't fucking know, right? And I've seen the pretty pictures they've sent me from NASA. And I don't know. It looks pretty. I've taken pictures with my own telescope, and that shit looks pretty, but, I don't fucking know what that shit is, right?
All right. So he really doesn't hold to a position, sounds like.
No, but I'm one of those guys who thinks that I don't experience curvature. I don't experience any sort of motion, right? To me, it seems flat and motionless.
Flamingo, it's very obvious that you're LARPing in here. Crit knows you well enough to know what your position is. So
well,
you
my
can either
position
cut the
is
act,
whatever the mainstream is, right? Because who am I to question that, right? But
so just go ahead and stand on that.
I experience flat and stationary, right?
Let me just ask Crit, is he LARPing? Is he a glober?
Yeah, he's one of those, when you're trying to have a conversation, he's one of the guys in the background blurting, "What an idiot!" Just the chirpers in the background making animal noises and stuff.
I don't think I've ever called anyone.
He's one of those guys. He's the guy who constantly distracts.
No, I take that back. I called Pete Shea an idiot.
He's doing it right now. Dude, you're not close. I've been on that server for years and years, on and off. I would get banned, get put back on. You're everyone.
Crit, I know who you are, Crit. I know you go by a different name over there, right? Yeah, but when have you ever heard me fucking defend any of this shit?
Yeah, it was a Disco Critsmanot.
Maybe I have gotten to the point where I was like, look, some of the absurd shit that a true flat Earth believer would say. I'd be like, look, that just doesn't work out, right? That's the only thing I would say, right? But as far as
a true flat Earth believer say, dude?
You're out of Gem Pandas. How about play it straight? Can you do that? Do
well, yeah. Different. A true flat earther would say, hold on, Crit. A true flat earther would say that the sun goes away because it just goes away, right? Like it gets smaller as it goes away, or it just goes too far for you to see it. Like, I don't believe none of that nonsense.
So
Right? It seems absurd.
Yeah,
right?
what's the
Because
explanation then?
Well, because you can see you can stand on the highway and watch a vehicle go away.
No, I get it. What's the explanation then? What's the alternative?
I wouldn't know. I just maybe.
So then, how can you say that's not? Yeah, but how can you say that's not the case if what we witness is the very thing of the sun's light moving away from us? How can you say that's not true?
I don't. Like, I can't explain that. I don't have any explanation.
Well, you need to. If you're hand wave dismissing it and saying that's not true, then I want to know what is your rebuttal to it not being true.
Well, my rebuttal was my everyday observations of watching objects go away and watch.
Yes, but how are you saying the sun is equivalent to those things that go away, that you're saying that's not the same? It's not the same that the sun's going away.
Well, how are you saying that it's not equivalent? Well, I mean, how are you
because
making that distinction?
you're building a case that true flat earther says that the sun moves away, and you're saying I just can't get with that. That's not the case. And I'm like, okay, then what's the alternative? What are you come up with something?
Well, no,
different?
you just played a word game there. You said the true flat earther. Yeah, sure. I may have mentioned that earlier. Like, what do flat earthers actually believe in this? Because I don't know. I can't explain it. Right? The sun does go down. Right?
Okay, so it's going down, or do you think it goes underneath the earth?
I don't think so, because we can all see it, right? Like,
then what is this?
We can text somebody in China, and they can say, "Yeah, I see the sun." Right?
Okay, so in the case of you said it, not me. You said true flat earther. You said it, not me. In the case of a true flat earther, when they're saying that the sun moves away, and you're saying that's not the case, why do you say that it's not the case?
Well, when I mention true flat earther, I mean like the guy who will come in and argue against you. He'll say the sun moves away, and it just gets so far that it looks like it's being buried. Right?
Yeah. Yes. So now, why would you say that's incorrect?
Because I have other observations that I've seen.
Like what? Like what?
Like any fucking thing. Like a car moving down the highway. Like a boat going off into the horizon. Right?
Yeah.
Like I've watched it. It shrank in size. Right?
Yeah, I know. So what are you missing here that you're saying that it's not like that?
Well, the sun is special is what I'm missing.
Okay. And so it moving away doesn't mean that you don't have anything to rebut against it if you're making the analogy of it doing the same thing that other things would when they go away from you.
I do have a rebuttal. It's the sun is special.
In what way?
I can't explain that. The sun is special.
That means,
the only thing that doesn't shrink as it moves away.
All right. So let me summarize. That means that you don't have a rebuttal to the true flat earthers saying that the sun just moves away.
I do have a rebuttal.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't have one. You just finished saying you can't explain it. You still told everybody right now, I can't explain it. That means essentially you don't have a rebuttal. Yeah? We all good?
To that particular instance, you're right. I cannot explain why the sun doesn't change in angular size as it moves away and still.
That's a good lad. Now we cleared that up. So you can't say the true flat earther saying that sun moves away is not a good explanation, because it is.
What do you mean? A true flat earther does say that the sun
moves away,
disappears from the bottom up because it's too far away.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yes.
Yeah, I posted
every other instance I've ever had is that something that moves away changes in angular size as well.
I posted a picture for you where it changes size as well.
I've actually measured this, but personally, right? So it does not change in angular size. I know you might think it does, right? Because you saw some YouTube video where maybe there were some clouds and shit where it looked like it got smaller, but it actually doesn't. Like,
I'm gonna give this back to you guys. I gotta get something real quick.
Is it another head of lettuce?
And I still don't believe space and all that, right? But I don't think the Earth is like. I don't think it's a globe. I don't think it's like a spherical object. I just don't think it's like a flat, like biscuit or something. That's nonsense.
Nobody said it was a
can't
flat
be.
disc.
Yeah, you guys do. You guys do. Stop it. Stop it.
So this guy
Would you say it's an oblate spheroid?
It's a disc in space. It's not.
And the only reason why you guys don't believe it's a cookie
didn't know he was
the
even
Globers have fucking.
He didn't even know he was muted. That's how fucking crazy he is.
So what's on the bottom of your flat Earth, dude?
Well,
I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy, but the Pac-Man ideal. I mean, that's the only thing I feel. I don't know, man. I'm just. It looks flat to me. I like I said, I was born on the beach. It looks flat. I don't feel any fucking motion. I'm not like some crazy, Christian or religious person, but it just looks flat and stationary to me. I suppose you could call me. I'm more along the lines of the fucking Tesla realm. I think it's a realm, right? It's some sort of realm that, perhaps I don't know. It's magic.
He's a brain in the jar, folks. He thinks he lives in some kind of weird brain in the jar thing.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I feel pain and shit, so it can't be that, right? Like if.
Yeah,
like I've been shot. I've been shot, and I felt that.
Brain in the jars
so
gets shot too. Yeah, brain in the jars gets shot too.
I don't know. How would you simulate? I guess it's simulated, right?
You're a brain in the jar. Remember, you're not 100% sure of anything.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Right. Well, that's like a matrix theory, right? Well, like I plugged in, right? We're plugged in.
Oh, you are. You're the one that's not 100% sure.
No, I'm not plugged in.
Brain in the jar. You don't know what's going on.
No. No, I think I'm 100% physical, right? I think God put me on this earth to be special, right? I just don't know what this earth that he put me on is, because I've seen plenty of evidence of fakery with NASA. So, it kind of gives me pause, right? That's where I'm at. And yeah, I'm from Jim Panda server, but they give me shit there all the time, so, And yeah, I will argue against the flat earther, because the only thing I've ever been presented from a flat earther is like the fucking AE map. And I'm like, that is bollocks, right? Complete fucking bollocks.
I don't know who you've been talking to, man, but that's not this room, so.
You guys go to some lame servers, dude, where they talk about dumb shit like ether and AE maps and shit like that. That's lame earthers.
So is there anything from Flat Earth that you're against outside of that AE map? Just trying to get a feel for if you have any rebuttals to what Flat Earth is about. Or if maybe you're just refuting some of the points that are
No. I think we do know through spectral analysis the compositions of some of this stuff that we're looking at. Right, because like you can use spectral analysis. like hydrogen or oxygen or
No,
I think we can.
I know the elements. I know the elements you're talking, but I'm talking about what are you looking at?
I mean, we're looking at a big ball. Like let's say we're looking at the sun. We're looking like at a big ball of hydrogen, right, or something.
No, that's incorrect.
Because we can see the spectral analysis of it, and we
you're
can create
wrong.
those.
Somebody lied to you about that.
Oh, see, I don't. That's one thing I don't know. Like the shape of the Earth, I don't know. There's a big conspiracy there, but as far as somebody's, because you can do that like on your own, like you can.
Yeah, you need to examine it in a vacuum. Is where you examine that stuff. Not looking through clouds.
How does that change?
And birds flying around and clouds and weird light. That's not how you look at things.
So, I mean, birds are like high in hydrogen and helium.
Hydrogen's man-made.
Yeah, well, it's a name we gave it, right?
Well, whatever. You're wrong, so it doesn't matter.
So what is the sun made of?
Oh, the fuck would anybody know?
You don't think we can determine that?
No, you can't fly there. Nope, you can't fly there and scoop it up with a little ladle and put it in a jar and bring it back and put it under a microscope.
And that's the only way we can ever know.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
best guess, dude.
I guess. I mean, whatever.
Well, it's not whatever. It's like these are empirical means by which you can determine what it is. You can't just whatever. No, that's how you do things. You want to test and verify the thing that you're looking at and saying, I wonder what it is. Makes sense, dude. It's not whatever.
And there's no, in your mind, there's no way we can ever determine.
Oh, in your mind also, there are no gas balls in a vacuum. It violates laws of nature.
I don't necessarily think that's a vacuum. It could be water for all I know.
Then you better argue with NASA and everybody else about it.
Well, again, NASA's bollocks, right?
Oh yeah, so doesn't matter then. It's build your own globe, I guess, for you. Build your own
realm of globe.
Imagination.
But
it's
it
realm
does
of
certainly.
imagination, I call it. Your realm of imagination. Where you live in a jar, you get shot, you feel that because it's a simulation. I'm just highlighting all of your copes so far.
I mean, it seems like that's where you live, not me. I mean,
I live by Lake Erie. I can see it flat every day. Every single day I drive right past the lake shore.
Well again, I was born and raised in Miami, Florida, so I've walked out.
You see curved oceans.
It's not like I can fucking see any curvature. Right? But I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just. I suppose I'm philosophizing on what it could be based off what I've heard and read, right? But you're just saying that we could never know, right?
Jesus, dude. I'm philosophizing.
What are you drinking? What kind of whiskey are you drinking?
I am not drinking whiskey, but I am drinking plenty of beer.
Oh, shit. Miller Lite?
I apologize if I've gotten a little drunkard. But
sounds like it.
Yeah, you are.
I just don't mute me though. That's all I say. Don't mute me because I'm not here to fucking
in here. You just talk through people. You won't remember being in here.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to talk to you.
Unlike Gems, we archive the recordings. So you're getting, you might think that you're being recorded, but no one's clipping it or whatever.
That's fine. What? I'm from Jim's server, dude. Everything's recorded.
No, it's not. It's deleted every 12 hours.
Oh, but if you say something they feel like is worth recording, though, they will record it.
We can go back forever since we started.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a home, man. I mean, you guys can throw me out.
We're just looking for quality arguments from the Globe side. We're searching.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not necessarily a Glober, so you know. I mean, you could say, look, I fucking follow the mainstream, whatever, you know, for my wife and my children's sake. You know, I just go with the flow.
You're a Glober. You're a Glober. You go along with what everybody else does, like an NPC, like a robot.
No, but when it comes to these arguments that we have online, when it comes to the arguments we have online, I will make arguments for the, you know, I don't think it's a globe. I mean, who the fuck do you know, right? We can only get so high up there.
I know a lot of stuff. I actually know a lot of things.
Well, in this particular subject, obviously, right? But you can't go high, right? Like you can't go up there and look, right? Well, you know a lot, but you can't go up there and look. You can misquote people, and you know you can do crazy whatever mathematics or whatever, but you can't go up there and fucking look, right?
Why not?
Oh, Godspeed.
No, what would be your reason for why you can't?
What? Why you can't go up there?
Yeah.
Well, I think for one thing, I think there's a barrier.
Why would there need to be a barrier?
How they do it 50 years ago?
Space is fake. Why would there need to be a barrier?
Because I just think there's a barrier. I don't know how high it is. I couldn't tell you where it is. I think there's a barrier. I think there's something you can't go. It may be further than the moon.
Helicopters don't work because the air pressure is so low. That's how high it goes. It goes so high that nobody can go up there because nothing works.
Well, that could be, yeah, that could be a thing because you can't like strike a match up there, right? Right. Like if you go up there and you try to strike a match, like it's not going to work. Even if you don't even have to be in space, you just have to be like a balloon.
You've never tried that, though. You've never tried that.
No, obviously, I have not. But it seems to me that you need oxygen to strike a match, right?
No,
and if you go high,
as simple as helicopters can't fly to the top of Mount Everest because of the air pressure. So airplanes can't fly any higher than highest ones they have right now, and rockets just go up in a curve and land in the ocean, and they go pick them up.
I don't know. I think there's an area up there that we can fuck around with. Honestly,
I do know. That's why I told you.
I don't think we can like go to Mars or anything like that, but I think there's an area up there that we can fuck around with, right? There may be like, I don't know, like a parabolic thing where it seems like you're falling around and you can like maybe float, right?
Hey,
and they give you like.
At this point, is there any Globers in here?
How do you think that if there's a barrier?
I mean, I don't know what a barrier is. It could be beyond the moon. Right.
So like you think there's a barrier, but you also think there's not a barrier. So like what? I'm not really sure as to what your beliefs are because you keep contradicting yourself.
Who, me?
Yeah. So you said that there's a barrier.
Well, yeah, I think there's a barrier. Maybe beyond the moon.
The barrier is, you said beyond the moon?
Well, yeah, because the moon's certainly closer than any other thing.
Why would that make sense? Why would that make sense, though? Logically.
Because the moon is closer than anything we can see out there. Because if you're looking at the stars and you're looking at the moon and you see the moon go across the sky, it
They're all the same
distance. Stars as
They're all the same distance, dude. Well, the moon is a little different. All the stars are the same
that's
distance.
absurd.
According to my camera.
That's absurd.
When I focus on one star, all the other stars are in focus from my point of view.
I certainly don't think they're all at the same distance. The moon is certainly closer to us than any of the stars. I mean, it is.
That they're the same thing. But sun and moon do not look like stars, do they?
No, I just said the moon is closer than the stars.
I don't know if it's
Why
closer.
do you think the sun is not a star?
The sun is the sun.
Why would the sun be a star? Is a star supposed to be gas balls in a vacuum?
Why would it not be a star?
Is a star a gas ball in a vacuum?
Yeah, how is it similar to the other lights in the sky?
Is a star a gas ball in a vacuum?
I don't know. You called it a star, not me.
Well,
so
I
what
guess
is a star to you?
If you invoke gravity, right, you can use that to.
What is a star to you if it's not what you described?
A light in the sky.
So you just call it a star, or does a star have a specific meaning to you?
You call the sun a star. I call it the sun.
No, but you said a star. So what is a star to you if it's not what you
The little
described?
lights up in the sky, the little lights up there, they go twinkle, twinkle. Those are stars.
So how is the sun different?
It doesn't go little twinkle, twinkle.
So it's a big twinkle twinkle. Is that different? So how is the moon different from the star if they both do the same thing?
Blinding your face for the whole time it's up there. So it's not twinkling.
Does the moon not do the same thing?
Oh, the moon doesn't twinkle either. It's just there and moves, and then you see it again the next day or whenever.
How do you know the sun is not or the moon is not like a dimmer sun? Or a dimmer star, for that matter.
What about way?
I mean, the claim is that
What do you mean? I've always
claim
been
that
here.
it is a star. Can you prove that it's a star?
No, I didn't say anything about. No, he said it was a star. I'm asking what the definition of a star is because
I said
the sun was a star.
Stars are up there.
Why are we even arguing
Yeah, but-
semantics? Let's call it what it
because
is.
you're making the claim, right? But you seem to have some sort of argument about what is a star and what isn't a star. So
If I said
I'm
little
trying
lights,
to.
if I said little lights, what would you think when I'm saying I went outside and saw little lights? You'd be like, "Oh, you saw lightning bugs? Oh, somebody had Christmas lights on their trees." So I can't use little lights. I have to call them stars because that's what you guys call them.
You guys. So then people also call the sun a star.
That's because they're idiots
Right?
and they don't know what they're talking about. Correct. That's because they don't know what they're talking about.
Who's they?
You, your friends, your mom, especially your dad, all those people.
Scientists? The people who literally name them?
No science. You don't do science by looking in the sky.
But that's how they got their name, was by scientists. So you learn the word from somewhere. So star has a specific
an
meaning.
experiment to give it its name. You retard.
Yeah, but that's why we don't call them lights in the sky. We call them stars, and then we refer to the sun as a star because we have a
Hey, I said,
designation
you
for
refer
that.
to it. You are the ones who call it that. I said that. Because you guys don't know
Right,
any better.
scientists.
You're not a scientist. You're far from it.
Yo, Radwin, if you don't know what the stars are, how are people wrong calling the sun
I
a
call
star?
them little lights.
When you don't know what you can call them what you want, but you don't know what the stars are. So how do you know?
Exactly. Neither do you. Nobody does.
Well, so here's the
Wait, so are you saying that you don't call them
Your
stars?
imaginary story doesn't trump my little lights.
Radwin, I need you to use like more than 2 brain cells right now. If you don't know what stars are, then how do you know the sun isn't one?
And how can you claim he's wrong if you don't know what they are either?
I'm not claiming. I'm actually not claiming anything. I'm asking questions.
Yes, you are. You just questioned him on it. So therefore, you must know what they are.
No, that's not what a claim
claim
is.
this if you don't know that?
That's not what a claim is. I'm not claiming anything. So don't lie about me.
Very simple,
So how can you question something that you don't know yourself? You are questioning him.
Yeah,
on
okay.
his
Well,
knowledge of the
You can
subject.
question someone's knowledge without making a claim. That's what you guys do.
Banhammer. It's funny actually because when you don't know something, asking questions.
There you go.
That's what happened.
What you know?
Why'd you mute him? He made a point.
I'm not like in favor of that, man.
Well, let's get rid of you for a second because we don't want to hear you
Shut the
whine.
fuck
And
up.
Carter, you want to whine too, or no?
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I thought we were having a discussion. So
We were having a discussion, and then other people chimed in.
I wanted to hear what they had
I mean,
to
it's
say.
a public Discord. I mean, you're allowed to chime in.
Nope, it's a dictatorship in here. Read the fine
Oh
print.
my god! And it's a dictatorship, and you're the dick. Got him.
Penis envy.
Enough of you.
Holy shit, Platypus is in. I haven't seen him for ages.
Penis envy is a fucking wild thing to say.
Hammer, your mic's very quiet.
So I wish flat earthers are bullies usually. They're usually awful people. So
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I know them.
Yep.
Don't worry. We're good.
That's enough out of you.
Brick, you said you weren't making any claims. Neither did Radwin when he said he didn't make the claim that he knew what the sun or the stars were either.
Rick, you had a good point, but you're just too aggressive about it.
He had no point.
He's just emotional. Doesn't have any points.
So where we were at?
Platypus, lights are on, but no one's home.
Did he try to do a mic check? I didn't hear him either.
Yeah, I can see him
I
lighting
can't
up.
use the term stars unless I want to explain what they are, apparently.
I can. Stars are lights in the sky.
Yeah, but that's confusing because if I just say I go outside and I was looking at the little lights, people are going to think I'm crazy staring at Christmas trees and shit.
So then why do you call them stars?
It's very simple, man. Because the sun comes out in the day and the stars comes out in the night. They're not the same thing.
Oh, there you go.
It just seems contradictory that you'd use a term that scientists have created if you're against, those types of scientists.
What term did they create?
Stars.
Didn't they create the term stars?
No. The stars predate. Lights in the sky predate any idea of modern science. Like cavemen.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, you could. There's a movie called Alpha. You should probably check out.
What year did it come out?
It's kind of new, like 2021, maybe something like that. Maybe sooner than that. The story talks about Ice Age cavemen who how they domesticated wolves, and one of the things in the story they talk about how they use the stars, lights in the sky, to know where to hunt, which areas, because they correlated positions of the stars to match migration patterns.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll check it out.
Okay, yeah. It's a very small plot device. The main story is about how this boy befriends a wolf, and then the kind of the start of cavemen and wolves, man's best friend type of thing.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I'll check it out.
It's a bit older than that. It came out in 2018. I remember going to see that.
Well, yeah, I don't think it was. I think it's Netflix only. You didn't see it in the theaters.
Alpha? Let me double check that.
Yeah, if I remember right.
I'm pretty sure it's 2021, if I'm looking at the right one.
Oh, okay.
No, Alpha, release date, August 17th, 2018.
Can you post a link for that?
The theaters, or did it go to Netflix?
It was available in IMAX, because I'm pretty sure that's how I saw it.
All right, maybe it's, I don't know.
Yeah, Alpha,
I think there might be two versions of it, to be honest.
Experience the incredible story of how mankind discovered man's best friend. It came out in real 3D and IMAX. Yep.
All right. Well, yeah, I never heard that part. I just saw them on Netflix. You can click through and it's like Netflix movies or something like that. And
I got the 1114 posted a link to the wiki page about it.
Oh, okay. I remember it being really interesting because nothing in there is CGI except for some sort of stampede or something. There's one scene in there, like all the interactions between the actor and the wolf, that's all real. None of it's fake.
The human relationship with canines is just fascinating.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why one of the movies I'd like to recommend that people watch. Not just in this, for this debate, big time, but also just as a good movie overall.
So what were we talking about before I came in?
Lights in the sky. Apparently, if you're a flat earther, you couldn't use lights in the sky. Like no one prior to the 1500s, when Copernicus said lights in the sky are actually lights in the sky attached to a glass sphere right outside of Saturn. Prior to that, no one noticed lights in the sky. Or something, I guess. Like that. I don't know, was it who was talking? Who was bringing the point up? The flat earthers can't say lights in the sky? I think it was... I want to say who it was.
Well, flat earthers still call them stars. They just disagree on what star means.
Yeah, it means lights in the sky.
Well, the moon is a light in the sky sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes what? It's not. It disappears.
But you see it during the day and during the night, so it's not a star, so we know that.
I didn't say a light in the night sky. I said a light in the sky sometimes.
No, it's called the moon.
Yes. And the other little ones are called stars.
It's a concrete noun, the moon.
Hey, could I use the moon as an independent variable? Asking for a friend.
If you're testing, yes. I guess it depends on what you're doing.
Yeah, like if I want to find out how crazy people get, they call lunacy. The moon causes people to act batshit crazy.
Now, people are batshit crazy all the time. The moon's got nothing to do with it.
Especially the people that think the moon is an independent variable. They're
you could say the moon. Yeah, lunatic. Yeah, that's where that term comes from. Lunatic.
Clearly, I'm going to need some alcohol in my system for this, so I will be right back.
Alcohol.
It's amazing. Globers need to be drunk.
No, it's not.
It's a lot of
I came in for my monthly dose of flat Earth entertainment, and nobody's talking. So now it's on to the drinking.
Yeah, alcohol is a solution for globe tardation. Yeah, we agree.
It's like basically solvent abuse. He's got to like abuse solvents, and yeah, I get it. You gotta get high to get to see the curve. There's a lot of chemical dependency issues on the globe side. I mean, a lot. I mean, anti-flat Earth. I mean, there's a lot of chemical dependency issues overall, like with humanity. But I mean, when you get an anti-flat Earther in here, I mean, guaranteed, like they do not have a sober mind, body, or soul.
Looking what they're doing in chat. He has to drink. Us normal people drink when we talk to you. So that's the only way they can deal with reality is to drink. That's how they cope with reality, is they just have to get drunk.
Yeah, they call that coping. There's cope drinking.
Yeah, and he also said that because if not, it would be torture. So he submits himself to torture. That's why he's still in here, even though he's muted. What a doofus.
It's like one of the warning signs of substance abuse. Do you use your substance as a coping mechanism? That's like one of the questions. Like when you say, "Hey, you show up. Hey, Bob, I got this substance abuse questionnaire. If you score X out of X on this test, we want to get you to some offer some resources."
Yeah, exactly.
Do you use as a coping mechanism? Boom, that's like plus 5 points right there.
Earth is a globe.
Do you excessively use to make stress or anxiety? Damn, that's another point there. I mean, they should do something where like Discord drinking, like if they had like somebody who has a substance abuse program, like an interlock with a car.
You can make a USB interlock that your computer will not turn on unless you can blow clear. You can't fake it because it has a camera on it. You can make all that. Thanks for the idea.
Apparently, there's no alcohol in the house at all anymore, so I'll be back in 10 minutes. Gotta go to the store.
Woo! Don't do it. You don't need alcohol.
I have not had a drink in 2.5 months. I can go and get a sip.
Oh my goodness.
That's some bullshit
about the
right
last
there.
time he was on here.
Yeah, there seems to be a correlation there. He's figuring it out.
Here, this is what I'll do. I'll just kick you out for the night so you don't have an excuse to abuse substances.
So that correlation could go either way there. Platypus, your drinking causes you to get on Discord and say something.
Yes,
and think the Earth is a ball.
Is he still here? Or do you pretend? Because I'm serious.
Just walked out.
I'll ban them. I'll ban them just to give them a chance to be sober for a day.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work.
He'll drink anyway, and then still blame us.
Yeah, no, drink anyway. Not necessarily blame us, but.
Well, no, I mean that's what they do a lot of times. They come in here, they say, "I would be open and honest and have an intelligent discussion, but I can't." You're like, "Well, why can't you?" Because of you. And I'm like, "Me? How the fuck am I controlling your ability to do something or not do it?"
I love that voice you make, man. That's great. That's the best, man.
Yeah, Crit, if someone was wondering about that different music, I've been online trying to look for music that we can't get in player, and on one of the sites got a whole just pages and pages of it, and I just punched in elevator music, and yeah, there's some catchy little.
Banhammer, you're so low right now, man. Like I have you up to 200%.
Oh, his music is perfectly fine, and his voice is like in the other room.
Just me, right? Okay.
It sounds okay for me. I think you're okay. I mean, how do you sound in the live stream?
Quiet. I don't know. Like, I don't hear myself, but recordings, I sound quiet, which I think is absolutely mind-blowing because, seriously, I can have a conversation with people for about 200 yards. So...
You're louder now.
Yeah, because I've got my mixer up flat strap. Gains up flat out, drive up flat out, everything's up flat out.
Yeah.
What mic are you using?
Now I have you to 140%.
Yoga, something or other.
You sound okay at 140%.
Mixing board or plug into a USB?
It's a XLR.
Oh.
Into a.
I need a preamp.
That's the problem. Like normally, if I go.
Get a $19 preamp on Amazon. Watch the difference.
Well, I'm running a Behringer.
Wait, so you have a nice mic?
1002. Like it's an average mic. It still costs $180. But
Oh God. So that you need an equalizer for it, and you need like a whole soundboard.
I think it's something to do with Discord, because what's interesting is when I don't use Discord, everyone complains that they can hear me without the computer being on.
Yeah, you have to adjust your Discord settings according to your mic.
Everything has been disabled. It's all run through the mixer. Something to do with Discord.
Are you running your mixer
have you adjusted
inside of your computer, or is your mixer also on your screen?
No, it's actual physical mixer.
Does it go in USB, or are you patching it into your audio jack on your computer?
USB.
Okay, so it sounds like you need to set up your internal mixer for when you're on Discord that turn your mic setting up.
No, I mean, have you gone to Discord and actually adjusted your settings on Discord?
Yes, I have frigged around with my settings on Discord. I've been doing that for the last 12 months, trying to get this shit right. Originally, it started off, I purchased myself a mic, and I had it running through the audio jack. Now, you have to have basically change over from XLR to TS to get into the audio jack, and then TS 6.3mm down to the, what is it, the 2.3 or 3 point, whatever it is. And I was getting an electrical buzz, and everyone was telling me about this electrical buzz that I've got, so I thought, you know what, stuff it, bought myself a mixer, plugged it in, everything was going great. The gain was on at about, just flicked on, barely even on. My slider was at about 10%. Everything was down low. Everything was working good. Did a reinstall of Discord one day, then all of a sudden, I have to jack everything on the mixer to get everything to work properly, even though all my settings are back where they should be. I don't know whether the microphone shit itself because my voice is that loud that I've busted the diaphragm in it, or the mixer shit itself, or what. I have no idea.
Mic sounds fine.
What kind of mic is it?
Yoga YHT something or other. I haven't got the box with me.
You said a Yeti? Is it a Yeti?
Hold on.
I think I know what the real problem is. He's upside down.
Oh, yeah, because he's in Australia. That's true. Forgot about that.
Yoga
no, you're probably
DM
right.
1002.
Does it have a gain knob actually on the device?
On the microphone?
Yeah, is there a gain knob on the microphone?
No, it's a dynamic mic. Plug it into XLR. It's got an on and off switch on it. That's it.
Get a preamp.
I don't know, man. I'm not a scientist.
I'm just telling
you
you
don't
what
have
to
to be a
do.
scientist.
I have 4 mixing boards and probably all kinds of crap in my studio. Like I run into Discord through my stuff, but I do it in multiple different ways. I really can't help you right now. I don't know what your setup looks like.
Why does your mic sound so bad then?
He sounds.
I'm not on my studio right now. I'm on my work notebook.
What do you like? Do you work in radio?
Why would I need to work in radio?
I don't, because you said you had a whole setup. I don't know.
I have a recording
Just asking.
studio.
I got you a singer? No? Okay.
So I think you need a preamp. Seriously. See if there's a. Should put the specs in here so I can look at what you're running.
Yeah. Do you have a cloud lifter on it?
Just boosting the signal into the mixer should cause his mix to start evening out.
That's the bit that gets me. Some days I get on here and everyone's like, "Oh my god, you're loud," and then tomorrow I'll turn the thing on and everyone's bitching that I'm super quiet. That's it's just frustrating. I should just be able to turn the thing on, not stuff with any settings, and it should just do the same thing as it did yesterday. If I haven't changed anything, nothing should change. Like, it's not hard to work out. If I was frigging around with dials and knobs and shit all the time, I'd say I get what I deserve. But the only button I touch is the power button.
Let me ask you
It
a
shouldn't
question.
be doing weird shit.
Let me ask you a question. What kind of browser are you using?
I'm using the Discord app.
Okay, no, but do you use the browser, like, say, to talk on Facebook or have a...
Yo, guys, the earth isn't flat, it's square.
Dude, hold on. Because what happens is the browser has its settings, especially Chrome.
Shut up, nigga.
All right, where's that guy?
Who said it?
I already got him.
Appreciate it. The browser has it's called a flag that lets Windows lower down the internal volume of the mic.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That setting. You got it right.
Yeah.
It's that setting in Windows that is probably causing that.
Where's that shit on?
Yeah.
I don't know because I don't play around with that part of it. My studio is set up different, but on my notebook right here, I run into that issue. But I just re-enable a mic, boom, 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 because I change through so much different monitors and different docking stations and headphones every day. Mine's always changing, so I'm used to it. But I don't go into that setting. I just reset, boom, and my volumes are back up.
See, but that's just the interesting thing. The mic is not plugged into the computer, it's plugged into the mixer. So the computer doesn't understand that there's a mic.
Sounds like you need a preamp.
Yeah, no, your mixer has to be plugged into your computer.
Yeah, via USB. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's still practically the same thing.
Yeah, so can you go into an app and see all the different mixing inputs on your mixer in Windows? If you can, that's the problem that he's talking about.
How do you mean it? Can I go into an app and see all the mixing things?
Oh.
I've never.
It's either just
stuffed with
coming
any
in.
of that.
That USB is either coming in as a stereo device or I have to go down.
Oh, as in audio settings.
Yeah, it's that USB audio coming in. It might have more settings than what you think. I don't know what you're running. What board? What board is it?
Behringer 1002.
Behringer board?
Yep.
Oh shit! I have one where I can pull 8 channels in at a time. I don't use that one. I use Presonus. Better, clearer, but not what you're doing. I'm talking about for recording music and shit. So then I use Let me run downstairs. I'll be right back.
Are you using any Chromium browser?
No, don't use Chrome.
You use Opera?
Firefox.
Firefox?
Brave.
Yeah, that's a Chromium. That's a Chromium browser. Give me a second. Let me look for that flag you have to turn off, which controls your mic setting. In other words, the computer Windows gives Microsoft the apps privileges to lower down or up or lift up the volume automatically.
Is Firefox really Chromium though? I thought it was like the one non-Chromium browser.
Okay, who else is going to open an alcoholic beverage with me?
Just you.
Oh well, cheers. I got myself a new computer desk after my basement flooded. It has a cup holder on it.
Wow, a cup holder?
And a hook for my headphones.
And a hook? Bro, you're living large. You are living large. Large and in charge.
Oh,
Bro has a hook.
I haven't even told you
What's the best part? What's the best part?
It has LED lights on it.
Whoa! LED light. Try to get that now when everything China's banned.
So, what's going on in here tonight?
Waiting for a volunteer to bring us proof of Earth curvature.
Oh, this will be good.
Who volunteered?
We're waiting for a
Because
volunteer.
before we were discussing the logistics of stars and what determined what a star wasn't and what it was.
Oh
yeah. Why is the sun not a star?
So the nomenclature of star. So that's where we were. Are we still on that? Or are we done with that? What do we determine?
Oh, see if your Behringer board takes ASIO drivers. If it does, all those channels might light up for you in the Windows as separate channels.
ASIO drivers.
What kind of computer? You're on Windows, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, do you want his MAC address too?
I can't do anything with his. I can't do anything with his MAC address.
Oh yeah, you're the network engineer. What do you need in order to hack them?
Probably just IP.
Okay.
Probably just IP and a program that he uses regularly that has known, what is it called? Known, hackable things.
Known
Like what?
exploits. You engineer freak.
Exploits. Exploits, that's it.
Like
I
backdoors
said
or
I'm
something?
I said I'm an engineer, not a hacker.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. That's why hackers just smoke you guys.
I mean, I don't know what you guys is. I don't know, like network engineers, people who just build network infrastructure.
Yeah, you're supposed to make it secure, and yet you're getting destroyed by hackers.
I mean, secure is a pretty indefinable term, because secure can really is dependent upon whether or not you want to intrude it or not. Like the network itself, like for example, if you have 256.1q encryption on a password, you're not going to get it.
It's a banhammer.
It's a what?
No, I'm talking to banhammer.
Yep, so
I saw that I sent you a DM to disable that WRTC.
Oh, cheers, man. Thank you.
And for the processing, but you still have to go to like your control panel, go to sound, go to your recording device, click on your Behringer mixer that's coming in, and put the volume back up there because it's probably lowered it down.
Don't forget to delete System 32.
Yeah, make sure you do that.
Yeah, it's important.
Yeah, while I'm there. Cheers, man.
Make sure you type go into the registry as well and start deleting things.
You know how you mess up a network engineer?
You
unplug the Ethernet from the modem and connect it to another computer, and they would never figure out that it's not connected to the internet.
No, you can actually see that on a switch, so I don't think so.
Yeah, you just have no internet connection.
I'll tell you how you mess up a network.
Oh, we just see him
Well, I mean, you can literally see that on the switch. It'll say network interface, blah 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 blah, whatever connection it's on, transceiver removed. So yeah, I will know.
I was going to say, if you want to upset a network engineer, just ask them to come and fix your printer. That'll piss them off enough.
Dude, printers are so annoying. Like low-key. They just have well, it's because there's so many moving parts on a printer. Especially if it's like an MFD. Well, especially like MFDs. Like it's impossible at that point. There's so many moving parts that you'll just never figure it out.
So you're a software person. I'm a hardware person, so printers do not confuse me. That's my side hustle with HP.
Turn your mic up.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, I'm both.
You'd be glad you don't have to mess with the old plotters. I used to mess with old plotters as a drafter.
Oh, plotters.
Yeah, plotters. They would have usually about 8 pens, and the plotter would come and pick up 1 pen and draw some things with that, and then it would come back and pick up a red pen and draw some things with that, and then come back and pick blue pen up and draw some with that.
Yeah,
pretty wild to watch an old plotter.
HP's plotter, the paper, you lay it in there, paper goes back and forth over the printer while the pens go down, and they pretty fast. I used to use pen plotters.
Watching those old things, dude.
Those are the first plotters I used for AutoCAD way back when I was a upper plot.
What'd you start?
I'm not telling you guys what I do. I'm gonna give you guys hints.
What AutoCAD you start on?
9.
No way, you're freaking older than me. Holy crap! I started on 11.
Dude, this dude is like 50. Are you kidding me? Like, you can't tell.
I'm 56, but I didn't start drafting until after I was shot. It was like so it was about.
Like, you can tell this dude is like ancient.
Architecture's so dangerous. That's how you got shot.
Yeah, it is. If you build something wrong, they just come and shoot you. Everybody knows that.
That's how we feel about our network architects at work.
I worked on
wow
for a second, then right to 12, but we went immediately to 13 with Windows 3.11. Windows 3.11.
Had 11 forever, and then it went.
Oh, shell.
It went to 12, and then it went to 13, and then we had 14, and then after that it jumped to weird numbers, and then you were in the 2000s.
Wasn't it 2000? Isn't that weird? It was just 2000.
Yeah, but it was before 2000, I thought.
Right, it was.
Can we get this? Can we get this?
AutoCAD 12. I liked AutoCAD 12 with the expansion pack on it the most, because you could just put in XXXXX or serial numbers and run that thing free with everything working. And that was the first, besides 3ds Max, that had the rendering in it.
Well, I was in a wheelchair with one of my buddies, jumped over the wall and went in and got the disk and copied AutoCAD 13 Windows onto it. Took 13 hard, like, remember the old hard disk?
3.5 inch discs.
Like floppy, floppy disks?
No, not floppy. These are the hard ones. Were they
They're still called floppy drives.
And floppy are the ones that freaking moved me.
No, 3.5 inch. If you take them apart, it's a little floppy disk in there.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. Yeah, it took 13 of those. 13 of those. And you'd have to load them one at a time. I remember that was back when I had I used to play Quake. Those freaking nail guns. The nail guns and the Doberman.
Make Quake servers.
All right, man. Let's get away from the boomer age.
So I drew on a MicroStation at BG&E, which I hated at first, and then I got kind of used to it. It wasn't too bad, but I liked 13 for AutoCAD. Well, I mean, AutoCAD 2000 was good, but
you were running Sun MicroStation at PG&E.
What?
You were running Sun MicroStation at PG&E.
Not Sun. Was it? Was it called Sun? No, it was just called MicroStation.
Yeah, Sun MicroStation at PG&E. That makes sense.
All right, y'all. Let's get back. Let's get back in topic.
What topic? Oh wait, flat Earth.
You the stars and the sun not being the same thing.
Sun. What do you mean? Sun and stars are the same thing.
Well, that's what you think. So
I already told you what I think. Sun and stars. I mean, I already told you what I think. Sun and stars are the same thing. There's no distinction. There's no distinction.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because there literally is no distinction made. There's nothing.
You know that? I mean, because I see stars at night and a sun in the daytime. I don't see stars in the daytime and a sun in the night.
Yeah, but do you also call the moon a star?
No, the moon is the moon.
See the moon day and night. It does
Yeah,
its
you
own
see
thing.
moon.
You don't see the sun at night. You see the moon, though, day and night. Sun does its own
But, like,
thing. Moon does its own thing.
why are you adverse to calling it a star, though? Like, that's what I don't understand.
Because they don't come out in the night.
Wait, if the sun's a star, why is the moon not a star?
Why is the moon not a star? Because we know it's not.
Why not? How do we know
Because
that?
because it changes throughout the month.
Okay, and the sun
We don't see
changes
it-
as it rises up in the day. Why does that matter?
Right, but we don't see it actually changing form consistently throughout the month. We have a consistent change in the moon throughout the month, so we know that there's something acting upon it that is different than how a star behaves. Because we know a star, due to its behavior, is there and then not there, right? It's because we don't see the star at night. We don't see the sun at night. In other words.
That seems a little
So then-
arbitrary because,
So then
the
we
sun
can
is
recognize
different from
that.
other stars.
So, well, then we can recognize that using logic, because we can demonstrate this in normal life. That for example, if you take a flashlight and you turn it on while you're in a bright room, you're not really going to see the flashlight. But if you turn off a light, i.e., the sun goes away, you can see it better. So that's kind of like what we apply to knowing that there are stars. Once the sun goes away, which is the brightest thing closest to us, we can see other stars. So it's a similar.
Yeah, it
logic.
could be correlated.
Similar
but
logic.
It doesn't mean they are the same.
So you just said the sun is the closest, brightest thing that covers the other stars. So why would it itself be a star, but the moon is not?
Because
You're
when the
saying-
moon comes out, it
the moon
doesn't
changes over time, but like, why does that even matter?
because it's not brighter than anything else, right? It's because when the moon is out, it's not illuminating anything, so therefore we can assume that the moon is just reflective or reflecting the sun that's already there.
That's presupposing a lot, right?
I mean, we presuppose a lot when we
How do you
do
know the
it.
moon's reflecting the sunlight? What if
I mean,
it's just-
we presuppose a lot even existing because I mean, you could presuppose that you're not breathing oxygen, but you are.
What?
Okay, my point is that like if you're gonna say the sun is a star, then you have to say the moon is a star as well. Because I mean, if you're gonna draw a similarity between the sun and the other stars, then like I don't really see how you could make the distinction any different from the moon and the other stars.
But
I
does
just-
the
it's
moon actually?
arbitrary.
Right, but again, there's a difference between the moon and the sun because the moon actually changes depending upon the day of the year. Every day it changes,
So it has
whereas
a
the sun
cycle,
does.
okay.
So there's a distinct difference.
But there's a
So we can
cycle.
already classify it.
How is that cycle different from the cycle of the sun? Because obviously the sun gets brighter as it goes throughout the day. Like, why does the time at which it changes matter?
Because we can already classify it as something different. Because number one, when the sun goes away, the moon is not as bright. So we already know that it's not as bright, and it's as we think of it, the same size in the sky as the sun. So we already know we can classify it as something different because it doesn't seem to follow the same pattern as the sun does. And this is just like this is a pretty primitive explanation of what we see.
Yeah, but just because you have a 2-watt light and then you have a 100-watt light doesn't mean it isn't a light.
No, it's not a light, but you wouldn't call it a sun. You wouldn't call a flashlight and a candle the same thing because
But
one
it's
is
still
different
a
than the
light.
other.
It's
If you
still-
blow out a candle, it's a candle. If you have a flashlight, you know that you have to turn it off. So you have classifications for different things.
Yeah, but
So,
there's 2 lights
in
in
that-
the skies.
There's 2 different lights in the skies, but you can classify them as different things. Again,
Yeah, they could
because-
be different lumens to the light, but it doesn't mean they're two different things.
Right. So you would
But you
say the
just said that
sun and
they are.
stars are the same. Wait, then you would agree with us then? I mean, if the sun is
No.
just a brighter star, then
Right. The sun is a star. The moon, being that it doesn't have the same luminosity or the same pattern as the sun does, would be something different. Under my observation, such as if you have even
the pattern doesn't matter because there's a different
like-
pattern between the sun and other stars, but we still classify it as the same thing.
Would you say that a flashlight and a candle are the same thing?
No, that's why they're named different things.
Right. Exactly. So that's why we call this moon a moon, and the star a star, and the sun is a star because
the flashlight would be more analogous to the sun, but we still call the sun and the stars the same thing.
No, you can't, because you can't control the sun in the way you control a flashlight or a candle. You can blow out a candle, you can turn off a flashlight. You can't just arbitrarily control the sun. Just like on a day-to-day basis, you see that the moon changes, so we classify it differently. We have different observations for both celestial bodies.
Yeah, but I still don't.
Similarly to how
I still don't see how you can make the stars and the sun be the same thing.
because
Wait,
again,
you just- Okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
because again, we can pretty consistently view them. Well, you know what? We can't consistently view them because, like, depending upon where the Earth is in space, we can't consistently view some celestial bodies. But we know that there are celestial bodies that exist in the same place that we call wait, I'm going to say this wrong. Consonants? No, a consonant is constellations. Whoa, I forgot the word. Constellation. A constellation exists in the same spot. So we can consistently look at a constellation and know that it exists. Or the North Star, Polaris, or if you're in the southern hemisphere, what is it called in the southern hemisphere? I don't remember. It's not the Polaris. It's like the whatever it's called in the southern hemisphere. Which then again begs the difference of which begs the question of why in the southern hemisphere is there a different quote unquote northern star than in the northern hemisphere?
Oh, because there's different location on Earth, which is further. But anyways, still, you don't see the stars in the daytime. You see the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they are not the same.
If I turn on a ceiling light, will you still see the flashlight that's 20 feet away?
Yes.
Will you see it as brightly?
No.
No.
Do you see?
Then if I turn off the sun,
daytime?
then if I turn off the ceiling light,
do you see any stars in the daytime?
if you look close enough, I guess. I don't know.
Really?
Depends.
Well, have you seen a star in the daytime?
Depends.
When the sun is out at 12 o'clock in the afternoon?
I mean, I guess it depends again because
you can see a star in the daytime.
I mean, I guess it depends.
Could you show me one?
Because you can stand on any point of Earth and see a star if you're on a different point of Earth that the sun is not presently at.
In the afternoon?
Oh my gosh, that's
12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right? The sun gets brighter and it blocks out all the other stars. Like we agree, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to. I mean, they you don't see stars in the daytime. The stars only come out at night, and you don't see the sun in the night. So definitely
I mean, all of them are distinct in their own ways. So I just don't see how we could say, if we're just basing it on our observations, why one should be similar but the other should be distinct.
I mean, nobody has
based
ever
on your
gotten even close to a. Nobody has ever even gone close.
There's any reason to think.
Hold on. Nobody has ever even gone close to a star to say they're the same thing.
Yeah. So I don't think you
to do with its basic properties.
I don't think you can make. I don't think you can categorize the sun and other stars the same without further evidence.
So let's say that we didn't have evidence. What would you classify the moon as?
Moon?
The moon. You would classify each as their own distinct thing because that's what they appear to be in the sky.
Right, so you just said that the moon was the same as the sun.
Now the
So do
moon
you
has its
disagree
own
now
power.
that
If you're going to say that the sun is similar to the other stars, then yeah, all of them are the same thing. Because if the sun is similar to the stars, then it looks like you're being vague or broad enough that would encapsulate the moon as well.
The sun, stars, and the moons it's a whole full calendar in time. The stars gives you the
I don't know, you
seasons.
seem to be making a
Listen,
distinction.
the stars gives you seasons. As you know what seasons they are. The moon gives you the time of the month, and the sun gives you the time of the day.
Well, unless you're in Alaska or the North
At all
or
times.
South Pole. No, because in this North and South Pole or Alaska, you have certain times of the year where you don't have the sun.
Right? For how long?
About, what is it, like 2 months? A month?
About 2
Not
to 3
actually
months
sure.
sometimes. Depends.
Yeah, so if you were to live exclusively in those areas, you would think that you don't have any way.
You think that there's no the moon can't give you there's a moon dial too, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but also you see the moon changing daily. But you know but if you live exclusively in Alaska, you know that certain times of the year the moon disappears for 2 to 3 months. So you only see it for a certain amount of time. So then what would you think? You would think that every year the moon disappears for X amount of time, or the sun disappears for X amount of time, and the moon does whatever it wants, or follows the same cycle.
It has a cycle though, right?
The moon does, yeah.
Yeah, so they all have a cycle regardless of where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a different pattern, but they still have a cycle.
But say you spoke to somebody who was south of you, if you lived in Alaska, and they were telling you about how they have the same consistent sun yearly.
Yeah,
How would
they have a
you?
cycle.
But why would you? How would they describe the difference in the cycle? What would they say, or how
It will
would
have a
you?
pattern. It will have a pattern.
How would you logically reason that pattern? What would you think? How would you think they would reasonably logically describe that pattern?
When they lived there before there was a clock time, a way to keep time, they're pretty sure they kept time.
Yeah, they kept time, right? But
Okay, so there was
say
because
somebody
they
from
have
Alaska.
because there's a pattern, isn't there?
But how would somebody from Alaska describe the pattern from somebody who was from like North America, who didn't have that same pattern? Would they say, "Oh, you're lying because clearly the Earth or clearly the sun disappears for half of the year, or like 3 months out of the year"?
Like I said, they'll have their own pattern.
Yeah, but wouldn't one say the other is lying?
No, everybody lives in their own location. They should know the pattern of their own sun.
Mm-hmm. But like, why would one pattern be different than the other? That's what I'm trying to determine. How would one have a different pattern than the other? That's
It's just a local sun.
a local sun, so everybody has their own local sun.
Well, it's local. It's local. No. It's meaning it's not out there somewhere in the universe. Like out
We
there.
haven't even gotten to that yet. See, we were not even there yet, and you're already going to local suns.
Yeah, because it's local. If it's not in Alaska, then it's somewhere else.
I don't know, man. You don't seem to have like a good explanation as to why me in Alaska have a different sun than you just south of me and
Because when
Washington
the sun is
State.
not in the north, it's in the south. Well, when it's on top of the what is it, Capricorn? then it goes down to equator, then it goes down to uh the tropics.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, you don't know.
I'm just trying to logically figure out why there would be a difference in everyone else's opinion. Why would there be a difference between me living in, say, Washington State and somebody living in Alaska and having a different perception of the sun than me? Why is there a difference? If I had no scientific...
Oh, you keep saying scientific, but how can you scientifically prove anything with the sun?
I mean, I'm saying, like, there is a definite difference between me and my neighbor in the south who sees the sun consistently over the year, to me, who lives in Alaska, who 3 months out of the year suddenly doesn't see the sun. So what explanation is it magic? Is it...
What?
Well, what is the logical explanation you would give me if we didn't have science to describe it?
What you mean, what? The sun is not there when it's in the north. It was in the south. It's towards the south more. When it's higher, closest to the north, it's closest to the north. I mean, what else can you explain out of that?
But the sun disappears 3 months out of the year, and it's dark.
Yeah, but it's not. That's not an exclusively Alaskan phenomenon. That's in Finland and Norway and northern Sweden.
Right, but I'm discussing like I'm in Alaska, somebody else is in Washington State, and they don't call it Washington State because we don't have that name nomenclature yet, but they're saying, no, the sun is there all the time, and then I'm saying, no, the sun is not there all the time. It disappears 3 months out of the year. How does that happen?
I just told you because you live further up north and the sun does not actually orbit enough closely to your region to be there during the time that you say you don't have sun. I don't know where's the doubt.
Well, why isn't it orbit enough? What do you mean it doesn't orbit? I don't know what orbit means.
Around the equator.
I don't know what an equator is. It's like 14th century, or it's like 200 BC. I don't know what equator is.
I don't know if you're trolling, to be honest.
I'm not trolling.
You're trolling.
How am I trolling?
What do you mean you don't know what an equator is?
I'm putting forth a theoretical situation, and you're using words that...
I'm using
This
totally...
is a thought experiment.
All right. Yeah.
What's the equator, bro? What do you mean you can't? You didn't even try.
I think you're hot micing.
Who is? Me?
No, somebody just said that he didn't even try.
I don't think he was hot micing. I think he was just talking. So the point I'm trying to make here is that even if you try to... If you try to logically reason as to why the sun would vanish for 3 months out of the year, but you slightly more south of me, you would have to take into account the shape of the Earth to actually logically figure that out.
What? So
Because
the
you'd be like,
sun
well,
does that
wait a
give you a
second.
shape?
Yeah? Or you would have to think...
How is looking at the sky going to give you a shape of the floor?
I mean, if you look at the shape of any ceiling, you can determine what shape of the room. That's obviously
No, but you say you're looking
logical,
at
because you can look at...
you say you're looking at the lights of the ceilings, not the ceiling itself.
You said the ceiling.
And I said the sky.
Well, you said the ceiling at first, but yeah, let's look at the sky. So my
in your case, there wouldn't be a ceiling. It will be an open space to tell you what the floor is.
Yeah, my floor differs from your, or my sky differs from your sky. So why is there a difference, though? We live on the same
How is
place.
there a difference?
We live
There's
in
a
the same
sky, there's
planet.
open space, and no planets. And you're going to planets, and we haven't even determined that yet. You just look at the sun. The
We
sun is
live in
not.
the same place.
Listen. You looked at the sun. The sun is not there now. Therefore, sphere.
There has to be some explanation.
No, the suns could be doing Tootsie Rolls. They could be doing the twists. They would never dictate what the floor is. For
What
you
is?
to actually
Is
know
it
what the
what?
floor
Tootsie
is,
Rolls?
yeah,
What
they
is
could do
Tootsie
whatever.
Rolls?
Yeah, you never seen the Tootsie Roll?
What is that? I don't know.
Oh my God, you must be a millennial. A Gen Z?
Yeah.
You're Gen Z?
No, I'm a millennial.
Millennial?
I'm Gen Z. I know what that is.
I don't, bro. I listen. That's not my thing.
It's like a candy.
Well, I know what the candy is, yeah, but
Yeah,
not
but the Tootsie
in.
Roll, is a dance.
Oh.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what the Tootsie Roll dance is. I've never.
Come on, baby.
I've never seen it. Like,
let me see you
I've heard of
Tootsie
it.
Roll.
I mean, I've
You heard
heard
that
of it,
song?
yeah, but I've never actually seen it.
But it could be doing any kind of twist and shout, whatever. Could be doing the Macarena. You know, it doesn't matter what the stars, sky, sun is doing. The floor is completely different from whatever the sky is.
I don't know, man. Could be a huge difference because.
Yeah, it's a huge difference because nothing in the sky resembles what the floor is.
Okay, well, there's an issue because if you change your position on the surface and that affects something in the sky, that does mean they're related somehow.
Yeah, because if I change my location, suddenly the sky is different. That how does that make sense? What happened? I just changed my physical
That's why I'm
location.
telling
All of
you,
a sudden, the
it
sky
has
is different.
nothing to do with the sky. The sky, you could be like I said, the sky could be doing the Tootsie Roll. They could be doing whatever the hell it wants. The floor, if you're not measuring what you're standing on, you're never gonna know what you're standing.
But I'm very curious because my friend says that they get the sun all the time, and all of a sudden, and I don't. So I want to figure out why. Why do I only see the sun for a certain amount of time, but they get it all year? The
Okay,
sun
so
vanishes from me like
what
3
is
months
that
out of the
gonna
year.
tell you about the floor that you're standing on?
There's something. There's some difference, right?
Is that gonna tell you the shape of the floor?
It might.
How?
I mean, it could.
How?
That's what we're trying to figure out, and that's why. Well, there's a difference
I
there,
guess
right? We're trying to.
you would trust a carpenter to look at the light in your ceiling and tell you, all right, he's gonna bill you for so much wood because of the light in the ceiling is, it's oval and it's, shining differently. Therefore, he could tell you the measurement of the floor.
Yeah, because like when they were building a cathedral, they would build it in a certain orientation.
No. They had to measure. They didn't just look at the lights.
Right. Same with the carpenter. The carpenter also wouldn't just. The carpenter would also measure.
Right. So the floor is completely different than what the light bulb in the sky is, right?
Yeah, but in order to put the light bulb there, you have to actually get up there first. So you already would have had to measure. So that doesn't make any sense.
Again, he was somebody else that came in, new contractor. Somebody went up there and put a light on. He looks at the light, therefore now he knows the distance from one wall to the other because of the light. Are you gonna trust that?
I don't know if it really works that way.
Right, it wouldn't.
I'm
Right?
not
It wouldn't
sure.
work
I
that
think
way.
you're
That's
going a
my point.
little off the rails here.
That's my point. It wouldn't work that way.
That's not really a point, though,
Yeah, it
because you're
is. It is
describing kind of two
because
different things.
you're trying to tell me that you're gonna look at the sky and the lights, and because the light doesn't shine 3 months out of the year, I could tell you the shape of your floor.
Yeah, there's a difference between something somebody already built and something that is naturally already there.
No, it's no difference because the lights in the sky are not gonna tell you the shape of the floor.
So who is the construction, like who is the architect behind the Earth? Or am I supposed to ask them? Or if there's an architect, that means that there's already a mathematical solution to what I have in front of me.
It could be
because
It
they
could be.
already built it.
Somebody created this place. Who knows? But
I don't know, man. You're not really.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that somebody created this place. If it's not some
Created which
floating,
place?
it's some floating space that's wandering somewhere out of nowhere, created from dust and some big old bang.
Well, now we're getting into like theocracy.
Well, I mean, you're trying to say there's an architect, well, there probably is an architect.
I'm talking about a physical building at this point.
It would be intelligent design, wouldn't it be?
Well, I don't know. You said intelligent design, not me.
There's pretty much natural laws and, pretty much cycles to this place. So we're not just twirling somewhere going nowhere. You don't feel any kind of spin. The stars always look the same. I don't know. It looks pretty cyclical to me. Cyclical. And it's been reported since the ages.
The ages of what? Where did everybody go, by the
Well,
way?
I mean,
Did everybody leave?
No, they're here listening. I mean, we're just trying to see if you could come out with a way that the sun could give you the floor.
So the sun, theoretically, it's not the floor that you would describe it. It would be the earth. And
Right.
according to Eratosthenes, who used that experiment, which we all know, the famous experiment that Eratosthenes did, he literally used the sun to describe the floor. So we already have an instance. We already have an instance of somebody using, in your words, the sun to describe the floor. And he found that using actually other people's discovery, because he didn't even uniquely develop the idea, that there was some sort of curvature. Yeah, Eratosthenes, exactly.
All right, there's a lot of things that's wrong with that. First of all, he presupposed the Earth is a ball, and
Right.
also
So
presupposed the light of the sun was coming in parallel.
He presupposed it was coming in parallel. I don't think being parallel has to do with anything.
Oh yes, there's definitely.
Because I think he stole the idea from the Chinese.
Well, you really haven't looked into the Eratosthenes thing.
Well, he read it from, I think, a library that he was actually overseeing. So he got the idea from other people, right?
Yeah, the Library of Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Library of Alexandria, or whatever he was overseeing at the time.
We know this quote unquote. It's okay. So this could work either way. So he thought that the sun was 4 million miles away. Figure that, not 93 million at the time. It's 4 million miles away, and the light was coming in parallel. And supposedly he was at I forgot the two locations, but he put one post in the ground, and I think it was he looked at a well, and because of the shadows differences, meaning the sun being far, light coming in parallel, um, the Earth was the measurements of those shadows were curved. Therefore, I mean the measurements were different of the shadows, and he was supposedly calculated the radius of not the radius but the circumference of the Earth. But that could work either way if the sun was not that far away, and was a local sun. The light coming in divergent, not divergent, but the sun, not the light's not coming in parallel. Therefore, it will give you a flat surface with the same information. So
I mean, like, why would he assume that it was parallel?
The issues, yeah. Well, that's what he assumed because he thought the Earth was a ball. So he had a bias, and he thought that the sun was far away and the lights were coming in parallel.
What is far away to you? Because you said, 4 million miles?
Well, he said at the time that he thought the sun was 4 million miles away, not 93 million.
How did we determine the distance to the sun?
Yeah, good luck with that.
That was an interesting.
I mean, I know why, or I know how.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of bullshit around it, but yeah. But if you know, go ahead.
Why did he think rays were parallel?
So we literally took the distance from Mercury and measured that, and then determined
how did you get the distance to
distance to
Mercury?
the sun. Science math.
How'd you get the
Science
distance to
math.
Mercury?
That's how we did it.
Yeah, how'd you
Science
get the distance to
math.
Mercury?
I don't know. I'm getting tired of talking. Is anybody else here, or
It's fine. We can continue this later on. There's other people here that can definitely guide you through more detailed information. But I mean, there's a lot of loopholes, and it's very circular. If you're gonna try to get the distance to the sun.
Yeah, somebody else is here.
no? Well, that's how they determine the distance to the sun. They literally took the distance to Mercury because Mercury
but again, how did they
is
take that distance to Mercury? First of all,
We basically got
because it's the same size of Earth.
Aulish's endless scope for cosmology without any substantiation of anything to deal with distance, linear distance to anything that they see out there.
Okay, so
Bro, do you hate me that much?
I shared a
No,
video.
it's just obvious that there's no information that anybody can derive that they know linear distance to any of the bodies that they claim are celestial.
Okay,
Yeah?
so
Yeah, I'm just telling how they supposedly found it.
You
That's how
didn't
they
give
did
us
it.
an
They
answer.
did
It was an ambiguous answer. It's like 2 words. Science.
Okay, so
I said like multiple words.
Yeah,
So
but they're in no way substantiating the claim, though.
Just
That's the
move
problem.
on. Someone's trying to speak.
Oh, you're not dictating this forum, sir. I'm a moderator here, so yeah, you need to step aside. So
Whoa.
essentially,
Listen to the
we
moderator,
have
please.
essentially we don't have any substantiation of the claims that are occurring.
Quintessentially. Okay, yo, bro. So one of the
What? What's this? This guy's What's he got to offer? Does he have anything to offer?
You want
'Cause
to
obviously,
okay? Because he was
I don't know.
interrupting.
Aldous just
so
was
I didn't
taking the
want
point, but I think Shoal wants to step in, maybe take the reins. Go ahead, Shoal.
Yeah, go for it, man. I was tired of talking.
I was trying to make
Hoping,
a
you
point
mean.
that you guys were you were saying, okay, well, I was just referencing, I shared a video like a couple days ago. It was on Easter, actually, I'm pretty sure. And I shared a video about a mathematician kind of discussing how lengths were fixed in kind of our understanding of the universe, solar system, galaxy, universe type thing. Cosmic distance ladder, he called it. And to set the distance to the sun, what he mentioned was, and he took a historical perspective. So this is what like mathematicians had taken over the course of history. He said that, even and actually before Eratosthenes, there was a guy named Aristarchus. Aristarchus already knew that the Earth was a sphere. He didn't have the circumference, but he already had the Earth was a sphere, and that was just based on the shadow of the moon, the shadow of the Earth visible on the moon during lunar eclipses. I mean, so it's an arc, and it's never not an arc of a circle. And the only, this is a mathematical proof. It's like a true statement that you can't refute.
Really? All right. Let's dive into that because you're bringing forward.
I'll skip this. The point is, I'm setting the distance to. No, I can go into it, but I'm setting the distance.
I'd like you to.
On setting the distance to the sun, what was looked at was half moons, and there's actually a discrepancy between the amount of time. It's not symmetrical. A half moon is closer to a new moon than it is.
You're like about 3 degrees away from the premise, dude. You need to go back to the beginning.
Well, that's how they were.
You're saying that's how, but there's not a premise established.
Just the geometry of having having circular planets, circular orbits, everything. You have the sun. You don't know how far away it is, but if it's closer to depending on what the relative distance is between the Earth and the Moon versus the Earth and the Sun,
you're just filibustering, bro.
No.
There's no substance to this.
Bro, I could draw a picture right now and you'd see.
No, I don't. I want you to start from the premise. Work your way forward. Every detail matters, right? When we engage.
Yeah, I'm trying to include.
So let's go to the. You're jumping the gun. You're just going already to the end. We want to start from the beginning. So if you're talking about linear distance to any of the celestial bodies, what is the first step? What's the first step to the cosmic distance ladder?
Well, it discusses that, right? So you first of all,
and what is it?
Well, okay, again, yeah. So you could talk about, if you want to talk about the logic, you would do the assumption that the light rays are coming in parallel before you actually have the distance that before you actually have a distance to the sun. Now, that's absolutely. Now, if you wouldn't be able to even you wouldn't be able to make any progress if you didn't make that assumption. Once you make that assumption, you're able to. Once you make that assumption, you can then verify whether or not that assumption was correct.
And that doesn't work that way. That's called affirming the consequent. What you just described is affirming the consequent. It is a logical fallacy. So
no,
when you're
not.
in, yes, it is, dude.
In this instance, it isn't. I know sometimes you can say, "Oh, that's circular reason." Yeah, that's science.
I didn't say circular.
It's true because it's true because someone checked that it's true. I don't care if you say that it's a logical fallacy. You can call it
is
reasoning if you want, but it's true because someone went and fucking checked that it's true. It's just true.
Right. So dropping F-bombs, that you're starting to get a little hot under the collar. But what I'm saying is, at this particular moment, you didn't establish that the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder is built on something that's been measured. It's built on an assumption. And therefore, moving forward, your whole premise is flawed.
No, it's actually not. No, it's not false. It's not. You don't understand the mathematical logic involved.
Yeah, I don't understand. But basically, you said that it started off with an assumption.
It's kind of like how it's impossible to conceive of local linear approximation and error bounds. You can say, well, what degree of divergence is there in the incoming light rays? and you say, okay, well, maybe we're off by this much, and you can see what error would propagate for what you're trying to calculate on the basis of.
Yeah, but you're basing all this off an assumption, Shoal.
Yeah, and that is how science works. Like, you need to take
it's not, Shoal. No, that's how pseudoscience works, Shoal. Not science.
No.
Science is a study of the physical and natural world, Shoal. It's not assumption based, dude. You have to actually figure out what. Bro, you're actually identifying what nature's doing. You're saying, hey, let's take a look at a phenomena that's occurring. We want to know how and why that's occurring, right? So we're asking the questions. But if you're going into, we start off with an assumption, that's not, you're not doing anything with that. Because in the next step.
Of course you do. I mean, you have.
Okay, check this out.
You could talk about epistemology right now. I would reference you. I would say that the proper scientific epistemology is Bayesian epistemology, in which you have a prior and you update it with a likelihood to get a posterior. You have to form a prior. Priors are informed by a priori intuition in many cases, but you
take an observation. What's your observation first of all? Because you've made an assumption prior to the thing that you're investigating. So what is the observation being made? In this case, for the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, what's the observation?
So I would say that would be the for setting a distance, it would be the curvature of the Earth, would be the radius of the Earth. Or
exactly.
The equivalent. Yeah.
Bingo.
Yes, you have to assume the light rays are parallel, but you can say, okay, maybe they're not, but let's say if they were, how reliable is the prediction that we get? Does it fit subsequent predictions? Because that reinforces the precision of your prior, the original prior. Yes, it does. I mean, this is
our foundation. Our foundation for our foundation.
Technology is corrupt, and I'm not saying it's just confused.
It's not confused. It's very clear that the foundation for this premise is an assumption and not something that's well established as a fact. Or you can't even you can't even begin from a premise that we can measure something. So there's nothing there. It's just an assumption that you're taking.
Of course, we can measure things. We had to start with measuring very indirect. We have to measure things indirectly.
Indirectly, not directly. So what does that mean? It's an assumption base.
Well, no, I mean okay. Certain things, we make assumptions. Okay. I mean, you have to make assumptions. You have to make the assumption that
you don't.
That physics. No, yeah,
if you want to if you want to do pseudoscience, you'll make assumptions.
You have to assume the antecedent.
I'm saying there's a fundamental assumption in science called the law of uniformitarianism. The idea that physics is going to happen tomorrow the same as it happened yesterday. Nothing will ever verify that assumption. You just assume.
We're not talking about that. That's not what's
based on assumptions.
This is akin to a red herring. We're not discussing that. We're talking about this, which is the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, and establishing a foundation.
Make the assumption,
and establishing I know that, Shoal, but what I'm telling you is that it's not built off a foundation that's establishing the premise to be empirical. What you're describing is akin to an assumption or best guess. It's not built on or derived from a measurement. It's not done off of that.
The amazing thing is that a hypothesis is where the scientific method begins. We're literally talking about the beginning of science right now. Of course, it started with a hypothesis, and of course, later then, with evidence, with data, the hypothesis was validated and became a theory. And
we're not doing natural science.
That is actually how science functions, and you just don't like that fact.
We're not doing natural science here. We're not asking a how-why question and taking the independent variable and manipulating to change the dependent variable. We're not doing that, sir. This is not in the same realm as that particular type of format.
Yeah, and your epistemology is corrupt. Like I just tried to engage with you on the philosophical level, and you're just not. I don't think that you're not like getting the point, right? You're saying you're relying, like calling out quote logical fallacies, like
of course.
Like you stopped in middle school understanding things. Yeah, you're saying that's a logical fallacy and trying to catch people in propositional logic. Like
really, it needs to be formal. It needs to be formal if you're going to propose. Yeah, it needs to be.
You're trying to.
You can have two things, right? You can have where You can have informal logic, which is what you're proposing, right? Pseudoscience, fly by the seat of your pants, best guesses, estimations, that kind of thing. If that tickles your fancy, this is the kind of outcome you're going to receive. You're going to receive broken epistemologies, right? You're not going to have something where it's derived from empirical means by which you can test and verify and or falsify. There's nothing you can do with the information you've derived from the cosmic distance ladder to establish a foundation that's workable, repeatable, and testable. What you're doing is deriving some mathematical construct built on calculations derived from ideas from these best guesses. That's all we have, Shoal. We don't have direct information that will validate and or falsify this information. So we're at a crossroads here where you need to identify what route you're going to choose, whether you're going to stay empirical or you're going to go the pseudoscientific route where you're just always making assumptions, and that you choose the latter. You know what I mean? You choose to go to the pseudoscientific route, bro. And it just seems to me like this is the problem that we have with individuals that come here that want to provide evidence. You think evidence that you're providing is something that doesn't need to be substantiated. And that's the issue we have. We're always going to look for the way to verify this.
About the shape of the Earth, so it's hard for me. I don't care about like what you think my issue is. To be honest, but there are literal like objects that have been built that have taken into account the curvature of the Earth. I mean,
that's also incorrect. Name one.
LIGO.
Okay, so what's your verification that LIGO was accounting for the curvature of the Earth?
The blueprints are online. Google it. They literally accounted for the curvature of the Earth because it would have drop over distance because it's a big, long laser track. They made sure that laser was going. That if the track followed the Earth like along its curvature, then it would have the laser would run into the wall. So they had to make sure that it went in a straight line, which is actually therefore diverges over distance from the Earth.
So you're telling me that they're accounting for the curvature of the Earth of the Earth as it were as a planet, or were they accounting for curvature due to the fact that there's terrain elevation change? Which one is it?
Well, of course, and you're going to talk about there's local fluctuations and there's a global curvature, and so
which one is it? Which one is it?
Well, I'm sure there was we could go through the whole thing. I'm sure they had hundreds of thousands of people ultimately employed in the whole process of surveying the land for its topography.
Your credulity is not going to actually help this. Though what will help this is pointing out exactly the facts. We want to know the facts.
You don't have exactly the facts, my guy. You don't have any facts either, and you're saying, "Oh, well, your facts." Aren't even like they couldn't even be right if they were, you could.
So you're putting it to me that I brought up LIGO, but yet you're the one bringing it up and not being able to substantiate the claim whether or not it's local terrain features that they're accounting for or actual Earth curvature.
No,
and you don't know which one it is.
No, it's simultaneously both. Like of course. No, if it goes over a long enough distance, look, obviously you have to look at ultimately it's going to affect, it's going to be the local. And if that's what you're trying to get at, well, that's just, if you did it over the water, right? Even then there would be gravitational deformations from the moon, even though you don't believe in gravity, but
No, I would like you to expound on your claim. I think the best way for us to figure out if you know what you know is to dive into what your claim is. Let's drill down a little bit and figure out if we can't come up with either you have a claim that's established as true or maybe just some credulity that you have for the claim. Because I think it is. I think you're biased towards the Earth being a globe because you can't live in a world where the Earth is flat and stationary. Because it breaks a paradigm in which you identify with, and it's an identity crisis. That's what you're facing right now. It's a bit of psychosis mixed in there, but
describing your own condition. Actually, it's an identity crisis for you.
I don't think so. But if you want to go ahead and point that out, I'm not the one that's claiming the Earth is something it doesn't demonstrate itself to be. I'm actually telling you it is demonstrating itself to be as we perceive it. Our senses are detailing to us the Earth as it is, and furthermore, we could determine by way of measurement and practical use that the Earth is what it is, sensed to be. So we can come up with a conclusion, a foundation that's solid, and we can ask people how they know it's anything else, because that's what we've been doing. So it's very foundational, man. Like, you really can rest your mind on the fact that you're never going to say anymore, well, we can't ever know what the truth is. We can only know 99.99999. You can actually say, you know what? The Earth is established as a horizontal plane that we reference. Topographical, of course.
No,
but
it's like this is like when you try to do like when you're talking about like the sextant and you're trying to measure the distance and you're like, well, it's projecting down to a plane, and it's like, of course, you that's an assumption you make too, so the instrument works, is that you assume.
No, it's not an assumption. We're only following the demonstration that Earth is presenting itself that way due to the fact that the watery parts of the Earth, like oceans and lakes, ponds, rivers, all those sorts of bodies of waters, we're going to understand that we can measure straight across the surface as if it were without any elevation change, which means that there's not going to be a demonstration of curving bodies of water, as it were, if it would be a globe.
Of course, there are such things. I mean, and of course, I would actually say, you know, if this is just going back to like high school chemistry class, like if you could prove, if you had actual good like equipment that made measurements with a substantial, a sufficient number of significant figures. And then you go and you make a little triangle and measure the sum of its internal degrees. If the problem is, if let's assume, and this would be you being in good faith. Let's assume that we calculate. Okay, we think over here in my camp, in the globists, we know the curvature of the Earth. Well, let's calculate however big of a triangle you want to make with your super precise equipment when you're going to go and validate this for us. Or maybe we'll validate, well, we'll get your opinion, we'll go validate it ourselves. I don't know what burden of proof shit you're going to pull on me. But like, if you had good enough equipment and you walked in your little triangle and summed up the angles, you would actually prove yourself wrong. The problem is you don't have this equipment simply doesn't exist. There's nothing that gets us because the Earth is so big and measuring distances is so small. Like you have to measure things that are big, and then you're not going to be able. Like the Earth will curve under you as you try to measure it. Now, of course, we could just get a big long rope. If we really wanted to prove it to you, right? Okay. We being the globists with our satellites that work with GPS using general relativity, like us with our technology that functions that you use and benefit from. Like if we wanted to really prove it to you guys, like how that the Earth is in fact round, we could just get like, I guess, really long ropes that are like, I don't know, like a fourth of like the circumference of the Earth or something. You could just like
you just let them ramble on, aren't you, Alpha?
That if we build a super fucking long rope and we just make the triangle ourselves, and then it would be easy to verify it. The problem is no one wants to do that because it's a waste of resources. We've already proven it.
You don't need any rope, dude. You've already tied yourself in knots.
No, I'm just saying, if we really needed to do that, the problem is if you want to prove, it's flat, you could walk in a little tiny, shitty, little small triangle, and you can say, oh, look, I summed the angles, it sums to 180. But actually, it didn't. You don't have enough significant figures to actually make the point that you want to make.
I like this guy.
And so you have to go and you have to make a you need, in order to validate your claim, much more precise instrumentation, right? I would say if for us to validate our claim with our limited instrumentation, we would just have to make a really big fucking triangle and just do that, right?
Cool. Has that ever been done?
It should be. I agree. It has. It should be at this point. The problem is the people who would do it don't care because they already have satellites that work with GR and everything. Like you
don't know how any of that stuff works.
Let's go do it.
So the funny thing is that you believe a lot of things which just aren't true.
Yeah,
I mean, no. Unfortunately, that's you have it reversed. But I feel bad for you.
So
we're wrong. We have it reversed.
Explain to me how GPS works exactly, and then what coordinate system it's in.
Donuts, you don't have the answer.
There's a bunch of gerbils.
Yeah, so then how do you know it needs a globe or anything to work?
You're not special, Rage Bacon. Just relax.
I know. I'm just bored.
I mean, how do you know that it's like GPS? Jesus Christ, shut up.
What are
dude.
you asking me right now?
I'm asking you, how do you know that GPS or anything like that needs a globe to work?
Well, in my understanding, well, for one, I mean, obviously.
What is your understanding?
Okay, so
No, you want a 30-minute speech, Indio?
No, I just want you to tell me how it works, dude.
Well, one of the things is farther away from the gravitational deformation of the Earth, and farther from the gravitational field. So therefore, the time effects of general relativity aren't as no. It's just that's just actually
special relativity.
It's moving faster. It's farther out of the gravitational potential well of the Earth. Therefore, time is just slightly off, and you need to correct for that time to make sure the satellites are synchronized.
In what reference frame?
I mean, that's like the whole purpose is that you have to.
Is it the Earth frame or is it the
whole purpose of relativity is that you all the numbers switch. You switch reference frames. You can't say what reference frame. It doesn't matter what reference.
He's going hard in the paint, Indio.
Brother, you're taking a Discovery Channel documentary you saw once and you're butchering it.
No, I'm just in your reference frame.
He's going ham.
In every reference frame, it would be different. But
hold on, Shoal. Yeah.
You could do proper time in the proper time as experienced on that satellite.
There he goes again.
That you're asking for. You don't even. I don't even.
You're self-soothing. Shoal, you're self-soothing right now, man.
You have no idea how GPS works. You have no idea what the Sagnac effect is. You have no idea about any of this crap.
It's all right, Shoal.
You're like, it's okay, but you're doing the fake it till you make it shtick, dude.
We can see right through it. It's all right, dude.
So check this out. What you said is the height in a gravitational well. That would be general relativity, right? But because of the way elliptical orbits work, you're the lowest when you're moving the fastest. So whatever time dilation there was because of the height in the gravitational well would cancel out because of the acceleration.
Bro, I'm sorry. You're just throwing words together. I think you're trying to...
Yeah, that's how people talk. They throw words together. That's how...
They make sentences out of those words.
You just
paragraphs.
You're lowest when you're...
Okay,
rewind, bro. Fucking say it.
The height in the gravitational well, right? That means how far you are away from the center of the Earth or any other gravitating body to determine how fast your clock runs. But also your acceleration determines how fast your clock runs. So it's two different things. It's not just your height away from a planet. It's how fast you're going around the planet. Well, because of elliptical orbits, you're going the fastest when you're closest to the body. So those two things cancel each other out.
Okay.
And I can give you a video by a guy named Rod Hatch, who invented the precursor to the GPS system called the transit system for the U.S. Navy. He knows exactly how they works. He's like literally, they have his fucking picture, dude, in fucking the National Geological Survey for his work on GPS.
You believe the National Geological?
Indio, he just finished saying he's not watching your crack ass video, dude.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. But you just dude, you're not fooling anybody. You don't know what you're talking about. Everything you said about LIGO is absolute horseshit.
Yeah.
Have you read any of the surveying engineering fucking drawings? Have you seen the civil engineering drawings?
I actually have seen some of the drawings. I'm not going to say that I've gone through all of them.
Well, they have a civil engineering drawing for the Livingston, Louisiana spot. And it actually shows that the LIGO tube is concave.
Oops.
That doesn't make any... That's a laser, bro.
Yeah, I know it's a laser, but the tube is larger than the laser. You know that, right? And they have a clearance.
Okay.
The laser, it's a tube that was made out of... it basically was a wire. And what they do is they spin the wire into a tube and weld it together as it goes along. And they took those tubes, and inside those tubes are fucking baffles. And those baffles have a clearance, I think it's something like, I don't know, if I remember right, something like 10 centimeters from the baffle. But the baffles are like these tubes are like 2 meters in width. So the correction for the curve at that distance anyway, which is 1.6 kilometers, is something like, I don't know, 8 feet. So they have enough clearance where they don't have to account for curvature or anything like that. And actually had big problems trying to even survey it. They did a survey, and then they had to hire 2 more survey companies to fix that survey, and then they fucking poured, dude, you're not the first person to ever bring up LIGO before. We know all about LIGO. Okay.
Well, yeah,
But a light read isn't going to get you to the conclusion that they're using it curvature involved with. What
There's they didn't do any curvature shit, dude. They had bad enough problems fucking getting rid of the noise, dude. Like fucking rabbits at the electric fence were making the shit go off.
So I'm sorry. Sometimes we can always get it because you guys don't want to answer other sorts of questions, right? Like when you watch
answer any question you want, bro.
Solar eclipse that went across the United States. I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but how would you explain that?
We're swinging to a different. We're swinging on to a different topic.
What does that got to do with the Earth?
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm asking you, what's that got to do with the Earth?
Is every other thing we see in the sky a sphere but the Earth?
Other than what?
Like the sun and the
but
the
you're not realizing that you haven't established that the thing you're on, if it is one or not. So you haven't done that yet.
What I'm saying is, let's throw that away. What shape do you think the moon is?
Isn't that where it all starts? Like you thinking that you're on one that's exactly like the ones out there?
No, but what shape do you think the moon is, bro?
It looks wrong.
What do you mean? What shape? What difference does that make? If I give you a speculation of what the moon is, what difference is that going to make?
Yeah, it could look like a piece of lettuce. What does that mean?
Does it look like a piece of lettuce?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what it is.
It doesn't
tell you anything. Yeah, it doesn't tell you anything about here.
Yeah, the Earth.
But this is actually the thing is that that's not true. We have slowly.
How do you know that's not true?
It wasn't easy. A model of the universe and how everything works, and yes, there are certain assumptions like that.
He just doesn't answer. You don't answer. You said we don't answer questions. Look at you running from the question. Dude. You're not answering questions.
What question do you want me to answer?
Good God.
What question do you want me to answer?
Okay, give us a reason why you think the Earth would be like the moon. Just a reason.
Okay. So
a logical reason.
Symmetric, and generally speaking, the easiest way to pack matter together with the lowest energy is in a sphere. Right? If you take just the sphere is the maximum amount of
Yeah, how does any of that tell you the Earth is like the moon?
I'm sorry, the maximum amount of volume per surface area, so it's packing everything together kind of as close as possible. You can see that.
That's fantastic. So how does that tell you the Earth is like the moon?
Gravitational potential in general, everything falls into a sphere with spherically symmetric forces like gravity.
Maybe this third time he'll hear you, Indio.
Okay, maybe the third time.
That was my answer to the first question, and then you
didn't answer. You never answered. You never answered.
What's this question?
How does that tell you the Earth is like the moon, dude? We want the logical connection.
No. I mean, it's because you believe that they fundamentally were.
Why are you talking about what I believe, dude?
The assumption, and that's fine. I'm totally okay with saying you make some sort of assumption and then you check to see if it's validated later. That would be the assumption would be that the whatever process of matter accretion formed the moon or the Earth.
I have to stop. I'm sorry, but he made an assumption with the Earth as he's doing with the moon, as he's doing with everything. His premise is flawed. It starts off with an assumption. That's the way he figures things out. You make your assumptions. So that's all he's doing currently. So he's going to continue to use that as his what he starts off with every time.
What happens when you assume somebody's gender? How do you figure that out? You do a frickin' check? Search around?
I don't, bro. That's just brain rot. I'm not even going to try to respond to that.
It's just funny because you don't actually believe the shit you're saying. So there's no logical reason to think the Earth is like the moon. None whatsoever. Not even a sliver of one.
Yep.
Not even a slit. So
Okay, so check this out, right? So
I don't believe that. I don't believe that, but let's grant that that's true.
It doesn't matter if you believe it; it's logically true.
Okay, sure. I'll agree with you for the purposes of conversation that that's how logic works.
It's not an agree or disagree thing.
Okay. Therefore, now that we've established there's no implication on the shape of the Earth given the shape of the moon, what shape is the moon?
Round.
Like a sphere type round, or do you think it's like
you see it as a circle? So as far as like, is it a sphere? There's indications that it is and that it isn't. There's contradictory information from observation.
Yep. You can only see so much of the moon with libration. So what is it? Something like 60-some%, 63?
Yeah, you only see one side. There's no specular highlight, right? So it doesn't look like a sphere.
Yeah, I wonder now that just because you said that, I'm curious almost like how just because the moon is like tidally locked with the Earth, right? And we only see one side.
That's the excuse.
You think that's an excuse? That's so interesting.
Well,
that kind of cosmic coincidence is one of the reasons maybe why.
Isn't it an excuse? Is an excuse? Oh, that should be a sphere. Oh, well, we don't see it as a sphere. Well, it must just rotate perfectly so it just looks like a circle. That doesn't sound like an excuse to you?
I haven't heard about it for a while, but I feel like there's
that's what tidal locking does, right? It makes it so the face, only one side, faces you at the same time, so you can't see it rotate.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a good explanation for it, however, then
a good explanation.
That's not. Yeah, we don't.
Is that really as long as you buy it? That's your standard.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
if you accept the explanation that it's good enough.
If it can be derived from a universal law of gravitation coupled with other sorts of universal laws of mechanics and angular momentum, then if it fits in with the general picture of physics, and that general picture of physics is able to describe celestial and terrestrial mechanics ever since Isaac Newton.
Hell, bro.
You're a communications major?
Yeah, it sounds like it. You sprinkle in some bullshit, and then you overlay it with some horse shit, and you got a shit sandwich.
No. What I'm saying, if there's a parsimonious, elegant, physical theory, mathematical with mathematical kind of like
you putting so much lipstick on that pig. That shit looks like it's ready for Saturday night, bro.
Exactly. It's humanity's like most.
Put some perfume on it.
My God, dude, that thing's ready for prom.
Like you, I would hate to view the world like you because you can't like appreciate
empirically.
You can't like appreciate the beauty and genius of humanity.
Yeah.
So,
all that beauty. Do you realize that all that beauty does not actually exist in your perception of what you see in the physical world, and that it's completely in your head?
Yep. And in 3D, it's like cartoon drawings, and
you don't see any elegant mathematics in nature. You don't see any physics in nature. You don't see any of these concepts in nature. You look up, you see the moon. It is what it is, dude. That's what you actually see. That whole story about what it's doing and how it was created and all this, the dynamics of it, that is a construct of your mind.
Yet somehow you
have a beautiful imagination.
All on Discord right now because somebody somewhere drew some diagrams.
Okay, thank you for that. That's wonderful. Thank goodness for the spacemen out there doing God's work. We have this technology of Discord. Yeah,
would they draw diagrams of?
They drew
Discord, obviously.
Many things, and they made many assumptions in the process.
Yeah, they drew a diagram, and then the thing they drew a picture of, they made it with their hands. No one drew a picture of the fucking moon and made the moon with their hands.
I don't know I don't know how much of everything is made with hands these days, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know what I mean, dude.
Jeez Louise. Well, it was a nice attempt show, but we got to take a peek at your cognitive dissonance, and it's pretty thick, man. We have to say, you're like on a level 7 at the moment, and 10 being the highest, but you're level 7, yeah.
I'm level 7. My God.
Yep. Almost peak cognitive dissonance. You're almost peaking, but that's okay. You're still a little bit. We can communicate with you. You're not too obtuse where, you
So
can't
think
be
about
here.
all the things like that you talked about just now, all those stories you told. Then think about like what you can actually demonstrate. See how few of the items actually match up to like what you can actually demonstrate.
Well, yeah, I mean that would be some. It's like Richard, the physicist Richard Feynman would say that like that he had this quote, that which I cannot not like prove but derive, I do not understand. Like physically, he meant like that which I cannot deduce from first principles, he does not understand. And that's a great educational exercise to try to take, and make things,
He also said the key to science.
Yourself.
He also said the key to science was experiment.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's why the Earth is round. Gravity pulls equally in all directions. Gravity is a force that attracts matter toward the center of mass. When a celestial body like the Earth forms, gravity pulls its mass inward from all directions. Over time, this causes the object to take on a shape where all points on the surface are equidistant from the center, a sphere.
Cool story. You got any evidence
Yeah,
for
that's
that
what I
story?
said earlier.
Hold on. You got any actual
reading.
evidence? You got any evidence for any of that happening in nature?
Thanks for the read.
Show us where that's been observed in nature.
Isaac Newton, when the apple fell from the tree.
So Newton got hit in the head with an apple, so shit gets pulled to the center. That's quite the leap of logic, bro.
It gets pulled from the center. If it gets pulled from the
Because
center.
an apple hit him in the head?
It gets pulled from the center because of gravity, not because an apple just hit him in the head. If multiple apples fell in trees all over the world, they would both go towards the ground, right?
Yeah, okay. So I love your hypothetical. It has nothing to do with what I'm asking you. I'm asking you for the observation that gravity forms things into balls.
Well, I got 2 balls of myself.
Yeah, they're probably on your chin. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, where do you go? So, dude, maybe, because you kind of brought the same thing. No, I had to mute an Xbox guy because he starts talking about balls. Schult's still here. So,
yeah.
Do you have an observation of gravity forming things into balls?
Well, gravity is a very weak force. The more important principle is that
no.
The more important principle is that energy that the universe seeks to minimize the energy of a configuration, and you can observe that if you take a water droplet in space, it'll form a sphere because it tries to minimize the energy associated with its surface tension. Now there's nothing fundamental. Now, yes, that you probably acknowledge the existence of surface tension, but there's nothing fundamentally different. No, but there's nothing in terms of the universe. There's nothing fundamentally different about trying to minimize the energy of a configuration by kind of putting itself into a sphere. Be that because of gravity, or be that because you're in 0 G's and you're a liquid with surface tension. It's the same. The universe is trying to minimize energy in both cases, but we don't. I can't. You asked me specifically for an example of gravity. Well, the gravitational force is weak. That's just what the gravitational constant is.
Well, let me ask you this: Is science an empirical? Is that the basis of it? Empirical observation, testable, repeatable, verifiable. Is that the basis of science? Or is it the stories that you've been telling the whole time you've been here?
Well, you're asking me what the epistemology of science is and how you can know things are true, and I would actually
no, that's not what I asked you. I asked you.
My answer would be Bayesian epistemology.
It's not what I asked you. It's not what I asked you. That is science based upon empiricism.
In the sense of in a Bayesian model,
you do science without observation. Do I got to put it that way?
And those combine to form a posterior after the collection of data. Yes, data collection is a part of it. So therefore, yeah,
okay.
It does.
Can you do science with? Yeah, can you do science without observation or experiment?
No. You need observation. Must be a part of it. Yeah, and that's included in my model of Bayesian epistemology.
So everything you just told me, this whole story about gravity doing a bunch of shit. and I said, "Hey, do you have an observation of that?" And you said no. So is your story scientific? If you don't have the requisite observation?
Well, the observation, of course, the observations you have a model, which would be, again, this is just the model of mechanics
No,
in general.
in nature, dude. The model's verified in nature.
Well, there are many models, right? Okay, so
They have to be verified in nature, right? Because Feynman also said that key to science in 60 seconds. You calculate the consequences, and then you do the experiment. And if it doesn't match with observation, it's wrong. You don't even have the observation part.
Well, no, I mean, that's actually interesting because, I mean, and in many ways, you could just consider counterfactuals. You don't even need actual experimentation in every case. Although I will agree that fundamentally, in order to know things, observation and experiment is crucial. But you could go through, certain things can be ruled out on the basis of reason alone, in certain contexts. I gave an example last time I was in this chat.
So do you think you can do the systematic study of the natural world without observing nature?
No, but I know, you absolutely need to have observation. I said that earlier. I'll say it again.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so and I'll say it again too, that nobody has an observation of this. Gravity forms things into balls. And in fact, hold on. In fact, it's actually not even a prediction of the physics. Because the actual universal theory of gravitation says every particle attracts every other particle with a force that's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It isn't everything gets pulled to the center. I don't know where people fucking got that shit. That's sixth grade shit. And when they run this Newtonian gravity, actual universal law of gravitation, in simulation with particles, they can't get an aggregate of particles to form into a sphere. Even when they cheat.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
Oh, yes, they can, bro. I mean, they did the whole thing.
Okay, I'm going to post a peer-reviewed paper from an astronomical journal that says they can't.
Okay.
What about Einsteinian gravity?
What? Stop.
Well, what type of gravity?
I think we can just acknowledge that,
Oh, if you don't have observation, you don't have a physics prediction, you don't even have a simulation, then what do you have, dude? You have a story.
No. Yes, and the story's fine. The point is, if the story, you could assume
it feels good.
No.
It feels good. If the story feels good.
If certain downstream consequences of the story, if this implies this implies this implies this, then if we can test that, then we can go chase it all the way back up the chain of causality to try to verify if our theory was correct. And that's in many ways how science works. In many ways,
that isn't how science works.
You have to do indirect measurements. Yeah, absolutely.
That isn't how science works.
That is
part. We know how to figure out
contingent. It's not fundamentally how science works, but it might be how you need to get the information in order to do the deduction. Yeah, that in order to find out some information. Yeah.
First of all, it's using induction. It's not using deduction. Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, something. I mean, science is abductive. I mean, it uses both. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's more abductive than inductive. Certainly, that's true. But we know how to get the cause of phenomenon. You do the experiment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is yes. That's
what they say. We can't manipulate.
You could go to a philosopher and a computer scientist like Judea Pearl, and he wrote a whole book on causality. And there are other. So yes, experimentation is totally one of them. But there are other layers of causality. He kind of discusses this. He's interesting to listen to talk about this. You can consider counterfactuals, and counterfactuals in many cases, just from a purely rationalistic perspective, are enough to falsify a theory or a hypothesis before any data is even collected. You could say that some sort of prediction is logically inconsistent with itself, and that would be enough, obviously, to rationalistically discount a claim. And there are other sort of things too that, I mean, if you accept, certain facts, then it would be okay. There is a space carved out for indirect measurements in science as well. I don't have to show you a planet in the process of formation to see gravity, to have a measurement of, or experimental kind of observation of gravity or its effects. I mean, I don't have to watch it happen, because obviously I
Right.
won't. Because it's
So you don't have to watch the phenomenon you claim exists to say it exists.
if you can, if someone had inducted a law of nature previously, and then you deduce
The
from
universal
that
law of
inducted
gravity is
law
not a law of
you
nature.
just say, okay, let's just
It's
say
not a law of
this is
nature,
a law.
though. It's
Then
not a
you
law
say,
of
let's
nature,
say
though.
this is a no. Let's say this is a law, right? Whatever this law is, this is a law. Whatever it is, that's deduced from this premise. We'll just call it an
Yeah.
axiom. We'll deduce what we should see if all of these equations
Yeah,
over here are true.
yeah, I agree with you if it was a law of nature, but the universal law of gravitation is not a law of nature. It's a geometrical law.
You're saying Newton's law of universal gravitation?
Yeah, the universal law of gravitation is not a law of nature.
Yeah.
You have to know the kind of like the history of how it came about.
Are you talking about Newtonian gravity right now? That's what you're.
Yeah, Newtonian gravity. Newton's universal, what's commonly called the universal law of gravitation, is not a law of nature.
Okay, look, sure,
You
that's
can't
fine.
deduce anything from it.
You
Other
can.
than
Well,
geometry.
you can deduce something from the mathematical system that is described by that law. That law is a good
The
approximation.
geometry.
Yes,
You
that
deduce
law.
the geometric relationship.
Yes, and in certain circumstances, now of course, some predictions will be off. Some like the perihelion precession of Mercury, or the bending of light around the eclipse. I'm sure that you've heard about that one. I'm sure you have some whack shit to say about it too. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, the same whack shit they said to Einstein. Look, I'll say the same whack shit they said to Einstein back in 1918. That the eclipse, the displacement of the stars that they saw was caused by the cooling down of the air. It was caused by refraction. It's caused by the cooling down of the air, which happens during a freaking lunar eclipse, a solar eclipse.
Yeah. So I mean, some people. I know that
that's not plausible.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen that too. I've had this conversation before. I know what you're talking about right then, but just because one dude said that, I'm not convinced. Like, you have to understand.
Listen, in this particular eclipse, so there was the 1919 eclipse, right? So there was another.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he went to Africa. Yeah.
In 1922. So there's another eclipse in 1922. So they're going to verify what happened before. Okay. So this particular eclipse is the closest Venus would have been in the line of sight of the moon in something like, I don't know, fucking 4,000 years or something. So when the moon eclipsed the sun, Venus, which should not be affected by any general relativity, gravity, or anything like that, because its position, right? Its light isn't coming from behind the sun, right? It was stretched in pink, in oblong, right? So Venus was displaced. Even though there's no way that could have been general relativity bending of space-time affecting that visual. And because of this observation, the scientists at the time said, oh, the Einstein effect really is just refraction caused by the cooling down of the air during a solar eclipse. They didn't just make it up out of their heads.
No, first of all, I mean that is also, you said they didn't just make it up out of their heads. I mean I'm pretty sure I've seen what you're talking about. I mean, someone literally posted and I read it. Like, I know what you're talking about. I've seen whatever document you would provide.
Anyone that knows about it, I've
seen it before already. What I'm saying, and I'm pretty sure they didn't do any calculation to say, look, this is it. They just said this. Also, it
How
could
can you
be explained
calculate
by
it?
this. Huh? I've seen it before.
How could you calculate how much refraction there'd be?
Well, that would be statistical mechanics. To get the index of refraction, there would be a different set of physics, non-gravitational physics. That would absolutely. People can calculate things. Yes, you can't, but other people can calculate things.
Dude, you can't listen, dude. There is no predictive model for a refraction in a gradient index medium like the air. There is no accurate model for that. I'm sorry to tell you. You can calculate all you want. It's going to be wrong.
I'm sure. You say no. I mean, what you think is accurate. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. I believe in your definition of accuracy. But
look at empirical modeling of refraction using trigonometric heighting is published way back when. So they take the meteorological data and survey data, and they compare them to each other to see if there's a correlation. Right. So they can plug it into the model, like the meteorological data in the model, and it'll spit out how much things are supposed to be displaced because of refraction, and see if it matches the surveying observations that they did through the theodolites. They don't match. They don't correlate. They're not even remotely similar. Dude, I don't talk out my ass, dude. Like, I don't know if you're looking in the chat, dude. Everything I said, I'm posting and backing this shit up.
Well, I'm actually I know you posted this one thing, and I did click on this. I did copy it and I did search it, and I clicked on these links. I'm trying to actually see here.
The point is, none of this shit is settled science, dude. They just say this. Even something as simple as mirages.
That's not a truthful statement. I just want to talk about
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, flaming.
No, but what you posted here, it says this. First of all, what you posted here, it says simulating asteroid rubble piles with a self-gravitating soft sphere distinct element method model. Yeah. And you're saying that this is an example of a simulation where self-gravitation failed? That's what you're saying? Is that in this case?
Simulation. Yes. Look, they even had to cheat to get it to do what's in the image.
What do you mean cheat, bro?
Okay, so when they just ran the simulation using just Newtonian gravity, this shit just bounced off each other forever. So they had to apply something like another force. They use a spring model, right? So that when they would collide, it wouldn't just bounce back off like an inelastic collision, that it would be damped by like a spring, right? Like a sticky thing. They added, what they called it was a stickiness factor. They added it because when they just left it alone, the shit just bounced around forever. So they had to slow down the particles so they didn't fly too far away.
Okay.
And this is the best they got, this image.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you said that this didn't. You said that yes, they do it. They can get it to be a sphere. No, they can't, dude. They can't. You just I understand. You believe a lot of things that just aren't true.
I mean, you're saying this image, and I'm looking at this, and they have a field that's like a planar arrangement of asteroid rubble, and then at t=0, and then at t=10 hours, it's a ball. I don't know what I mean, of course you're saying
that's not a ball, dude.
I mean, I'm looking at the photo.
You think that's a ball? Go play basketball with that shit.
What?
Yeah, stop trying to say it's a ball, dude. When you start saying shit like that, then it's like you're just being dishonest. It ain't no ball you ever.
You know what a ball is? A sphere is the technical definition of a sphere is technically it's a surface. It's not full of stuff. A ball is the technical definition. Technically, like a basketball would be a sphere because it's hollow, right? I guess it's filled with air. But a ball would be.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Definition of a ball
sphere versus 3 sphere, right?
Filled-in sphere, yeah. A sphere is a balloon, but a sphere is a surface, but a ball is filled in.
Yeah, I get it. I know all that. So, I mean, I smash bumpers with that shit. I mean, but that ain't the point. The point is that a lot of this shit, despite what fucking the other doofus just said, a lot of this shit isn't settled. Such as mirages, right? What causes mirages? What causes inferior mirage? What causes superior mirage? Sure, you think that's settled science, and saying, oh, it's refraction of air. Well, there's actually no experimental evidence for that. And there's
Well, exactly,
is actual,
yeah.
but there is experimental evidence for it being what's called total internal reflection, and that's what the causes of the mirages are. But all that
total internal reflection.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So if you have a small angle of incidence, right?
Yeah, I know it's like
you have a
fiber
refractive
optic.
index gradient. Yeah, just like fiber optics, exactly. So it'll reflect instead of refract. If you have a small angle of incidence. And this reflection is what you're seeing, right? If you see an inferior mirage, you're seeing a double image upside down. You're actually seeing a reflection off like a surface layer of air, and it's not refraction bending through this fucking air and coming back up and making a double image like that. So even simple shit like this is disputed.
Why would you doubt that would? I mean, you like
As been
refraction.
shown experimentally.
You were just using refraction earlier to describe try
but that
to
doesn't mean-
explain the effects of a eclipse. So what do you have against refraction? Do you have something against
No, who
refraction?
said I have anything against refraction? That wasn't the point.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what you
exists as a because I don't care refraction, reflection. I only care about what's true. Okay, so refraction. Just because refraction's suitable in one situation doesn't mean it's suitable in all situations.
Yeah, I mean,
the only point I was making is a lot of things that people think are settled science are not settled science.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, and I would actually also agree with that statement. But the Earth is a sphere, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you'll never experience it that way. You're stuck to watching TV.
Bro, I don't know. Like you're saying, I'll never experience it that way, bro. It's like
You won't. You haven't yet.
Well, I mean, you're saying that. It's like,
Okay, I want to see the Earth as a sphere. Where do I go? I want to go where you went. I want to go where you went.
Well, I'm not saying I did it, but you could go like
Okay,
Katy
then.
Perry into space. How about that? You could
They
do that.
Dude, they
I
didn't
mean,
go
you
to
can see the
space, brother.
pictures of it.
Go to space. They landed like 2 miles away from where they took off.
You can see some
That was
pretty
basically
little
a freaking
paintings.
rocket. That was a rocket-propelled pogo stick. They landed
I'm
2
just
miles
saying-
from where they took off. You know that, right? 2 miles.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, I don't expect. I mean, technically, what are they at the edge of space or whatever? I mean, they probably could maybe see. I don't know what they would see or could see, but probably some
Only
curvature.
56 miles. It's not that high.
I probably see
56 miles ain't high enough, dude. From 56 miles,
You probably
There's
yeah,
like
you
an
probably
eight-
see some curvature.
okay, how big do you think the Earth is? It's supposed to have an 8,000 mile diameter.
Bro, these number I would take in general. No one has good intuition on numbers this big.
Okay, 56 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. Just think of the ratio.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, man, bro. I'm just saying, like you.
It's like
maybe,
5/100th of an
there's
inch
also-
above the
you're
ball.
also getting a huge kind of like your miles in the air. Like I don't know what you could see, bro. It's like,
Well-
is there some perceptible curve to the horizon? I would think probably, yeah.
Well, think about how could there even be? Think about that. How
Well,
could there
exactly. I mean,
even- how could-
that's why we don't see it. You're the reasons you're giving now are the exact reasons why it doesn't bother me that I don't see a curve at the beach. When I look at the ocean,
Look,
the
it's not
reasons
just
you
at the
just gave
beach.
me are the reasons I'm not worried. The reasons why I accept that yes, it might look flat when I'm at the beach, but I know that doesn't actually provide enough information for me to distinguish between whether or not it's just a very big ball or actually flat. I know that just it appearing flat is not enough for me to distinguish between those two things.
Yeah, I
For those exact
understand all
reasons.
that, but my point was a little bit different than that. My point is that your worldview, the fundamental idea of where you live, is just in your imagination. It doesn't exist in the physical and natural world. It doesn't exist outside. You can't take a plane and go to it. You can't drive there. You can't go anywhere to experience it in any way, shape, or form. That you can only think about it, and you can watch TV, you can play a video game, you can read a book, look at a pretty picture, what you think is a pretty picture, and go, oh, that's where I live. Right? It's like Me showing you, hey, this is a house you live in. And it's a picture of a house you've never seen before.
But no, but it's not
But
true
you're
because-
inside the house, right? And you can't see it from the outside.
But it's not true because the model that I have on the basis of my, I don't know, imaginings explains the seasons, the days, the phases of the moon, eclipses, it explains, and your shit doesn't explain that, bro.
Explains. But what kind of
I mean, before we had all that, we had explanations for that too, right? Before we knew the Earth was a spherical object, we had
explanations aren't worth
explanations.
it. Yeah,
I mean,
explanations ain't worth a damn.
we've known the Earth was spherical since before Jesus.
You don't know now.
Humanity has, and you might say they didn't know.
How are you saying humanity? You don't know right now.
No, on
that
the
Earth is
basis
here.
of the philosophical justice of what knowing is justified true belief, and you say, okay, well, maybe they weren't justified. They weren't properly justified in their belief, and maybe their belief wasn't exactly true because the Earth's not a sphere; it's an oblate spheroid. You could play pedantic games. Now you think it's flat, but I don't care about what pedantry you're trying to bring. They made some assumptions. Maybe they weren't fully validated at the time, but they said they seem to conform to reality. Maybe we haven't.
Okay, you just ignored what I said and went on your own spin fest, dude.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know now the Earth's a globe because
no. But what I'm saying is they made assumptions.
They don't know either.
Validated completely.
They didn't know either. They didn't know either.
No, Euclid made with his parallel line pot. He said two parallel lines.
Let me ask. I'll put it this way. This will make it really clear. What was the source of primary knowledge that the Earth's a globe?
Well, I mean, again, there's the source of, you're saying primary knowledge. I mean, lunar
primary knowledge. Their knowledge, because knowledge. No, I'm not talking about belief. Belief is the enemy of knowledge. I'm talking about know. How did they know the Earth is a globe? The fact is, they didn't know that. They believed that. Just like you believe it right now. You don't know it, you believe it. Everybody in this chat that thinks it's a globe, they're believers.
Yeah. Well, this is actually.
But there's a difference between me and you, right? I can go out. I can walk down to the beach. I can walk down to the beach, and it looks flat, and I can know that, 100%.
Yeah.
There's no belief involved in any of that.
No, actually, I mean, there still is.
That my eyes work.
Actually, your eyes. Yeah, I mean, your brain is filling in patterns. It's not just direct input, sensory input from your eye, from your optical nerve. Yeah, actually, there's this intermediate of your brain. Your brain actually does fill in information. So actually, you're not even getting
because that's weird, man. Because people that are in permanent vegetative states and are brain dead and have no rational function, they can respond to sensory input.
I mean, I mean, they might have. I don't know exactly. There are going to be different types of sensory input that they can and cannot respond to. But
that's the point. Is that the point is reason and sensory input are two separate things. They're separated.
Well, I'm not saying even reason. I'm just saying that your brain has a certain neurophysiological functioning that's different, and I'm not even saying it's conscious processing or reason or even slow, deliberate conscious process. I'm just saying at reason as that. I'm just saying in general, your brain is an intermediary, and you're saying, oh, I can have this first person. I know you're saying.
I'm saying at some level there's no intermediary.
I could never have knowledge. I'm saying you don't even have knowledge. I don't care about what you say you think is knowledge.
I have knowledge.
I acknowledge. No, you can say that you know. I
do
know this shit, bro. I'll tell you. I don't think anybody knows anything. And if you tell me, oh, I haven't.
You know that.
No, you can say, I think I'm...
Do you know that? Do you know that anybody doesn't know anything?
Yes. My credence in the Earth being a sphere is very high. Credence, I would say. These is Bayesian epistemological language.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Slogans are great. But anyway, okay, I do know. You can't tell me what I do. Yeah, I do, because
but how do you know? How do you know that you're not in a fucking white padded room right now, talking to yourself? How do you know?
Because
I don't give a shit what you think that you know.
Because the converse leads to a contradiction and makes it not possible.
The converse leads to a
Yeah,
contradiction.
because the opposite leads to a contradiction. Now, let's say I say this statement. I only know for sure with a 99.99999% certainty that I'm not a fucking brain in a jar. And that I can't actually know anything because I can't prove the external world exists. Well, if I do the converse, do I actually know that I don't know? Because I'm making a statement that I can't know something, right? That I don't know something. Well, do I know that? Do I know that thing? Do I know that I don't know? That leads to a contradiction. So that entire worldview is untenable because it has a contradiction buried right in it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say what I'm saying is I don't know. I know that I. You could say I know that I don't. I don't try to know.
Do you know that you don't know?
I try to increase.
You're making a statement that you don't know something, right? Do you know that you don't know?
I don't care. That's completely.
No, I don't care. That's funny.
Besides
I mean, that's a silly question.
I don't care.
No, it's a perfect question. Because it slices right through the fucking synopsis garbage. The brain rot.
Where it all boils down to belief, right?
No. I don't have.
Right, it does. Because if you don't know what you know, or if you know what you don't know, it all boils down to belief. I believe that what they're showing me with these satellites is real, right?
Good for you. What's your point, dude? Everything you said was incoherent gibberish.
Well, no, but it's just your nonsense with the if you don't know what you don't know. You know.
I didn't say that. You straw man what I said. Why don't you steel man what I said? Why don't you actually just say what I said verbatim, word for word?
Yeah, you did not just ask him if he didn't know.
Yeah, okay, you sober up, dude. Moving on. What I said was, does he know that he doesn't know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I'll say I know that.
And it's with that, no, like, are you 99.99999% certainty you don't know?
Well,
because if you apply that knowledge claim to a claim of not having knowledge, it ends up being a contradiction, and that worldview becomes untenable. Because you can't even argue against the law of non-contradiction, because you would need to use the law of non-contradiction to argue against it.
No, again, I don't really think that this is a good point, what you're making right now. I could just say, I don't know. I don't even
only
try
point is
to
that
know
we do know
I'm not
things.
even, it's not that I know that I don't know. I don't know that I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying I know that I don't know, in which case I know that I don't know. I thought I didn't know, but now I know. That's the contradiction. I'm saying I don't know if I know or I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know shit. That's what my point is. There's no contradiction there. I'm just saying I'm trying on the basis of just statistical inference to get things correct. and that is
the best. Appeal to probability is a logical fallacy, right?
You said what?
Appeal to probability is a logical fallacy.
Again, this is the same thing with this nonsense about. Sorry, I was sipping.
When you start appealing to statistics, you're appealing to probabilities, right? So
yeah.
You can't, listen, it's a common thing we go through in this chat. We start talking about the globe. It always devolves, not always, but a lot of the times it devolves into, well, I can't actually know anything. And nobody can know anything, and it's all just, we could all be brains in a jar, and we could all be schizophrenics or high on fucking ayahuasca, and this is just a big hallucination, because you can't prove otherwise. Okay, we go through this a lot, okay? It's not personal to you. That thinking is postmodern fucking brain rot. Okay?
No.
We do know things.
Bro,
we do know things. You know that you ate. You know if you've eaten. Listen, bro.
You need to hold up.
You do know, absolutely.
The audacity.
I'll say one thing. Listen, let me finish. You do know 100% that you've eaten in the last year. You know that. To deny that is just stupid. Okay? Otherwise, you are a perpetual motion machine. Or you're not made of matter, and this is a group hallucination. And right now, you'd be arguing with yourself.
Yeah. I'm saying I have with very high probability credence. My credence is exceedingly high that I have eaten in the last year. But I might be on. I fucking.
Oh,
I might.
you're trying to like run from reality, dude. It's really sad. Like you're like,
No,
I don't want everything to be real. I want to leave the sliver of doubt.
First of all, okay, you're trying to say I'm running from reality. I just have to say this point. It is so rich for someone who denies that the Earth is a sphere to complain about postmodernists, bro. You didn't even make it to modernism, bro. You didn't even graduate to postmodernism. You didn't
make
even
it
get
to
to modernism.
322, bro.
Dude, you've already admitted that you have no primary knowledge that the Earth is a sphere. Though I have primary knowledge that the Earth is flat.
Dude, you can
You're talking
observe
about
ships disappearing over the horizon. You can
I've never
take a
seen that. And I
shadow
go
from
by
a
the ocean.
pylon and
Yeah,
live
cool.
stream it from 2 points in the Earth. Like, give me a model, man. Look, what's your
Brother,
model?
I'm not-
Like,
listen, you're just gonna gish gallop
Put
and
in a
just throw
model,
shit
dude.
against the wall. A model of what?
What model do you guys have?
A model of what exactly?
The sun, the Earth.
Oh,
Is there
okay, we
a
got that.
model,
Oh,
working
hold on.
model?
He asked us something.
Is there a wall of
Dude,
ice?
hold on. Okay, yes.
Give me a second.
Yeah, you gonna let me answer? You gonna let me
Of course,
answer?
of course.
Okay,
Yeah,
the
I
model
won't
of sun.
interrupt.
Equation of time. Go look it up.
Equation of time. That's the name.
Yeah, the
of the
equation of time. It's how the sun is predicted. Like when you go on Time and Date or the U.S. Naval Observatory, and you look up like when's the sun gonna rise, when's the sun gonna set, how high is it gonna be in the sky at fucking 10 a.m.
I think,
hold on, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Chill, dude. I'm sorry.
No, shut up. You're trying to interrupt me. I ain't having it.
That's the wrong. That's not the model I'm talking about.
So that model is not a gold model. The model to predict the sun right now does not use a gold model.
All right, I'm just asking for a physical model, a physical
What do you mean a
representation.
physical model?
A
What is it?
physical model,
Like
meaning
a
not
physical
not-
model.
Yes, a physical model that you guys use to predict the motion of, the sun, the moon.
Nobody has that. What are you talking about?
Well, the globus or whatever you call them have.
You
that
have a
model that
physical
works.
model.
Yes,
You
they
have
do
a-
have a model.
I just told you how it's predicted, and it doesn't use a globe. Did you not listen to me?
What you gave is an equation. You don't have a model, though. That's the problem with flat Earth.
No,
You guys don't have a
listen,
working
there
model. You
is
can't
no
agree on
model. There
know.
is no globe.
That's what I
Listen,
just said.
fuckface.
You guys don't have a model.
No, you don't have a model. And
We
I just
do have
told
a
you that.
model.
Okay,
We do
show
have
it.
a
Post it
model
in the
and it
chat.
works.
Post it in the chat. Post it in the chat. Post the gold model for the sun in the chat. That I can predict. I want to predict where the sun will rise in Nairobi, Kenya, on October 4th.
Yeah, 1 second.
I want to know the sunrise time.
He be googling that shit.
Yeah, I know. It'd just be fun watching you crash and burn, dude. Dude, you just
Burn
got
what?
to this topic, man.
I'm putting in a model for you. What's the big
Yeah,
deal?
post it in the chat. Go ahead.
All right.
I want the gold model for the sunrise.
Okay.
You know what you're going to post? You're going to post the equation of time. The model I talked about, which is not a globe model.
Okay. All right. Whatever you say, buddy.
Yeah, it's going to be hilarious,
Post
dude.
Images. All right.
Oh, you're going to post. Why do you need an image, dude? I want a model. Images aren't models.
Yes, a physical. Yeah, I'm posting an image of a model. Yeah, my bad. I can't tell
Of the sun?
Of the sun, the earth.
How do I know which way how do I know what time the sun rises from a physical model?
By observing it.
From the surface
And
of the
then
model?
seeing it. Yeah, you
From
observe
the surface of the model.
the surface of the model. You can
Yeah.
use you can use a video representation of the model if you want to see it move. But yeah, you can use that
No,
model.
I don't want a video.
You can predict, you can predict the seasons, you can predict the day and night,
Okay.
you can predict the angle of the sun to the earth at different various
Yeah.
points. You can observe
Yeah,
this
that's a
by
cool
using
story. That's
can
not a
observe
model.
it.
Nothing you
You're
just posted is
interrupting
a
me.
model, dude. Nothing you posted is a fucking model,
Okay.
dude.
Yeah,
Try again, loser.
Anyways, you can
How do I
observe.
predict it? How do I predict the sunrise time with what you posted? October
Listen.
4th, no,
Okay,
Nairobi, Kenya.
Can you stop
October 4th, Nairobi, Kenya. And what time's the sunrise? How do I predict it using what you posted?
Okay, so again, you're interrupting me. So I'm going to finish saying what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
and I won't
again,
interrupt
you
No,
didn't
you're
answer
going
his
to answer the
question.
question in 5 seconds, or you're going to get shut up.
No, I'm not, because
You are. You're going to answer. Shut up. You said you're going to post a gold model. You asked for me. Hey, can the flat Earth predict? You can't predict the sunrise. I said, yeah, we can. Here it is. Oh, those are just equations. I want a physical model. I said, okay, dude, post your physical model of that predicts the sunrise. And now you're not going to do that. You're going to say what you want to say. Fuck off.
Hey, Indio, real quick, I just want to, what's up, brother? This guy was on before, and he was like saying he was tearing up over this guy that he posted. What was his name? That had the kinematics. He was talking about the Kepler stuff. Yeah. It's all kinematics. This guy needs to know the difference between kinematics and dynamics. Do you know the difference, bro?
Do I? Yes.
You do? Okay. So you realize that the guy that you posted, he's just kinematics, right?
Yeah, he didn't talk about gravity necessarily. He talked about
No, he didn't talk about forces. Do you know what? You know what the
gravity
difference is?
being a force. Yes, dynamics being about force.
Wait, no. Real quick.
He never talked about that.
Hey, brother, real quick. I sent you a DM. Did you see the DM I sent you? This is your perspective.
I'm checking now because I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm checking. Yes, I see.
Yeah, and I sent you the thing about Kepler's orbits.
I see it. Yeah.
Kinematics. Tell us the difference between kinematics and dynamics.
Well, I mean, real quick. I mean, I haven't read this, but kinematics is just describing how things.
Yeah, whatever you know.
Just kinematics is describing how things move, and dynamics is calculating the forces on them and predicting how they will move by when. You know, kinematics is kind of, you know, you can do kinematics after you've done the dynamics to figure out what the forces are and therefore what the acceleration is, and then you can figure out what the motion will be.
That'd be preferable. But real quick, let me just tell you that the kinematics is just the description through math, right? Like you could describe a lot of things through math. And you can make anything happen through math, right? If you had to reverse engineer something, you could mathematically show how it would work if you have a post-diction first, right? And then you go back and fill in the math how it would have to work to get to that point. Do you understand that?
I mean, you couldn't make anything work, but you could. There would be some latitude for you to make things work. Yeah.
Well, a lot, right? They could do all kinds of stuff with math, right? But the dynamics of the forces, that means that's a working model. A working model has to have the forces and the math all in there working. Do you understand that?
Well, I don't think you need to, on the basis of what we had discussed previously, I don't think that dynamics was particularly necessary to make most of the jumps that most of the kind of conclusions to that were being explored. Like, you know, if you're just if you're saying, okay, well, the motion is somewhat uniform. Now, of course, the motion is not uniform. Like the not only, in that, in the calculation, in the assumptions of like how far away the Earth or like, trying to figure out like this kind of model of the Earth being a sphere and everything. Like, you're going to have to assume, that distances are not only that there are distances from Earth to other, like the moon, for example, or that the Earth is a sphere. It's actually not a perfect sphere. It's an oblate spheroid, and the orbits aren't perfect circles. They're ellipses, and the light rays aren't perfectly parallel. They're slightly divergent, perhaps, but minimally so. But you make these assumptions because it's, and therefore you're obscuring the dynamics. You're not getting, you're not going to get, but you're still you're making an approximate assumption, which is an approximation. I mean, and it's not perfect. It's not exact. Like, again, the Earth isn't perfectly spherical. Our orbits aren't perfectly circular. But, like, nonetheless, you make these assumptions and you see, okay, well, we're getting the numbers are coming out pretty damn fucking close. I'm sorry, someone someone's.
No, well, hold on. Stop for a sec. Okay, like you said a couple words there that made sense. You tried to go back on one of them. You said you're jumping, right? Or you're assuming, right? So that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is you have to assume and jump, and you have to start with your conclusion and work your way backwards mathematically.
It wasn't. I mean, it's not even really. It's actually interesting, right? I mean,
it is interesting. It's brilliant. It's amazing.
No, you're saying you're starting with the conclusion. The conclusion isn't that the Earth is spherical. The Earth is spherical was already a conclusion that predates Eratosthenes. In fact, again, like
that's what you were told. That's what we were all told. You realize? Wait, hold on. You realize we were all told that, right? We all grew up thinking like you do now, right? We used to believe what you believe now. You believe that. You understand that,
bro?
And Indio will school you on the mathematics and anything this guy Terrence Tao has to say, right? He will tear that guy apart. He will make you cry that you cried over his video, right? Indio will make you cry that you cried about Terrence Tao.
This is hilarious, bro. Terrence Tao is an international mathematics Olympiad gold medalist,
right?
And
Appeal to populum, right?
Preeminent mathematician.
Of course he is.
In the
right,
whole
because
world.
But listen, wait, you can't talk over me. I have a point to make to you. And the reason I DM'd you is because I thought you might be honest with yourself at some point and understand that the reason this guy is put out there and he's got the fame he's got is he supports the narrative that they're lying to us about. And we can prove that to you. But you won't calm down enough. Wait, hold on. There's one question for you, which will either determine whether you should go on or not. If the Earth is not a sphere, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, then shut the fuck up for a second and listen instead of talking over people like we don't know what you're talking about, and you've got all this knowledge coming in here crying over a cow video when it's put out there for you to cry over because it supports the narrative that we could prove to you is wrong. And you don't want to know. Unless you shut up and listen.
You
don't want to know. You're proving that you don't want to know, even though you said you did.
I go for it, bro. Go for it. I mean, I've actually heard.
And the fact this guy is a Fields Medal, it makes it even worse, even more embarrassing.
But he literally, you guys.
Why don't you go? Hey, here's an idea. Go watch the video. Listen to everything he says, and then go fact check it. Did you do that part? No, you didn't.
Did I fact check that?
Go fact check it.
What does that even mean?
Fact check his historical.
But what does that mean?
Historical claims.
Oh, his historical claims. Fact check the historical.
Yeah,
I didn't
how all this shit was developed.
I took it as a math video, not a history video. So no, I didn't check the historical claims.
What math? He's telling a story about fucking Al-Biruni going to the top of a fucking mountain. There ain't no math in that.
I don't think he mentioned Al-Biruni in that.
That's going to be the video.
You don't know the context. That's why. Indio knows the context, and you don't.
Wait. Is this what is? I don't even know. That was not in the video. Al-Biruni. I'm pretty sure
it's literally in the thumbnail, right up there. 3 brown, 1 blue, measuring the Earth with Terrence Tao. What he's showing is Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni measured from a flat baseline, the height of a mountain, then went to the top of the mountain, assumed it was a sphere, and measured down to an apparent horizon. That's fucking brilliant.
That was not in the video. That was not part of the video. So you're saying that's what it was.
I watched the video, part of it, the part one. I watched part of it, and I stopped watching it because it was inaccurate.
Bro, there was no discussion.
Indio knows what he's talking about, bro. Listen, Indio knows what he's talking about, and you don't. He didn't mention Al-Biruni in the video, but the thing he's showing has the context that Indio knows that you don't.
Okay,
he's way more knowledgeable than you. You're acting like you know it all. You're acting like you know it all, and you're saying you want to know if it's not a sphere, but you have to chill, dude. You don't know, and you don't want to know.
I have a question for you. If the Earth wasn't flat, would you want to know?
Absolutely, dude. That's why I've been working on this for 10 years, 5 hours at least a day straight.
That is so sad, Mike. I feel so bad.
You're assuming that's sad, right? Before you figure out if you do know or not. Now, if you found out we were right, then it would make sense, right?
No, he can just do nothing. Right? He can do nothing for 5 hours a day for 10 years and just be ignorant.
That's what he wants to do, but he says he wants to know if it's not a sphere. I don't believe it.
That's, I mean, could I be, the problem is why I can't believe, I mean, I would have so many subsequent questions, right? You can claim, oh, well, I have to throw away everything I've ever heard before because there's some kind of logical, like, of measuring the stars and the distance to the horizon, and it assumes it's a plane, and therefore you can't, like, you can't do local linear. We've just assumed it's flat from the beginning, and you have to just accept that from a first-hand experience, it's just flat or something like that. Like,
you're rattling off things that you think we're going to say, which aren't even close to what any of us were going to say.
That is generally what you say. I've been here before.
No. You come in here with generalizations because you're happy to cling on to those. Because
my point is, no, can I say you have some kind of thing where it's like questioning the validity of theories, models, assumptions, observations that other people, and you can claim like some sort
of. I have something directly that if you were calm enough to walk through it,
I don't give a fuck.
If you were calm enough to walk through it instead of yelling over me because you don't want to know and you're trying to run away by yelling over people, and it's like you want to get kicked out of here instead of just chilling and figuring out if I'm right or not.
If you want to kick me out, then you can do that, but.
No, I'm saying I don't want to kick you out. I'm saving you from getting. You're about to be kicked out before I came in here, right?
Okay, so you're going to kick me out. I mean, okay, if you kick me out, then you kick me out.
You're yelling over people because you think you know already, and I promise you, you don't. And I can prove it to you in 5 minutes.
No, I don't I don't want to give you 5 minutes.
Then you don't want to know. Fine. See ya. Bye. You said you wanted to know. I guess you don't. What happened?
So the young fellow was just here to preach. No. He's given a 10-second cool off.
He's more worried about what his friends would say about him.
Yep. He'd be too embarrassed. But then, the funny thing is, if he found out we were right, he would have such an edge on all his friends, and he doesn't even realize that, right?
So, Shoal.
Yeah, and the best of all, he'd get rid of all his fake friends real quick.
Okay, so what I was
Shoal, another question. Another question for you, real quick. One more question for you, Shoal. If you found out the Earth is not a sphere in the next 5 minutes, right, or 10 or whatever, wouldn't that be the most interesting thing you could possibly find out today or maybe in your lifetime?
No. I would be much more interested in if we were living in a hologram on some kind of, 4-dimensional hyperspace. That would be far more interesting.
No, but what's interesting for us is we're looking into how they reverse engineered it, right? We're figuring out how they convinced people like you and us formerly that we lived on a spinning ball. That's interesting. How they were able to do that. It's fascinating. That's what keeps us interested, is how they were able to do it. And we figured a lot of that out. I can tell you 100%, we're not living on a spinning ball. And I can give you one reason that's right in your face, and it happens every second of the day.
All right, let's do it. What
Planes. Is it? All right. I'm going to walk you through this, okay? When you jump up in the air, right, and you're enough familiar with some of the science, right, about the ball to probably walk through this, okay? I wonder if you can. When you jump up in the air, or if you go up in a helicopter and hover, right, the ball model says that the reason that the Earth doesn't move separately from you below is because you were on the ground and you retained the momentum. You conserve the momentum from being on the ground, right?
Sure.
So say you're at like a latitude that the ball is moving 500 miles an hour because it tapers up to the equator at 1,000 miles an hour, down to 0 at the poles. You familiar with that?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So if you were at a latitude where it's like 500 miles an hour and you jumped up in the air, Well, the reason that you don't have the Earth moving separately from you below is they say because you were on the ground moving at 500 miles an hour with the ground, then you're still moving at 500 miles an hour when you get in the air. That's why you can land in the same spot that you jump from. Do you get that concept?
Yes.
Okay. You understand conserved momentum.
Angular momentum, yes.
You can call it angular momentum, whatever you want. It's a tangential velocity of 500 miles per hour at the latitude that you jumped from, or you went up in a helicopter, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Now, the helicopter, or let's say it's a plane, is going to fly to the equator, right? Where the ground is now moving 1,000 miles an hour, right? And the plane is going to try to land on the landing strip that's now moving 1,000 miles an hour, but he only conserved 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. Where does the extra 500 come from?
So you're okay. So this person.
So it's a plane, right? And all pilots are taught to treat the Earth as stationary. They don't ever worry about rotation or curvature or any of that. They just any pilot is taught is to fly and land as if, in quotes, the Earth is stationary and level. Just like all flight simulators use, they don't do any rotation. They don't have any kind of tangential velocity included in their flight simulators. But the pilot's going to land on the landing strip that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour as if it were stationary, meaning that the plane has to be rotating eastward at exactly 1,000 miles an hour or whatever the speed is that he's landing on the Earth at. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Do you? Do you understand he has to be in perfect sync? He has to be in perfect sync to treat the Earth as stationary. Perfect sync.
Yeah, I am thinking about this visually at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, you got it. And he has to have an extra 500 miles per hour of that eastward vector, right? It has nothing to do with his forward motion because he could be randomly flying west-southwest against the spin, right, the whole time and get to the equator where the Earth is now moving twice as fast as where he took off from, right? He's going to land in a clearing. He has no destination. There's no math you can put into this because he's just randomly flying west-southwest against the spin. He's going to land in a clearing somewhere along the equator, and he's going to always be able to treat the Earth as stationary. Yet the fact of the matter is the plane would have to be going twice as fast eastward. That eastward vector has to have an extra 500 miles an hour tacked onto it. You have to explain where that comes from.
Well, I mean, when you say there's a lot of like in terms of what you just said, like you're saying that they have to treat the way that they land as Well, I want to know like what the actual like what you're quoting. I'm assuming you're quoting something. I kind of want
to. You can look into that. That's not even debatable.
I want to look into that.
For now, assume that I'm right for now. You can check it later, right? No. Assume that I'm right for now, but when you check it, you'll find out that pilots are only taught to just treat the Earth as stationary and fly as if it's stationary. They fly
I know for a fact
as if the Earth is stationary.
Yeah. I know for a fact. First of all, you're saying that like I know for a fact that. Well, for one, that they calculate flight trajectories on the base. Like maybe you're saying the pilot, and I think maybe it's like air traffic control. You know, whoever's charting the course on this. Like I don't know. Like someone's doing that. Someone is incorporating that the Earth is spherical. I'm pretty damn sure. Like in terms of like.
Okay, let's say there wasn't somebody doing that. Would there be a problem?
Well, I mean, again, I'm trying to actually think about the situation involved because I don't know, like, if you're saying now I have to make the assumption if there was no one doing that. Okay, well, I mean,
make that assumption because there isn't anybody doing that, right? You can look at somebody probably going to try to claim that they figure out the flight path according to the globe, but that doesn't even matter. Look in the chat. Look in the text chat. I just put 2 GIFs in there that explain what I'm talking about, right? You're starting with a 500 mile per hour conserved momentum. You're flying to the equator where it's 1,000 miles an hour because it's faster ground speed, right? The ground is moving faster.
Yeah.
The plane has to be in perfect sync to treat the Earth as stationary. Now, whether it's true or not that the pilot always treats it as stationary doesn't matter. You can look into it. You'll find out I'm right about that. Now, if this is the scenario, right, where he's just treating the stationary, where's the extra 500 come from?
I mean,
and if there was no way to account for that 500, would there be a problem with your globe? Planes land every minute of the day.
Again, I'm thinking about. I mean, obviously, this is like a flying object using turbines. So obviously, I'm trying to for one, I don't know where. Like you're saying, where does the energy come from? I don't. It could be from the giant turbines on the plane, but I don't. I have to. I'm thinking about the whole thing. Right now, I'm trying to think critically.
Okay. Now this is what I'll give you a couple of the different answers that I usually get with this argument. Because there is no answer to this, right? So people just randomly they guess at it because they don't know, because there isn't an answer, because pilots always treat the Earth as stationary. And the only way they could treat the Earth as stationary and flat is if it's actually fucking stationary and flat. Because there would be a difference in the ground that they're landing on compared to where they took off from. And the air moving the plane isn't going to do it. Air moving the plane is called a wind. Winds go in all directions, not just eastward. Right? And if he's going west-southwest against the spin, the plane's not made to fly backwards. And when he slows down to land, do you think the plane's going to have some jets on it, making it go backwards and sync with the Earth so he can treat the Earth as stationary when he lands? Planes aren't made to do that. The pilot's not even told that there's any kind of tangential gradient to worry about. He's just flying point to point and landing as if, in quotes, it's stationary. The only freaking way, in 5 minutes, I just proved to you the Earth is not a spinning ball.
No, you didn't really. That's not.
You may not know that I proved it to you, but I did. Right? Once you look into it, you'll find out I'm right. Then you'll find out later, like post afterwards, you'll find out I'm right, and you'll be like, shit, there's no answer to this.
No, that's not how a proof works. You can't. I understand like what you just said.
I know you don't think that, but I did prove it to you in 5 minutes, like I said, and then you'll go look into it, and you'll find out I did.
No, you did not.
Not according to you yet, because you haven't looked into it, of course. But everyone else here that knows what I'm talking about knows that I'm right, and knows that you just got it proved to you.
You just don't know what the word "prove" means, apparently. But
it doesn't matter about the word "proof." Tell me the answer. Where's the 500 miles per hour come from, so we can land as if the Earth is stationary?
I mean,
how is a plane moving eastward in sync with the Earth an extra 500 miles an hour?
One of the issues that I have with you people, I mean,
don't go to you people. You're talking to me. Don't try to generalize and get out of it by saying, flat earthers are like this. Just talk to me, bro. Just talk to me, bro. Just talk to me.
Okay, yes.
Don't worry about any kind of previous kind of assumptions, right? Get rid of your assumptions.
Yes, with what you just said, I have a suspicion, much like, and it does not meaningfully distinguish itself from previous conversations I've had with flat earthers, that's an ill-posed question. I'm not sure that is a well-posed question to begin with.
Yeah, I don't know if you're high or you're stupid. If you think the Earth is flat, you're a retard.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, well, that's really good, right?
Joe.
These are your friends. The guy that comes in and says you're retarded. He's really smart, huh? He's smart to come in and say, you must be retarded because I was told, and like we all were, we all assumed it was stupid, right? But now there's a bunch of intelligent people that have figured it out, and you still don't want to know. You'd rather just assume we're wrong.
He has a suspicion that it's an ill-posed question.
He'd rather think that and think about the fact that he has no answer. You have no answer, bro.
Oh, dude, it's a ridiculous scope.
No, I have a suspicion. Well, I mean, many of your
questions. Check this out, Shoal. What you don't know.
I mean, I don't want to. Again, you said, just talking to me. I treat you as an individual, and each of you as an individual. Totally fair. But many.
So what you don't know, Shoal.
Many flat earthers have asked me ill-posed questions before.
It's fantastic.
It doesn't matter about other flat earthers, dude. You have no answer to this. Let me just say, can you do a hypothetical? Let's say I'm right that the plane would have to have an extra 500, and there was no way for it to get there. Can you do hypothetical? That's a sign of intelligence. If you can just take away all your assumptions and go, okay, if this guy's right, and there's no way for the plane to have an extra 500 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity, there's no force that does that, and you would crash the plane. Then you would have a problem, right? You can hypothetically understand that would be a problem, right?
I have a thought now. I thought about it. So I mean, because the Earth will be spinning beneath you, and that there will be some discrepancy in that momentum that you inherit from the Earth. Like we discussed earlier, as a result of conserved momentum, as you move towards the equator, and therefore a larger distance from the axis of rotation of the Earth. You would be falling behind, and that would be described by the Coriolis force, as if there were some fictitious force pushing you kind of in the other direction. And I'm assuming when they say when you say, okay, in a flight simulator, and I've done a flight sim, you have to maintain your heading. And basically you fix on something in the distance, and you say, I want to go to that. I mean, I'm just thinking, whatever they're doing, they're flying as if they will be deflected by a
As if
Coriolis
it's flat and
force.
stationary?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
let me just tell
exactly
you,
how they
hey,
fly.
bro.
So I'm assuming
let me level with you. Let me level with you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what's going on.
Can I just say, assuming in order to maintain a
Now remember my scenario. He has no direction,
in
right?
order
He's
to
flying in
maintain a
circles.
course
He has
that
no
would be
path.
straight.
He has no destination. He has no. In my scenario, he's flying west-southwest. He's not aiming at anything. He's just going to get to a random clearing and land there. So he's not. He has no heading, right? He's just going generally west-southwest. He's not following any ground path, but he will be able to treat the Earth as stationary, just like every other pilot.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't particularly matter. Like you're saying, like you're saying that they. Okay, so as you. I mean,
would it matter if he was wait, let me ask you this: would it matter if he was 500 miles per hour out of sync with the Earth? Would that matter? He wouldn't be able to land safely, right? So it does matter.
I mean, I'm assuming that I have to think a little bit more about this, but I think I'm.
Yeah, you would have to think a little bit more about it. You have to look into it. You have to go to ChatGPT and find their answers and get it to tell you that you're right or wrong. And all of these things. When you're other people, they'll tell you that it's atmospheric drag. They'll try to give you an equation for atmospheric drag, and they'll try to give you some kind of math, and they'll say, oh, well, if he doesn't have a heading, that makes no sense. No, pilots have always just flown wherever they wanted to. If they have an emergency situation, they can fly wherever they need to get to safely. It has nothing to do with ground paths. It has nothing to do with destination. The Earth is always stationary when the pilot lands on it. Now, if it wasn't, that'd be great. You could prove the Earth is spinning. Just take a camera, put it outside the window, and show that the Earth is moving at a different speed eastward than your plane is. There you go. You proved your ball.
I mean,
Sean, what you don't realize is he asked this question to a CERN physicist, and he couldn't answer.
Again, an ill-posed question.
It's not an ill-posed question.
That doesn't mean anything to me. In the same way that I can't appeal to.
Well, here's what it means to you now. But if he's right, Sean, hypothetically,
you have to acknowledge.
I'm not asking you to care. We're just proving that you don't. We're just proving you don't want to know.
No,
because you don't want to know because you'd rather assume that we're wrong still, even though you don't have an answer.
I mean, that's also an appeal to authority even the authorities don't know. It's just in the negative. Like, I don't care what he just said. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, great. Well, you can figure it out on your own and come back with an answer, or try to answer it now. You don't have an answer now, and I'll tell you what, there is no answer to this because the Earth is freaking stationary, bro.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up is because you can go on New Perspectives YouTube channel. He has the audio posted up there. Yeah, and you can listen to his answer. Okay, there's no dynamic way you can make this work. You can't even do it kinematically, quite honestly. But there's no way you can account for wind, momentum, or all these forces and get another 500 miles an hour. It's impossible.
I mean, again, I'm not convinced.
Of course, you're not going to be convinced now. Of course, you want to walk away and act like you were in a flat Earth group and they're all stupid and you must be smart still.
No.
Instead of thinking, wait a minute, I'm going to go back and I'm going to see if there's something to this. And I'm going to come back
Yeah,
to this
no, I
group.
am thinking
I'm going to
about
say
it.
I figured out why that was an ill-formed
but the
question,
thing
or
is,
why all the assumptions I'd like to spit out now and tell everybody I'm assuming still. You can just take those with you, come back with your answers, and then you can have another conversation instead of trying to
That's
yell
fine, bro.
like
Okay,
you
bro.
know
Calm
and we
down,
don't.
calm down,
Okay,
calm
that's all.
down, calm down, bro. Calm down, calm down. Everything's gonna be okay.
I'm very calm, bro.
Okay. I actually am thinking about the thing that you proposed. So I think you can calm down. I'm thinking about it. Okay.
I'm very calm, dude. I've done this many times. I'm just trying to get you to calm down and stop yelling over people, and I have to yell over you
you're also,
to get you to stop going. Oh, I know it must be ill-formed,
yeah.
and I don't. I must not. I know. I'm still on a globe, even though planes can't land.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if planes couldn't land, then it's not a globe, right?
What?
If planes couldn't land, right, because of the tangential gradient and the ground moving faster at the equator or wherever they fly to, if they're not eastwardly moving in perfect sync and there's no answer to that, then your globe is debunked, bro.
I mean, again, you're relying on. It's interesting now you're requiring like conservation of angular momentum and all these other kind of like physics, which I know that you shouldn't be denying. But like when I mentioned that earlier as
Not
being
denying any of it. I started with the conservation of momentum. I gave you that.
I know, and
that would dissipate as soon as you got in the air. The friction of the air would make your conservation of 500 mile per hour eastward tangential velocity. That would dissipate as soon as you got in the air. But you can keep all of it, bro. I'll just let you beg the question with that 500 miles per hour. But you got to double it by the time you get to the equator. You wouldn't have it, dude. You wouldn't have double.
Yeah, well, obviously, no. This is again why I said it's an ill-posed question, because I don't. A priori, it could just be you're asking where does that speed come from? It could just be from the fucking jet turbines on the plane, which is also. And that's
right.
why my
so
point
then
is,
I'll tell you, go look into it.
I'm not trying to give
so
you a
if it has to go
deflationary
backwards,
answer.
how do the jet turbines make the plane go backwards if it's going against the spin? How is the jet turbines flying the plane forward to slow to a land facing westward when it needs to be going still backwards eastward at 1,000 miles an hour to keep in sync with the Earth? How is it slowing down to 0 miles an hour to land on a runway facing whichever direction and still moving the plane eastward at exactly 1,000 miles an hour so it can treat the Earth as stationary? Turbines are going to do that? What kind of turbines are you talking about?
Again, I'm assuming that I would have to know more about aviation in general, but I'm pretty sure. Don't they have? The whole point is that they're trying to keep all of their equipment calibrated so that things do appear to them as stationary, so that they can visually.
They don't try to do anything. It's just stationary. You don't have to try anything. They just fly as if it's stationary. They land as if it's stationary. The plane is made to fly over a stationary Earth and land on a stationary Earth. It's not made to go backwards. The pilot's not trying to do anything in accordance with any kind of rotation. The pilot thinks nothing about that. I've talked to many of them. Many people in here have. They just admit that they fly as if it's stationary. You will find that true.
And I'm pretty sure that's what they have a whole bunch of tools on the dashboard that try to help them line up and so make sure that everything looks like it's as if things were stationary. Of course, that it isn't.
Oh yeah, they would need that, right? Like let's say that there was tools in the dashboard. They would need a tool that tells them how fast the Earth is spinning relative to their plane, so they can keep in sync eastward. But then if they're flying westward, the plane wouldn't be able to go faster eastward anyway. So it wouldn't even if there was a tool, which there isn't, you'll find out there is no tool that tells them how fast the Earth is spinning.
Go.
Well, I mean, that's just a function of your coordinates, like and where you're like and how high you are up. I guess. I mean, it would be a function of your just coordinates in space relative to
what would be a function? The Earth spin? No, the Earth spin has nothing to do with what they see in the dashboard.
Well, it's the geometry of a sphere. Yeah, again, it's just like
it's not on the dashboard. There's no sphere in the fucking cockpit.
If you knew latitude and longitude,
there's nothing spherical about it.
You would know. No, I mean that's the exact difference between the latitude.
The thing is, dude, this is a joyriding. This is a joyriding pilot. He has no aim. He has no destination. He has no ground path. He's just out for a ride. He's going to go in big circles all over. In fact, he's going to circle the area that he might land in just to make sure he's going to circle it like maybe 20 times. Now you got to think about that the plane needs to be going eastward as it's circling, right? As it's circling, it needs to go eastward that whole time, but it's only going forward at 100 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour as it's figuring out where he's going to land. There's no destination, no ground pad, nothing. He's just finding the clearing and landing, and he'll be able to treat it as stationary because the spherical spinning Earth has nothing to do with flying at all. And you will find out I'm right.
I'm still thinking about. I mean, of course, you're just kind of like throwing a lot of stuff out there.
No, it's just one thing. There needs to be going twice as fast eastward. It's not a lot of stuff.
Chill.
Twice as fast eastward. It's just one thing. You have to figure that out.
I'm just trying to say one thing. I'm just saying I'll think about this. If anyone else wants to hop in, I'm just kind of reflecting on it. I'm just kind of reflecting on this. This.
There you go. Good for you.
This, yeah. You can just but if anyone else wants to say anything, they can do that. I'm just
respect, bro. Respect. Go figure it out, and you'll find out I'm right, and you'll realize you were just proved that you do not live in a spinning ball. And don't worry about your friends, bro. You're smarter than them now for figuring this out and not just buying the mainstream fucking narrative. There any other ballers in here have an answer to this? There should be tons of ballers coming to your aid here with the answer on how planes fucking land for on a ball. I mean, if it's that simple, right? So a lot of flat earthers don't even get this yet, right? Because they're like, oh, if it's that simple, they could never have sold it. How if planes can't even land, then how the fuck did they convince everybody we're on a freaking spinning ball? All right, looks like my work here is done. Have a good night, guys.
Bro, I'm still thinking about this. I'm upset he left. I'm upset that he left.
Why be upset?
Well, because I wanted to have a response, an eventual response. I'm trying to figure this out, but he just left immediately. So.
Well, you can respond and get back to him.
That's true.
Just as soon as you lose.
Well, I'm trying to think about. Again, I'm not convinced it's a well-posed question, but I'm trying to first of all evaluate the question and the answers, all possible answers, and what I could say. I'm trying to think about it.
Siamese cat. Why do you have a picture of a black cat, but then your name is Siamese cat? Please explain.
Because my black cat is Siamese.
I love your cat.
Thank you. He is a crazy kitty. He's also a flat earther.
What? I don't think cats have opinions on the shape of the earth.
I'm joking, obviously.
I don't know if that's the truth. This is my cat right here. I posted him in the side chat.
Oh, look at the handsome boy.
He is. He's so handsome. His name is Dimmy.
Jimmy?
Dimmy. He's such a sweet boy.
Do you call him that because he's kind of a dimwit?
I don't know. He came with the name. I just kind of stuck with the name he was given.
I adopted him from somebody. I didn't feel like changing his name, so.
Yeah, just let him have his original name.
Yeah. It was a cute name, so.
When I got my black cat, his name was Horus, and I was like, nah, dude. Who the fuck comes up with these names?
What did you say the name was?
Horus, like the Egyptian god.
Oh yeah, but what did you name him?
Onyx.
Onyx. Aw. It's a cute name.
Yeah, I think that's more fitting than Horus.
Let me post my other cat too.
Huh?
This is my other cat, June.
Oh.
Too many cats, not impressive.
No, there's never too many cats. Who is saying this?
Wait, those are different cats? They look... That's not...
Yeah.
Those are... Oh, okay. Oh, they
I
look a
mean,
lot
I
alike.
think they're related in some way, but one of them's a long hair cat and the other one's like a medium hair cat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they look like they're brothers or something.
Yeah, they are.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I love living on this globe.
Hi, who's speaking?
Thick.
Hi, Thick. How's it going? How are we today?
It's pretty good. How are you doing?
Great. So what are we talking about right now?
I'm just happy to live on a big old sphere and floating around a big old sphere that we call the sun, and there's another sphere that floats around us. We call that the moon, and I just find that really cool.
Do you? That's great.
Now prove you live on a sphere.
Yeah, that. Whatever he said.
Olish, tell me you don't believe we live on a flat Earth.
I don't know, man. Just whatever he said.
Oh, Olish. Okay.
Do you like the Aristophanes thing? I don't know.
I do believe that we live on a sphere. I think
you said that bit.
No, dude. I just like to hear.
I think there's a lot of
strange beliefs.
I know that if I say there's, experiences of it, there's pictures of it, we have satellites that you can say
Hold on.
Who's
it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
What experiences of it? You said that first, so we'll hit that one first.
Well, like Neil Armstrong, like he's been to the moon, and they have
your experiences. What
my experiences? Well, I mean, my experience. We monitor the weather. We see hurricanes. We see cyclones. They spin around the Earth. The reason that they spin, like a low pressure spins.
Hold on. This is your experiences. Okay. So your experience is a television. You watch that shit on the news.
Sorry, what?
Your life experience boils down to the fucking 6 o'clock news.
Doesn't yours?
I guess.
No.
You could say.
Outside.
Jesus Christ.
You could say.
You get your worldview from the idiot box? Jesus.
Listen, you're telling me that, like, I have relatives that have experienced hurricanes and stuff, and their experience lines up exactly with what...
hurricanes don't exist.
Okay, well then why do hurricanes spin? And I should clarify, why do hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and why do they spin clockwise in the southern hemisphere?
Because we name them different when they spin the other way. We call them anticyclones.
Well, that's true. That's true, but my point is like, it's the Coriolis effect that makes them
then why
spin,
do they
and that
spin
is
the
because
other
we
way?
live on a spherical Earth that is
Yeah,
also
then why do they spin the other way, which you just conceded they do?
Well, because you're in the opposite hemisphere, and like
no,
it is
in the
literally
northern
just flipped
hemisphere.
around.
Okay, in the northern hemisphere, when they spin the opposite way of what way you think this will spin, we call them anticyclones. They exist.
anticyclones do exist, and they're called high pressures. High pressure
That's right.
a cyclone is a area of low pressure, and an anticyclone is an area of high pressure.
Right.
And that is
so,
just
and it spins the
associated
other
with
way,
fair
right?
weather.
And it spins the other way, right?
No?
Yeah,
In the southern
they do.
hemisphere. Where do you live? Do you live in the northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere?
I don't live in any hemisphere, dude. There's no sphere.
Oh, okay, I see your point. But again, my point is like the fact that cyclones spin, which
Okay,
they
let's
do.
just break this down for you. You call it northern hemisphere. They spin which way?
They spin counterclockwise. A cyclone in the
Excellent,
northern hemisphere.
counterclockwise. That's great. So also in the northern hemisphere, if one spins clockwise, they're called anticyclones.
And they spin counterclockwise as well in the southern hemisphere.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
In the northern hemisphere.
Oh,
if
sorry.
they
I thought
spin
you said southern
backwards-
hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, they spin clockwise. They spin clockwise.
Yep, and the ones that spin backwards are called anticyclones.
No, dude. Cyclones are
Yes.
the ones that spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Bro, I'm a meteorologist. I fucking know this shit. Like I'm telling
Okay, so
you.
tell us
what
about the
this fucking
Azores
shit is.
anticyclone and what way that spins.
The Azores anticyclone.
Yeah, there's a
Where are
Azores,
the
like
Azores?
nearly a permanent. It's like a permanent weather pattern in the over the Azores. It spins the wrong way.
Okay, well, excuse me. Okay, now you're gonna have to forgive
Are
me.
you not
Where
a
are the
meteorologist
Azores?
anymore? You just suddenly forgot meteorology.
No.
How
dude,
about
I'm
the
a fucking
reverse jet stream
I mean, I'm
in
telling you.
India?
I'm
How about the reverse jet
is it
stream
in the
in
southern
India?
hemisphere or
Let's tell us
northern
about.
hemisphere?
Yeah, tell us about the reverse jet stream in India too.
Well, dude, just
You're a
like here, if you
meteorologist,
live in
dude. You
America,
should know this shit. Why am I telling you? Or maybe you're
I do
lying.
know that.
Or maybe
I'm
you're
not
lying.
lying, dude. I'm not.
Or
I'm just
maybe
about to
you're
tell you
lying.
that the jet stream, yes, in America, if you live in America, it flows from west to east. The jet streams can spin different or flow differently in different portions of the northern hemisphere, like the African monsoon. Like that goes
So
from
you've just
east to west.
removed Coriolis, haven't you? Well done.
No, dude, the jet stream is different from the Coriolis effect. Period. That's just the truth. And my point is,
That's just the truth. That convinced me. Just say that's
Yep,
just
we're
the
ready.
truth.
Done. It's a globe.
But my point is that, I'm talking about hurricanes or a broad area of low pressure. They spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and that happens because we live
Yeah,
on a
what about the
spinning,
one spinning
rotating
clockwise in the northern hemisphere?
Listen, all I care about is Olish. Olish,
Answer the question. Okay, you're just muted. Fuck, dude. Dude, they come in like every time. Oh, I got a gotcha. I'll go in there, fuck them flat earthers up. Fucking, they go down in flames with one question and they just won't answer it no matter how many times you ask them. Take the L like a man. Like, why can't you fuckers take your L like a man?
Over fences. That's gold.
Okay, Celtic. Now you just got busted lying. Now what? So thick, look in the chat, dude. Look in the text chat. You're full of shit.
So back on the plane thing, yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it. Like, I don't see why the answer can't just be like the energy, like the discrepancy in energy came from like the engine. Like, I can't, I don't see
Where does he pick up the extra pace from?
Where does he pick up the extra pace?
Yeah.
From his
See,
accelerator.
the plane's taken off.
Yeah, but then he's also going north-south, dude.
That's the problem.
So you need that 500 miles per hour plus the 500 miles per hour to catch up to the Earth.
Sideways.
Yeah. You're just gonna turn. Yeah, I don't believe. I mean, I don't
You're just
believe.
gonna turn.
Yeah, you're just gonna turn. Yeah.
Like Pac-Man taking a corner, dude. You just take a 90-degree turn instantly. I think that's how it works.
No, not. You're gonna take a gradual turn.
Bloody great big arc. I don't know about gradual turn.
Yeah, definitely an arc. I mean, it definitely isn't going to be a straight line. I think that. I mean, that's what you would believe, isn't it? That you would just fly. I mean, that's what you got. That's what you guys would believe, isn't it? Just flying a straight.
Planes fly in international flight corridors. That's how they fly.
I mean, yeah, I if you're at some, latitude that would correspond to like 500 miles per hour, tangential momentum, tangential velocity, and then you want to move to some, the equator where it's 1,000, fundamentally you are going to have to distance yourself from the axis, and you will, not be moving as fast as the ground underneath you. And I think that, yeah, I mean, you just use the engine that you have, and you accomplish this slowly.
What speed do planes normally fly at?
I don't know what speed planes normally fly at. Commercial planes, I would think 300. I mean, like around those numbers, like that, hundreds of miles an hour. I would think.
Well, they'd have to fly 1,000 if you're going to catch up to the ball at the equator. Yeah.
Well, no, you're constant. I mean, over the you're going to constantly be experiencing, air. I mean, air resistance is one of those things, and that would probably actually be, probably that's more dissipation of energy than just the discrepancy of velocity that would be introduced by changing.
So
the
we're
distance
losing
from the
energy
axis.
now. This is something you don't want to be doing. You're supposed to be picking up energy, remember?
Yeah, and you have an engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have an engine.
Yeah, sideways. So you're going to be picking up an extra 500 miles an hour. Where were you going to get that from? The plane only flies at about 500 miles an hour.
Gasoline.
Gasoline.
Yeah, jet fuel. You're gonna fly.
So jet fuel is going to make you go 500 mile an hour faster sideways.
Well, I'm saying, of course, you're doing this gradually over, and you're accelerating to match the over the whole. I mean, we're talking about flying a large. If you're going, from a latitude corresponding to 500 miles per hour tangential velocity to the equator, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a big distance, and you're gonna have to accelerate gradually over that time period. Yeah.
His example. It wasn't about picking up speed. His example was flying south-southwest. You're going to actually have to fly backwards at 500 miles an hour, is what he was saying. When you want to land.
Oh, that's the other problem too. If you go the other way, on the ground, planes would look like they fly backwards, which is pretty cool.
So the engines aren't going to speed you up backwards is the point here. So you have to think about it some more.
Oh wait, so okay, no, I'm sorry. What was he originally saying? He was saying that. I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
He said that the flight is going to be south-southwest. He's just a random flight in that direction. He's going to be landing in that direction. So the Earth's going to be spinning west to east, and you're going to be having to slow down 500 miles an hour backwards to land now. You're not picking up speed when you want to land, and you can't just keep your same speed because you're going to be 500 miles an hour too fast as the Earth is spinning underneath you at 1,000.
I'm sorry, I don't get this directionality thing that you're saying here. You're saying that you need to land at the equator.
So which way's the Earth spinning, allegedly?
West to east.
At 1,038 mile an hour. So
okay.
You're flying southwest, so you're up in the United States somewhere and you're coming down to the equator.
Okay.
Fly in your straight line, southwest. You get to your airport and hey, it's time to land. You're only doing 500 miles an hour. You now have to do 1,000 miles an hour backwards in order to land.
No.
What's up, Flair?
I don't understand that. What you're saying there.
Because the Earth
is doing 500.
Why would
the Earth is doing 1,000? You would have to go backwards now to catch up with it.
No, again, what I'm saying is that on the way to the equator, you would constantly be speeding up, so as to, so as to be essentially to so that the Earth does not spin away from you as you're in the air.
So you're not flying southwest. You'd have to be flying.
Yeah, it would definitely be curved. Yeah, you're definitely. I don't know. You're gonna be curved.
Wow,
Yeah.
That's interesting. So if we go back to, did I post it already? No, I did not because I'm hopeless.
So if you're not flying southwest anymore, how are you going to land? Because that's the direction you're landing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, you're gonna have maneuver in some way to get to your landing strip.
Yeah, but speeding up isn't going to help you by then because the ground is going so much faster, allegedly.
No, it wouldn't be. I'm not conceding that it would be spinning so much faster because by the time you got there, you would have had made many. You would be continuously making corrections to keep yourself at the right speed. You'd be speeding up. You would be trying to accelerate to simply have the Earth remain approximately stationary beneath you. Yeah, you would have to be doing that, and I think you would be in fact doing that. But you would also accept that the Earth is curved, and you probably wouldn't fly like exactly as if the Earth was actually flat. I mean, I don't believe someone said earlier, oh, they fly as if the Earth was flat or something. I don't believe that. No, I don't. I don't believe that you're saying
hold on,
that.
Joel, breathe. In text chat at 35 past the hour, and I'll post the other one up because it's got a little blue square on it, which is much easier to understand. And loading. There we go. That there is data from a plane, from an actual flight. Now, in that data, there's a line that says pitch. It's the orange one underneath the red one. As you can see at the start, it starts off flat, then it spikes up, has a little bit of rough patch, and then it goes flat, which is that blue section, for about 2 hours. Now, the problem you've got there is the pitch and the altitude are flat, straight lines for 2 hours. Now, if you're flying around a ball, you would have to have your pitch below 0 in order to navigate around a ball. And it doesn't matter what size ball it is, in order for you to navigate around it, you would have to pitch below 0. The pitch there clearly shows, I think it's about 3 degrees positive. 2 straight hours at 500 miles an hour. So if you wish to do the calculations to see how far you would have gone at 500 mile an hour in 2 hours, roughly 1,000 miles.
Yeah, I'm not buying that the pitch would have to be negative because you're going to have gravity acting.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. You're saying that pitch would have to be negative.
Gravity will pull the entire plane straight down if gravity exists.
Yeah, exactly.
It still doesn't allow for the roll. You still have to roll the nose forward in order to navigate around the ball. This is not shown. Gravity doesn't roll the nose forward. Planes have to fly slightly nose up at between 1 and 3 degrees, depending on what craft it is and its weight and whatnot. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
In order to navigate around a ball, you have to pitch below horizontal. Planes need to be positive pitch in order for the angle of attack, which is the angle that the wind hits the bottom of their wings, in order for them to stay up. So if they're nosing down, that means they are coming down. That data there does not show the plane doing that. Sorry, bro. You live on a flat, level, topographical plane. Please enjoy your stay.
I mean that's again. I'm not convinced by that with what you're showing here.
Suit yourself. Doesn't worry me. I'm still going to sleep tonight. You probably won't.
I mean, I'll sleep just fine, bro.
You reckon? You'll be awake all night going, how can I get these flat earthers back?
No.
Yeah, you will.
No.
I've seen your kind come and go.
My kind, yeah. Okay.
Dude, my nephew's a pilot. I sat with him for hours next to him on his flight simulator. It was fantastic. And no, he didn't have to account for any curvature, any rotation whatsoever. Just like driving a car on a flat road.
Yeah, in the sense that it's just like that in the sense that, you're constantly looking at what you need to do, and you're losing energy to friction, for example, or other things, whatever, but you're constantly accelerating to the speed you need to be at. Like, I think it's you're right. It is just like that. You're fixed on your heading. You make sure that things are where they're supposed to be based on your visual inputs, and you accelerate to the speed you need to be to maintain.
No, you didn't have to accelerate or anything.
I mean, it's pretty much exactly the same. And I don't see why
do that, dude.
The aforementioned question is supposed to be so. I don't know.
So you've missed the whole point of you need to pitch down in order to go around the ball. So you're just
I don't believe you. I don't necessarily believe that that's true.
Well, I'll
you
put
said
up a
it's
shitty
true.
little stick drawing for you. Check this out. Here's my nasty little ball. There's one. Whoops. And up. There's the other one. And up. Copy. Or is it having a breakdown?
I've flown a kite, bro.
Right. See in text chat the two shit little plane drawings?
Mm-hmm.
One of them's got two horizontal planes. That's what happens when a plane doesn't dip its nose. The bottom picture has got a horizontal one and one flying straight down. That's what it has to look like in order to land on that part of the ball tard. If it does not pitch its nose down, the top image is what you get. Flying flat and horizontal. If it does dip its nose down, the bottom one is what you get. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, no, because again, there are other forces.
It doesn't
that
make
play
sense.
As well.
So you're telling me, in order to fly around a ball, navigate around a ball, a plane would not have to dip its nose to fly around the ball. That's what you're saying.
No, it would. It would have to. It would have to.
That's what we're trying to tell you. We agree with that. If it's a ball, it has to do it. This is not negotiable. There's a ball.
No,
You're
I mean it would.
you have to tilt the nose
what I'm
down.
saying is, you're what you're in these images that you're showing. It's fixing a like reference frame where you're looking at it from some like kind of fixed perspective outside of or away from the Earth, which is this circle. And I don't know exactly.
How would you look at it?
I don't know. Well, I don't know where exactly the pitch calculate in the same way that you calculate angles and you have to project to a flat thing. I don't know exactly how they calculate pitch, and so I'm not gonna
It's
even
reference from a gyroscope within the plane. Gyroscopes hold their rigidity within a space. So the gyroscope, before it takes off, spools up, locks that position as horizontal, then everything from that is referenced. So if it tilts forward, it shows it tilts forward. If it tilts back or tilts up, shows it tilts up. Rolls left and right, that's what it shows. Yours left and right, that's what it shows. The problem is, my friend, the data does not show it pitching down to go around a ball.
I accidentally exited out of the app and then I came back here. So, but I think sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, I still don't know. I mean, I guess I could just take what you're saying as true here, but I want to say
I've got a better idea. Don't take what I'm saying as truthful. Go and look it up yourself. How's that?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how planes measure pitch right now. Mm. I don't know what that's for, bro. It's kind of ridiculous.
There's no noise. Since you're talking again, what's up?
Well, I mean, I have been in this channel when you guys get like stumped and then you guys go quiet, which is quite funny. No one else plays songs for.
Please name when that is.
Oh, it has happened. Yeah, no, it has. I'm sure you've recorded it of yourself. I've seen it happen multiple times in this chat. I mean, I'm not.
Most of the time it goes quiet in here, and I've seen it quite a few times when Sub Glober comes in and asks an absolute spastic question, and everyone just sits here in silence because we're like, fuck this, I don't want to answer that stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
we're
no,
all
I mean,
sitting back going, let someone else deal with it. Let someone else deal with it.
no, but I actually do just as in the if pitch is like, you know, if you need to like maintain if in order to fly horizontal you need a positive pitch anyway, you know, then having a positive pitch less than whatever threshold value needed to fly horizontal will have you effectively flying you know,
No,
in
order to go around the ball, it has to go below horizontal. So whatever your first horizontal
but you
position
said earlier,
or horizontal reference is,
you said earlier,
whatever your first horizontal reference is, you have to pitch below that. It has to go below 0. That's not negotiable. You can't stay above 0 and expect to get below 0. That's what you're saying. I can go, instead of going at level 3,
well, I believe in gravity,
and still go
so.
negative 15.
But I believe in gravity though, so it's not as big. There's a force acting down that's also pulling on you. So in my worldview,
So in your worldview, gravity would be pulling at the center of the plane, pulling the whole thing straight down. So still, how does it rotate? It has to rotate forwards and backwards. It's called pitch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, you know how that.
It still has to rotate. So even on a ball, that would be shown. It would be represented by the data.
Well, yeah. Yes. So it's you would need to have pitch. That doesn't. Yeah. That was really not even related to what I had said because yes, pitch is still a thing. It is that. You're right. It is unrelated. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, pitch is still a thing, and what I'm saying is I still think I still believe that you could have some positive pitch and that you know you would need some positive pitch.
Okay, we're going to do this the easy way. Grab a piece of paper and get a ruler, draw a straight line.
Okay.
Then what I want you to do is hold your pencil on the top side of the line. Now, your goal is to get to the bottom side of the line, underneath it, without crossing the line. Because that's what you have to do. On a ball tart, you have to pitch below 0. 0 is horizontal, okay? You understand that bit. So you're flying horizontal. In order for your plane to stay in the sky, you have to be positive of horizontal, between 1 and 3 degrees. In order for you to fly around a ball, you have to be negative some number. Whether it's 1 degree, whether it's 5 degrees, don't care. You have to fly below horizontal.
Wait. You just said in order to fly flat, you need what?
It needs to stay positive.
Positive what?
Pitch.
Okay, so what, like a positive what?
Between 1 and 3 degrees.
Okay, so if you went half a degree, you wouldn't be even maintaining.
Okay, what part of it has to go below horizontal did you miss?
What I'm saying is, even by what you
I heard what you're saying. I heard what you're saying. Joel, stop. I heard what you're saying. I'm lost at where you miss the part. You have to fly below horizontal. You have to go negative numbers in order to fly around the ball. Where did you get caught up?
Why are you saying that? Yeah.
Because you have to. You're flying around a ball.
But logically...
Okay, imagine you can get a plane and freeze it in the air. Stop and listen. You've got a magic Thanos glove. You've snapped your fingers. Aeroplanes are frozen everywhere. Pick a flight. You've chosen your plane. You've pointed at it. I like that one. Now what you're going to do is the plane has a reference, a horizontal reference. Now, in order for that particular plane to fly around a ball, it has to dip its nose below that horizontal reference. Do you agree with this, yes or no? I don't think you understand.
No, I don't. No.
Okay, planes fly horizontal, yes? They fly just above horizontal. If you're flying around a curved surface, the plane has to rotate to get around that surface.
Yeah.
So you understand that the plane has to rotate to get around a curved surface, yes?
That's true, yeah.
Excellent. That rotation is called pitch. So every time a plane is above horizontal, if it's above horizontal, that's called positive pitch. If it's below horizontal, that's negative pitch. In order for you to get around the ball, you have to show negative pitch.
Well, again, how you're going to be resetting. I don't know exactly how everything's calibrated.
It's that basic. It's
no,
over the top.
But what I'm saying, again, in terms of things being big, again, you said that in order to it says you said between 1 and 3 degrees kind of inclination there in order to maintain a horizontal flight. Okay. So half a degree. That would mean that you couldn't sustain.
So what you're saying is we're going to go from 3 degrees.
Hey,
Joel.
What that means is you'll have a positive.
Yelling over me is not going to help you. What you're saying is instead of flying at 3 degrees, it's going to back off to 2.5 degrees. And you've got the belief that 2.5 degrees will rotate your nose enough to get around the ball. This is incorrect. Because the nose is still positive. Okay? You've got to rotate. Your nose has to go below 0. Going from 3 degrees back to 2.5 degrees is not going below 0. It just means you will slowly lose elevation. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what you just said, slowly lose elevation. I mean, if you know, I'm assuming again, you'd in any case where you're losing elevation, you're going to start going, nose first, which would accomplish a rotation in any case.
You can still lose elevation tail first.
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, in this case. But nonetheless, I still don't feel, again, if the logic here is just like kind of underdetermined. It's not convincing, right? If you have
basically what you're saying
if you're at like 3, you understand, but I just don't think that you're saying it doesn't work. I don't think you haven't justified why it would
a positive number.
No, I could just be saying, well, in order
Joel, you're losing yourself. You're trying to overcomplicate it.
Joel, what are you talking about?
Joel, you're overcomplicating something that's very simple. Is 2.5 still positive? Yes or no?
I think that you're wrong.
Yes or no?
No, it's not that simple. You're wrong about the simplicity.
Yes, it is that simple.
You're wrong about that. That's what you're wrong about.
You're trying to overcomplicate it because you don't understand.
You're trying to simplify.
I'm not simplifying the fact that a plane has to fly between 1 and 3 degrees positive pitch. If in order to fly around a ball, you have to dip your nose below horizontal. I don't know what part about that you don't like or you don't understand. I think the reason is you've just realised you don't live on a ball tard. Because we have data to back this up. And that upsets you. That's what it sounds like to me.
Dude, okay, so if you need to be between 1 and 3 degrees pitch, right? Then what if you're at 0.8? Just what would happen? What would happen to the plane?
It would lose elevation. It would not be rotating around a ball. You have to get the nose below 0. It has to be negative. Whether it's 0.1 negative, I don't care, but it has to be negative in order for you to navigate around a ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually not buying that. You haven't mathematically proven that.
Well, if you're not buying it, that's the end of the discussion. Then there's nothing I can tell you now.
Yeah, that's you haven't proven that. That is not. You have not hermetically sealed the logic of that statement. Like that, no one has to agree with you. Just because
did you not read the pitch data that I put up for you?
No, I did. Yeah, and it's actually
36 past the hour.
Yeah, I saw it.
20 minutes ago.
Yep.
In the blue section, the orange line. That orange line is above. Yeah, so it's not dipping around a ball. And
yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
So if how's this? If you claim you're on a ball, check it out. If you claim you're on a ball.
You're making unjustified inferences.
You shut the fuck up.
You're making unjustified inferences.
Inference this, smarty pants. If you claim you're on a ball and we're not pitching down, most people would say, oh, but the plane would be flying off into space if you've done that. Well, guess what? If you just go down a little bit, it's actually got altitude. Oh, no. And the altitude is consistent. See, that's a problem. If you've got a consistent altitude, that means that your plane is staying parallel with the fucking sea level or the ground that it's flying across. At this point, it was flying across ocean, I would probably suspect. So, it's flying across the ocean, parallel with it. It's not pitching down, and its elevation is not changing. If it was on a ball with a consistent nose, wouldn't it slowly be climbing, slowly be climbing, slowly be climbing? That would show up on the altitude. It's not showing. So either way you want to bury yourself, I'm good with that. You're the one that's got to read the data or accept it. If you don't accept it, not a me problem. But sitting there going, nah, it's not hermetically sealed, well, I'm not in the habit of sealing things. I just give you the data. If you don't like it, not a me problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, again, I think that you're just like making kind of an incorrect kind of like statement here. You're claiming to know more than you know. What I think that what you can know is that you need to have some small positive pitch to maintain horizontal flight. But what you don't know,
the positive pitch is to maintain altitude. You need air pressure underneath your wings to keep the bastard up. That's called the angle of attack. That's why they keep positive pitch. That's all.
Yes, exactly. So you need to what you don't know is that in order to go around the curve of the Earth, or in just working with the model,
Shoal, do this the easy way. Shoal, shut up for a second. Shut up. Shoal, for fuck's sake, do this the easy way. Piss off outside, pick up a basketball. If you don't have one, the kids next door probably do. Grab yourself a basketball. Grab yourself a little toy plane and hold the plane above the ball. And then move the plane across the ball without tilting the nose down. And as you will see, the plane will gain in elevation above the little ball. If you want the plane to stay at the exact same elevation, you will have to tilt the nose down to get around the ball. Just go and do it for yourself, bro. There's nothing high IQ about it. This is Democ level stuff. Where is he?
No, I mean, actually, it's not. I mean, obviously there's other stuff happening. Yeah, like the whole thing is in flight. Like you're not rotating. Like it's a completely different situation. But yeah, obviously, yeah. So if we just imagine here, there's a reason you didn't say zero pitch is necessary for maintaining altitude. Now, if you have zero pitch, yes, you'll lose altitude. In the same way as if you have negative pitch, you'll lose altitude. There's nothing qualitatively different there because you're below whatever threshold pitch you need to maintain horizontal flight. Anything, even so, the fact that
we're not talking about horizontal flight.
So the
we're
fact
talking
that
about
data,
navigating around a ball. We're talking about navigating around a ball. You're talking navigating around a ball, Shoal. And again, I'm going to say it for the next time. We're talking about navigating around a ball. You need to tilt the nose down. I don't know how you can't comprehend this. I don't know where the wires have broken or crossed, or they're not even connected to all together. You still have to dip the fucking nose of the plane down. You don't want to accept this. If you live on a ball tard, you have to pitch down to get around it. If you're not pitching down to get around it, you're not on a fucking ball, brother.
Yeah, I would say pitching down in general will bring you to you. It won't bring you around around the curve.
So how are you going to get around it?
It will crash you into the fucking ground. So that's why I'm saying.
How are you going to get around the ball if you're not pitching down to get around it?
You choose a sufficiently small positive pitch such that you're
Positive pitch, I've already told you.
Listen,
Positive pitch will not turn you around the ball. Positive pitch will. The threshold is zero.
There's
the threshold is zero, Shoal.
No, it isn't.
Fuck me dead, boy. Listen. Zero. Horizontal. You have to go below horizontal to get around the ball. How many times? Come on, Sunshine. Step it up. All you're saying is you have to get below the threshold. Again, the threshold is zero. If you wish to fly around the ball, you have to go below zero. Where are you not getting this?
Yeah, I mean, you're actually confused. The threshold is not zero. The threshold, like you...
I'm confused. Let me get this straight. In order to fly around a ball, you need to dip the nose below zero. Have I not been saying the same fucking thing for the last 25 minutes? And I'm confused? You're the one that's confused.
No, sometimes implications aren't as straightforward as you think they are. No, it is not necessary. It is not necessary to have a negative pitch to go around the Earth. No.
So that's just a belief. Well, we've got data to back up what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. Yep. We'll try again. We've got data to back up what I'm saying. Do you? If so, please present it. If not, yield.
No, you don't actually know how to interpret your own data, because what you said earlier is that...
So now, hold on a minute.
You're saying...
Obviously, you're deaf also. If you have data to back up what you're saying, please present it. Don't just come in here and say, nah, I'm right. It doesn't work like that. My data is put forward for everyone to see. They can scroll up and see it, even yourself. So, put your data up or yield. That's your options now.
I mean, if you're holding some, like...
You've made a claim, now back it.
What claim are you asking me to back?
Your claim of the pitch data showing the planes dipping down to go around the ball.
Yeah, I'll reference the data you submitted as proof of my point.
Excellent. My data shows the plane not pitching below zero.
Yes,
flying across
and that
a
is
horizontal
the point.
plane. And it shows, and it shows no drop in elevation, which would have to happen if you weren't on a fucking plane.
No, I mean, that would just depend on the pitch threshold. That would just depend on the pitch threshold necessary to generate the lift to keep the plane.
The pitch doesn't change.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying
the pitch doesn't change. So you sunk yourself there.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, like, whatever angle the plane is at, you said it yourself. It has to be angled 1 to 3. I mean, like, that's all I'm saying. And
so you've sunk yourself. You've just told me how it has to change. It didn't change. That's what we're trying to get through your thick skull.
No,
it didn't.
No, yeah, I'm saying
correct. The blue box highlights it where it did not change. Exactly.
Yes, but the thing is still tilted. The plane is still not like the trajectory is horizontal, but the plane itself is angled relative to what you would imagine the horizon or a flat Earth being. Like if in your world, like it would still have to be angled.
So what your mindset is the fact that it's been trimmed
to generate lift.
Positive 3 degrees. So that to you is zero. That's what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is, and then therefore, if it's positive but still less than that threshold, the plane will still be able to make the curve.
No, it doesn't. It still has to tilt below zero to fly around the ball.
No, it doesn't. There's no reason why it would have to go specifically below zero.
Okay, remember when I said to you about the basketball?
You're making that up.
Right, why is this little fuckwit keep having to talk through me? Remember what I said about the basketball? Did you hear that bit, or did you continue talking the whole way through it?
No, you're drawing. Those are not analogous situations, and then you're incorrect.
So you're telling me You holding a basketball in one hand and a little toy plane in the other hand and flying it over the top of the basketball is not analogous to you being in an aeroplane flying around a ball tard.
Yeah, it's not. No.
You're a fucking idiot. Stay on mute. Anyone else want the floor? They can have it.
Why are there so many Australians that are flat Earth
Angry?
related?
Well, we live on the flattest continent. Why wouldn't we be flat Earth related?
Are you from Sydney?
No bloody way. Cheeto, you're lighting up, but no sound's coming out.
Are you from Western Australia?
I actually lived in Western Australia for a while. I don't anymore.
Are you from Adelaide?
No. I also worked in a place just, well, I'll say it's not far from Adelaide. It's about 6 hours drive from Adelaide. Been there, done that, not going back.
I'm trying to track your accent, that's why.
Alright. Good luck.
Oh, you must be from Brisbane then.
No, I'm not from Brisbane.
Brisbane.
It's Brisbane.
Whatever, bro. I'm not from Australia. I don't even know.
Yeah, we can tell.
Really? I don't know. I just know so many people from the FE community that are just from Australia. It's so interesting to me.
Yeah, I'd say
love
there are a
you
lot of
guys.
Australians that are like big conspiracy theorists as well.
I don't know. I love you guys. It's like great. I love you guys.
He's from Darwin. No, he's not. Oh, shit.
Nah, man. I mean, like, you sound like you're from Western Australia, but then you also sound like you're from, like, you've lived in a lot of different places. Your accent is so diverse.
Awesome. I have lived in a few different places.
So then you
And I was in
must
Western Australia
be,
for a
you
few
must
years.
at this point be in New Zealand.
What?
Yeah.
No.
That's so far off. That's crazy.
Yeah. East Bondi? Nah. All
Not
the
even
Aussies have probably
close,
just had a little
mate.
chuckle
Not
to
even
themselves. No, Kiwis up me.
Bro, are you in Tasmania? That's crazy.
Hells no.
Anyway, I wasn't listening, so what are you arguing about?
Well, Shoal thinks that you, to fly around a ball tard, you wouldn't dip your nose to fly around it.
I mean, I guess it depends on how far you're flying.
Couple of hours.
You would have to dip eventually, yeah, to land the plane.
Yeah, but on a ball, you'd have to dip your nose to navigate around the ball.
I guess it depends on where you're flying, right?
On how far you're flying. Only short
Yeah,
distance
because
or long distance.
you would eventually have to, yeah, dip in order to land.
Yeah, we're not talking about just the landing. We're talking about just the flying in general.
Man, I love Aussies. They're so interesting.
Why are we so interesting, other than the fact that you guys talk funny?
Oh, because I mean, despite people being from Australia, their accents are just so different. Just like England, English accents are so different as well, depending upon where you live.
I think American accents are different.
They are. They're very different. And yours is like an amygdalation of like multiple places. Amalgamation. Thank you.
I've been told my accent sounds like what?
Sounds
Steve
like what?
Irwin and Crocodile Dundee. If they were to spawn some horrible thing,
Yeah, that would be like Sydney and Brisbane.
Yeah. It's Brisbane, not Brisbane.
Brisbane. Sorry.
Yeah, you're getting there. We're trying you up.
All the convicts that came here were political dissidents from England. I mean, we were taught that they were just petty thieves, but no, they were political dissidents. So they're all smart alecks, wise asses, big mouths, like poking fun of the government. And they all sent us to one place.
With better weather.
Yeah, like Dad is
Much better weather.
Dad is like from a completely different part.
Yeah, I'm from Melbourne, down south.
Yeah. Dad is a Mexican.
Yeah, I'm Mexican.
Yeah, he's from.
When I go to New South Wales,
than you are, because it's completely different accent, right?
you have to get pesos before you come to Melbourne. It's different currency down here.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I'm like obsessed with accents, so I just love to like figure out the differences.
Daz, my brother-in-law came for a holiday here for a week, and from Melbourne. He went home early in an ambulance.
Oh, the Ram, yeah.
Yeah, I had to take him to the hospital last night. He's got 2 broken ribs and a level 4 tear in his kidney.
Holy shit.
Ooh. He had to have surgery today.
Nice.
It's like ideal time in Australia right now. It's like what, like 5 p.m., 6 p.m.
Yeah, 5:15.
Yeah.
So nothing to post on. No video there, AJ, to post. No. You didn't have a webcam on or anything?
No, because I've got goats in the same paddock that I don't want to let out. And he walked in, opened the gate, left the gate open, and then went in and started clapping his hands and yelling to try and scare him out. So I grabbed the gate so the goats wouldn't get out, and then yelled at him to stop clapping. And then by the time I yelled at him to stop clapping and yelling, the ram had already smashed him. He was already in the dirt, yeah. And then it was more important for me to get that gate latch so the rest didn't get out than go and rescue him right away. So to get that done. And he got, he copped a few hits, and no, he's not good, yeah. He's had to have surgery today on the torn kidney.
He's lucky.
I don't know, when we were kids, we used to get shipped off to the farm. We had relatives who had farms. And yeah, lots of times, real little, school holidays, they'd ship us off to the farm. And yeah, we got all that sort of farm stuff when we were all little. It was good. But yeah, oh, man. Hasn't he seen City Slickers or anything? You just gotta, you can't just, you gotta learn hard way, I guess.
Right. I gave him the instructions, yeah. I told him everything. I've had heaps of people come down with me down to the property, and everyone listens to me, but he decided he wasn't going to listen, and that was all the way to the hospital. He's saying, "Oh, shit, I should have listened to you. Oh, man, I should have listened to you." Yeah.
Oh, mate. Definitely. Not in Kansas anymore, brother.
No, definitely not.
Just curious, what kind of goats are they? They must be big ones to be able to do that damage.
No, I've got sheep as well. So I got the ram that hit him was a sheep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they can be pretty heavy.
Goats don't usually. Goats like ram people. I guess they would if you threaten them, but I don't know.
Oh, any male goat or sheep or any ram, yeah. If you threaten them, they're gonna mess you up, man. Those things will fight to the death.
I've seen a couple of videos of farmers getting really messed up by rams. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll if they hit you in the side, man, they'll break your leg or break your hip. No worries.
And they get you again when you're down. Come back again. Holy moly.
Yeah. And then they back up first, so you know it's coming, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Here I come. Like Gary Ablett. Here I come, Dipper.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that bad. I'm like, come on, get in the car, go home, brush it off, put some ice on your ribs, and then he says, no, I got to go to hospital. So I took him, and lucky I did because, yeah, he's not real good. If you want to laugh, I found Indio's wife.
You guys unmuted me?
What did you find on it? On
Indio's wife.
Oh shit, we got to keep that. Gimme. Save. Oh man, what folder am I going to put that in?
So what's going on? What are we talking about here?
Flat Earth.
I'm trying to talk to one of the Aussies. Where the Aussies at?
Oh, you're talking to one. I just answered you.
Okay, is the sun shining where you are?
Not really. It's just
I'm going to take a wild guess and say yes. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that the sun is out.
Well, you're not really listening to what I'm trying to tell you, yeah? So
Nor is probably clarity there.
Yeah, so
go ahead. Say what you're trying to say.
The sun is not out as such where I am. It's right on dusk, and I live in the mountains, so the sun is not usually visible from about 3 or 4 in the afternoon for me.
Yeah, I guess I assumed are you in Australia, like southern Australia?
I'm in Australia, I'd say central coast, but inland.
Yeah, so you guys are heading into your winter, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. It's getting cooler. Your hurricane season is diminishing, correct?
Yes, but we don't have
in the central. We don't get not in the central,
anyway.
but like of course. But like Sydney, the coast does. But yeah, I know they're on the downward trend. Yeah,
nah,
same thing in the northern hemisphere.
It's usually north of Brisbane.
Okay, but Australia does get cyclone.
We get cyclones.
Yeah. So we in the northern hemisphere, we're going into our summertime over the next month, and our daylight is getting longer. You said yours is starting to decrease here this time of the year, correct?
No, he didn't say that. You're just assuming that.
I'm not assuming. I do know. I do know that your daylight is on the downward trend. Is that right? Right. Daylight's getting a little bit shorter over there, down there.
He's not sure. He's got to ask. I thought you knew.
I'm not. I do know. I do know. I'm just like, trying to engage in conversation.
But that also has. It does, but that also has to do with daylight savings as well.
Well, yeah, of course. Do you guys participate in daylight savings?
Not by
Yes.
bloody choice.
Queensland doesn't, but New South Wales, Victoria, yes.
Yeah, so we have the same issue up here where some states do, some states don't. But regardless, the amount of daylight is going to be the same, whether or not you participate in it. So my point is are your sunsets getting a lot, or like starting to become earlier here compared to 4 months ago?
Yes, of course they do.
So I think I can't say that's definitive proof that the Earth is flat, but it lines up with the theory, right? Like the Earth is not not the Earth is flat. The Earth is a sphere, but it lines up with the theory that not even a theory, but the fact that the Earth is a sphere and it's on a tilt. It tilts back and forth, 45 degrees or 25 degrees, whatever it is. And that's what creates the seasons.
Who's counting?
Sorry, what was that?
But that's what that actually is.
23.5? Is that what you said? 23.5?
23.4 degrees.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. And that goes back and forth, and that's why we do experience seasons.
That's actually circular reason.
How does that work on a flat Earth? That's my question.
Well,
how does that work on a flat Earth?
Second. Yeah, hold on.
Hold on a second.
Just so you know, I've been taking readings of the sun, and its alleged tilt is a lot greater than the story of 23.4 degrees. So what I've been doing...
Well, what is the tilt?
At sunrise... Yeah, thanks. At sunrise, on the days that I remember to do it, I'll take a compass reading. At sunset, on days that I remember to do it, I'll take a compass reading. Now, just to give you an idea of how much difference there is, the lowest reading I got was a 41 degrees. So this is sunrise. So from my back door, 41 degrees. The highest reading I got was 99 degrees. Now, I don't know about you, but that's greater than 23.4.
I'm talking about the axis of the Earth, not the angle of which the sun is in the horizon.
So
that
if
is
the
two
Earth
completely
tilts
different
20
things.
degrees, the sun's position will change 20 degrees. If the tilt is 110 degrees, the sun's position will change 110 degrees at the same time.
At the equator. Where do you live on the equator? I'm guessing you don't. I'm guessing you live in the mid-latitudes of the southern hemisphere.
So me living...
Correct. Right? You live in Australia.
Equator, yeah, thanks for talking through me. Me living below the equator, all of a sudden now, pardon the pun, equates to a greater distance or angle.
Yes, absolutely. Just it's the same way. So in the northern hemisphere, and again, I'm using like Alaska.
So here's something else, the problem I've got. The reason I was taking these measurements, and it's something we've all been watching, well, quite a few of the Flat Earth guys have been watching, and you guys get the same thing in the States too. And you're about to go, holy shit, I've never really noticed that. The sun is supposed to follow the Tropic of Cancer and move across to the Tropic of Capricorn, depending on the seasons, as per the ball paradigm, yeah? Yeah? No?
I just took a blinker. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
The sun, when it's following its path, is supposed to follow the Tropic of Cancer, and then when it moves back, tilts back, as it would be from your thing, would then follow the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah? Yeah? No? It's your ball, you tell me.
I'm not too sure what you're talking about. I don't want to like say yes or no.
So you've heard of the equator.
Yes, I've heard of the equator.
Excellent. On each side of the equator is two lines. One is called the Tropic of Cancer. One is called the Tropic of Capricorn.
Sorry.
Okay, those two lines represent the Earth's tilt. So when it tilts one way, that's the line the sun follows. When it tilts the other way, the other one is the line that the sun follows. That's according to the ball paradigm. Now, I live at negative 32 degrees, so I am well south of where the sun allegedly follows its line. Okay? Now, here's the kicker. When I get my happy little compass out and I point directly east, the sun is rising to the south of my compass. It should not be. It should be always slightly to the north of east. When I watch the sun set, which is not really much because there's houses and shit in the way on the other side of the road.
When did you take this measurement?
Set. This is what I've been telling you about. So for me, I'm looking sunrise. So this is the 5th of the 5th, sunrise, 41 degrees. 14th of the 11th, sunrise, 99 degrees.
And you said the 11th of April.
Swings.
The 11th of April. Yeah. Sorry, 5th of the 5th?
I don't know how you got 5th of April out of 5th of the 11th of April.
I thought you
5th of the 5th, but anyways.
When was the last time you took this measurement is my question.
Don't think it really makes a difference because they're pretty similar.
Well, yes, it does, because since the Earth is tilting...
Okay, so if I take a measurement today, it's going to affect the same time as last year, yes or no? No.
A measurement today from exactly a year ago is your question?
What the fuck has the last measurement got to do with the price of eggs in China?
Anyway,
you're laughing,
my point...
but you made a point of wanting to know when the last measurement was. What's that got to do with anything?
My point is it's got to do with, again, the seasons changing. The position of the sun changes every single day in the sky. And in your summertime, yes, it's going to be more to your south.
Last year, the reading was 51 degrees on this date.
Okay. On this date. And you measured it today from a year ago.
No, I didn't measure it today because I get the shits with doing it. And plus I forget sometimes.
Okay, so...
But anyways, as I was saying, when I get my trusty little compass, when I point and look directly east-west, so there's an imaginary line, east-west, yeah? Now, I know for 100%, without a fucking doubt, that I am to the south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Right? I'm on the bottom side, well fucking south of it. So, when the sun is doing its thing throughout the day, when I look directly east in the morning, the sun should be on the northern side of my imaginary eastern line. It is not. When I watch the sun set, it should be to the north of my east-west line. It is not. In summertime. In wintertime, however, it is. In wintertime,
that's,
it's where it should be.
That is exactly the point of winter versus summer.
Okay, you missed my point. Stop, before you get a hard dick, and it sounds like you just went, shawing, I've got him. The bit that you're missing, my friend, is the Tropic of Capricorn is north of my house by a fucking long way. The sun should not pass below fucking due east-west at all. Do you understand that? If it's following the Tropic of Capricorn, at no stage should I witness the sun below east-west at all, in any way, shape, and or form. But yet we do. Not just by a little bit, by a fucking heap.
But I would argue that's because of the tilt of the Earth. And if we're not
Yeah,
going to agree
I know
on this,
that's what you'll argue. But my problem is, what I'm seeing is greater than the tilt.
and
That's
I
the
would
problem.
Question about
against
this tilt. Hang on. How do we know? How do we know that the Earth is tilting?
We don't.
I'm going to say because of
Wait for the circular
astronomy
reasoning.
and also even because of satellite imagery. But I know you'll say, that violates the second law of thermodynamics or something.
No, don't tell me what I'm going to say. I don't need you to tell me what I'm going to say.
I'm just saying what I've heard frequently.
Myself. Okay, so for a start, it was claimed that the Earth was tilting and wobbling, etc., prior to satellites. So how did they originally know?
One sec, AJ. Hey,
Astronomy.
turn your mic sensitivity up or something. I hear an echo from you so much.
He's probably got speakers
Oh,
on.
okay. Sorry. Yeah, let me change it. One sec. I'll fix it.
Yeah, I 100% get what you're saying about the alleged tilt. My issue is that I'm seeing it tilt just a little bit too far for what they're claiming. By a friggin' long way.
I understand what you're saying, Matrix.
Yeah, if it was,
all right, I'm back.
within,
This
say,
should...
3 or 4
Sorry.
degrees, I'd go, you know what, that's cool. I'd have no problem with that. They got me fair and square. But when you're talking bloody near 40 degrees plus on some of the readings, nah, no way.
Okay, and you are the same person, I believe, earlier that said about... I'm just trying to move on to a different topic because I don't feel we're going to come to a conclusion here. So I do respect... If you are saying you...
AJ was talking with you. Don't jump away from it because he'd probably get upset with you.
Oh, sorry, I just hopped back in. AJ,
If you don't want to continue about the tilt of the Earth, that's cool. I was just asking some clarifying
I missed what you
questions.
said. I was changing my headset here. What did you say?
Look, Matrix. Well, in the first instance, I'm just going to say that Matrix does have a good point because the readings he's getting aren't accurate according to what the globe claims with the tilt. Yeah, so that's the first point. But my question to you was that how do we know that the Earth is tilting? How was this originally done? Because most of the time what I hear is circular reasoning.
What is circular reasoning?
Okay, so you sort of touched on it a little bit when you were explaining, right? Because what the claim usually is, and this is what you were touching on, and this is what I wanted to clarify, is that we know the Earth is tilting because we have seasons. Yes, you said that, there's the tilt of the Earth that's creating these seasons. So we know the Earth is tilting because of seasons. We have seasons because the Earth is tilting. So this is called circular reasoning. So I was clarifying, how do you know that we're tilting to begin with?
Yes, and for me, from what I understand, astronomy has a lot to do with that. Like the night sky changes throughout the year. I think that was we knew the Earth was tilting hundreds of years ago because of early astronomers. And then also nowadays we can see that via satellites.
So the claim is that the Earth is tilting due to what we see occurring in the sky. But then this would also mean that there's a pre-assumption that we're on that ball to begin with.
Yeah, I'm guessing I'm putting faith in astronomers. Is that your point?
No, my point is that for this to be correct, yeah, that the Earth is a ball wobbling, tilting based off of something that we view in the sky, then the first assumption that's made in that instance is that the Earth is a globe to begin with, to be tilted and wobbling. So my question then is, whoever proved the Earth to be a globe in the first instance, who's ever taken any direct measurements of drop over distance from horizontal to show that we're actually living on that ball? Because
who's
there
ever
may be
taken
other
those
answers.
measurements?
Yeah, well, we may have other answers.
Okay, so here, what I believe, what I was told. I know that I'm gonna get dogged on it if I say what I was told, but
you know, I haven't dogged on you yet. Yeah, I'm trying to have an actual conversation with you here, dude.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I appreciate that, but from what I understand, us looking at other, I'm talking about hundreds of years ago, early astronomers looking at other stars and planets were able to decipher that about ourselves. But nowadays, I think it's pretty clear that we do have, the technology we send up there. We send cameras up there, essentially with satellites, plenty of like a big old fancy camera that has numerous lenses that produces different products for us to observe the Earth. And, visible imagery shows us that it is a sphere. So that's when you say who has measured it.
So which
as
satellites,
a sphere,
just out of curiosity?
Which satellites? What I'm familiar with, I'm very familiar with the NOAA series NOAA GOES series of satellites. Of course, like the recent ones are like GOES 16 through 19, which are weather satellites, and obviously those are going to monitor the Earth 24/7, and you're looking at real-time pictures every minute sometimes where you're looking at the Earth, and it is a sphere. And, then of course there's
real-time images or real-time pictures. So it's taking photos or doing
real-time images. Do you have the internet open? Could you open the internet right now?
I'm in front of my computer.
Okay, yeah. Then
So,
type into Google.
I got to go back to the start of this, yeah. And I've got something I've got to do. Matrix can take over. I've got dinner going and other shit going on right now. But for them to launch these satellites, yeah, for them to apparently launch these satellites. Now, I'm not denying that there's something in the sky over our heads. Yeah, I may debate
when they launch
on.
Yeah, you can see.
Okay,
you can visit space launches. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would be debating on how they're staying there and their location more than anything. But again, for them to be launched, to be circumferencing, orbiting this globe in the first place, they first had to know that the Earth was a globe. So my question again is, how did they know this? Who ever measured directly the Earth to have this drop over distance? And how did they actually do that in the first instance? Because this was all required prior to these satellites that you're talking about.
I agree.
Right now.
I totally
and then we
agree.
can go further into it.
Yeah, to me, it's fascinating that like people without our technology knew that, or not even just that the Earth is a sphere, but the fact that like how geostationary orbit works. Like, how can people figure out that you can place a satellite or an object based on its size at a specific altitude where it's then going to start to orbit the Earth geostationary, which means it follows the Earth. So instead of orbiting the Earth, it like stays in a fixed point and it moves with the Earth's orbit. And that's what makes it geostationary. Correct. Is the definition of a geostationary satellite. Yes, but very smart people, and again, I couldn't tell you who discovered it, but I do know, I'm familiar enough to know that there are people long ago, before we had satellites, before we even tested it, that knew that you could place a body in space and it would orbit the Earth, given that the Earth is a sphere and we understand how gravity works to a degree. I know gravity is not fully understood, but we know it enough to place something around our Earth to orbit it. And yes, that's fascinating. To answer your question, I don't know who discovered it or how we discovered it, but in my opinion, we did.
That's cool, as long as it's in your opinion, because to me, that's a big question that's on the table, because in what we're being told is something that we can't verify or even come close to verifying without that information. Yeah, we're told there's things in the sky above our heads. Nobody denies that. Now, whether these are stationary above a rotating globe or whether these are actually orbiting this globe themselves, this is what we're told. I understand that you've presented that, we've got some satellites that present imagery, etc. Now, from the height that these satellites are at, the images that we apparently get, I have issues with. Yeah, so it's going to be very dependent on the type of camera, if they are using a camera. But most of these satellites that you're talking about for weather, etc., are using not real-time cameras. Yeah, they're collecting data rather than actual imagery. But then if you wanted to go further into that, we need to know exactly what the satellite is, what type of imaging technology they have on that satellite, what they're actually doing, data collection. But again, a big point is we can't verify that they are actually geostationary over this globe. And we don't have anybody that has actually measured the Earth to be a globe, measuring drop over distance. That's something that has never been done in history. But anyway, I've got to go in a matrix. Ben Hammer, if you want to take over, I've got to go and do some things. I'm just going to...
Bye, AJ.
I've been trying to get away for the last 3.
Bye, AJ. It was great talking to you.
No worries, yeah. I've got to do this. I'm going to get shot.
Actually, is Heretic or someone else on? No one else. They're all just listening at the moment.
Yeah, I thought
quickly,
AJ.
Maybe we can move on to something on the Earth rather than something that's in the sky. That might be a good idea. That's what's sort of on the table, because it always ends up in the sky.
I just wanted to say one thing. I know Ben is, or Ben Hammer, whatever. AJ, if you're still listening, I encourage you, just go to Google and look up COD, like Call of Duty, COD, Goes 16. COD Goes 16. I know that sounds weird. It's going to be the College of DuPage. But if you look that up, it's a very good website that I think is beneficial to just look at, like, the weather satellites. If you click on that, you can kind of toggle through it. That is what a weather satellite, is going to produce. It has a bunch of products on there, and I think it's fascinating. Like, if you go onto it, play around. If what I think is fascinating is the fact that go ahead.
You've got an image of the United States. How does that prove you're on a ball?
Well, you can look at, that's what I mean. You got to play around with the website. You can look at the full disk image, and that will show the spherical Earth. So I was, I'm not there. So let me see.
But that's something that's been rendered through data.
I agree. Yeah, and that's so. That my one question was to you, AJ, and everybody, I guess, is for your statement that you were just talking about, and like, no one has actually. Yes, I understand. Has measured the drop off or the slope of the Earth that should line up with the sphere. But my question is for you to believe in this, you have to also believe in you also have to not trust government officials and global leaders about what they're saying, right? Like we do have to agree on that, right?
Well, my question is, and I mean, I haven't just questioned flat Earth. I question everything throughout my life that I've been told or taught. I don't just take
flat Earth specifically.
So, has the government ever lied?
Yes,
have any of these governments
I get that.
ever lied?
I totally understand.
Yes, look, 100% they have, because they're people. Yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, at the end of the day, I don't count this as a belief, because a belief is something that we believe without any type of empirical evidence to support it. Now, for me, it's knowledge, yeah? I know that the Earth is flat. And the reason why I know the Earth is flat is because, one, it's measured to be flat. No one's ever measured that curvature, that drop over distance required. Two, we view it as flat, and we do rely on our senses for everything, yeah? A lot of things. Three, we utilize it as flat. So when we build upon it, when we survey it, measure it, or even when we navigate. So talking about celestial navigation, you know, we're taking an elevation angle to a star or to a celestial body. We're using a horizontal baseline. This is the surface of the water, right? And in doing this, we need to imagine. Now, I don't know why we need to imagine, because I think it's just reality, but we need to imagine that it's the Earth that's stationary and that the stars are rotating for celestial navigation to even work. Why? Because that's the reality. Yeah, we don't need to imagine anything. This is what we all witness every single day. So we witness it that way, we measure it that way, we build upon and utilize it that way, we navigate that way. There is no measured drop over distance. So for me, it's actually knowledge and other questions about how things work over this surface. Obviously, we've got answers about the globe that tell us the sun and moon work this way, satellites work this way, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you've got to remember that the globe model is built off these celestial bodies, like you actually stated. So, of course, what they're stating is going to align in certain circumstances, I would say, with a lot of assumption, yeah, not science. But that's where I sit on the subject.
And I'm curious, when you say the drop-off measurement, are you saying you have actually numerous times have tried to measure the drop-off of the Earth in terms of what it should be?
Okay, so there's a couple of things there. One, there is no one in history that's ever done this. They've never measured that curvature or that drop from horizontal. So if you imagine we had a ruler or a level sitting on top of a basketball, that's your horizontal, and the Earth's going to curve away in all directions from that horizontal. Now, no one's ever measured that. Secondly, for myself personally, I have done a few long distance observations out to 20 kilometers, where there should be, from my eye height, quite a bit of missing curvature, and it's not there. You can have a look at one for yourself. So there's one I did was about 10 kilometres. There's a beach in a place called Townsville, North Queensland, and there's a beach in Magnetic Island. Over that 10 kilometres, I can see the waves crashing on the beach on a good day, 10 kilometres away. That beach, where those waves are crashing, could be 7 metres below my eye line.
I see your
radius of the
point. I mean, that's an impressive view if you can see a beach, like the shores crashing waves of the beach that far away.
Of course, you have to use a camera and a tripod. Yeah. But,
yeah. Okay.
But a camera is not going to see through 7 meters of water or solid curvature.
I would be very fascinated to see this myself. If that makes sense. Like, if what you're saying is true, I would be very fascinated to see that. But
that's something that you can do yourself. If you're anywhere near a lake, a large body of water, an ocean, it's something you can do yourself. And the fact of the matter is that the physics of water state that water at rest is flat. It's horizontal, it's level. Yeah, water always seeks its own level. It will run downhill until contained, and then we will have a level surface. So from a cup to a pool, to a puddle, to a lake, to an ocean, there's nowhere that we can actually witness in reality water curving at the rate given. And we've used water as a level for thousands and thousands of years.
I honestly, I would be interested in doing that. Just not to necessarily like put truth to the theory that you're saying, but for my own shits and giggles. And I also believe that, like, and I do believe you. Like, I don't want to say you're lying or anything. Like, if you say that you saw the shores of a lake
citations.
that 20 kilometers
Yeah.
away, where the drop of the Earth should have put it out of your vision, then I would be interested to see that. But I also think that there is the topography side of things, where perhaps maybe there is some elevation changes that may have made that specific measurement just a little bit of a bias, right? So my point is like, you would have to look at numerous shorelines from that distance to prove that point. You can't just look at one.
I did it from 2 points. I did it from the beach in one location, which was 10 kilometers, and the second location was from the base of a beach at a lighthouse at sea level, which was further, which is approximately 20 kilometers. But we also have citations that we can provide for long distance lasers, where you can see what they did, everything that they accounted for on the day. They have documents supporting that with video supporting it. We've got long distance observations such as the Black Swan image that puts the horizon out beyond 10 miles when it should be at 1 mile. If it's a physical geometric horizon. So
and I'd be interested to see this. I'd be interested to see this.
Yeah, no worries. I'll grab something for you and I'll drop it in the chat. Just give me, then I've really got to go. Hang on.
Yeah. Please do. I got to go too, honestly. It's like 4 a.m. my time. So, yeah, please drop it in there. And I'd be interested to see.
Just give me a minute. I'm on my phone. I got to get to my desktop.
No, you're good.
All right, I'll drop some water ones first from physics textbooks and a few there. I'll drop those first for you on water, and then I'll give you the laser test. I'll give you an example of one of the laser tests, and then I'll give you the link. So this is a link to all of the documents. It's a Google Drive link. It is safe to click. If you don't want to click it, don't click it. But I'll drop one of the something they did in there.
I'm clicking. There's definitely a lot of information in these, and I'm interested in watching some of these videos and reading. I'm just gonna have to watch it like tomorrow or something.
Yeah, these aren't videos. These are just written citations. So this next one, Lake Igizel. This is from that link. So this is just taken from the link. So they were at a height of 2.92 meters, or 9.58 feet above the lake's surface, heading 3.66 degrees, and the laser was sighted on the shore 40.14 kilometers away. The target height was 1.5 meters above the lake's surface. So there was 90.81 meters of missing curvature in that laser test. I'll drop the document for you. Give me 2 seconds. There's many of them in this document.
So it should have been at 90 kilometers according to the spherical model, but it was at 40 kilometers.
No, they shot a laser 40 kilometers to an opposite shore, like me looking 10 kilometers across the water. And they were able to spot their target 40 kilometers away with the laser, which means that that laser should have been blocked by 90 meters of Earth curve in that instance. But you can have a good look at it. There's long distance photography as well I can drop for you. But these are things that you can go and do for yourself. You can go and look over any large body of water. You can also
I will look
go
these
out.
over.
You can also go out to the port, and you can have a look at distances of ships off the port, and you can bring those back into view with your camera or binoculars. Something that could be hidden behind the curve.
I'm gonna look these over. I'm sure I'll see you again sometime in this channel. Another thing I would like to talk to you about sometime is like light refraction, and even with lasers, how that can refract through the atmosphere that defies the spherical model and stuff. But again, I really do gotta go to bed. I really, really do.
Yeah, all right, no worries. Well, if you want to talk to me about refraction, I'm happy to have that discussion.
We will. I will look out for you another time, for sure.
No problems, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, you guys have a good night.
Are you cooking, chat?
We're just about to go and do other stuff, but we're trying not to.
I was cooking, I reckon.
Conversations. Good night, guys.
You said you're trying not to cook?
Oh, we've been trying to get away from the computer for a while. So I'll go and cook dinner and stuff like that.
Oh, you're like trying to cook dinner. Wow.
I was cooking, bro. It's all good. I was cooking. I got him thinking. It was a good conversation, and he's going off to study the documents and wants to come back and discuss refraction. So I think that was pretty cool.
Well, that was a good exit. You know, you don't always have exits like that. Normally it's like a, fuck you guys, I'm out of here type shit or whatever, but the fact that he's like, I'll talk to you guys later. You know, like, that's cool. That's good.
No, CB, did you listen to it? Oh, we'll have a talk about refraction later on. And then he fucking drop a bomb and fuck off.
Oh, is that what he said?
But yeah, and then he's also like, what do you say? The way he said it's like, oh, if it is curving, I don't really care if it's not curving or not. Basically, that the way he said it. But
yeah, he did say that, but he had no answers to anything that I was presenting to him. It sort of stumped him a little bit, and that's good.
Nice.
I don't mind having those conversations, guys. Like if there's someone in that's willing to have a normal conversation and a normal back and forth, I find that much better than a screaming match of everyone yelling over the top of each other.
Facts. Hey, man, Flat Earth is hot right now, bro. We got 2 panels going right now. And who else, you know, who knows where else? Twitter and shit. What's going on? What do you think is in the air? Like, why is Flat Earth so popular right now?
I don't know, is it a full moon or something? What's going on with that thing?
Oh, maybe they all realise Katy Perry didn't really go to space.
Yeah,
I was going to say that. That's helped a little bit.
Yes, dude. So true. Good point. Yeah, man. I feel like we're going fucking nowhere. Hey, do we have that on the soundboard, Matrix? I'm not fucking leaving. Do you have that one?
Be there somewhere. I know it's.
Hit that shit, bro. Hit that.
I don't.
You're behind
too
on
much about celebrities, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion on her reaction of just kissing the ground and like, oh, this is God. Basically, she was saying Earth is God. Like, what the fuck? What do you guys say about that?
Apparently, she's being sued by Jeff Bezos because this was all a fake staged media event, and she fucked the whole media event by opening the door. So that's what I've heard.
Open the door? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, when that capsule,
while they were up there, she opened. Go ahead.
No. When the capsule landed, because of the way the door opening inside, there's supposed to be pressure, and only someone from the outside is supposed to be able to open that door and release the pressure. And Bezos had a special tool to do this. And what happened was when it apparently landed, you see her opening the door, and then the woman comes and blocks the door, and they close it again. And then Bezos comes over with his separate tool to pretend that he's now opening the door after it's already been opened. And apparently he's suing her for it.
I had no idea. I didn't watch any of it, bro. I just like, it's all cap. I don't give a fuck about any of this. But that's pretty interesting.
If you watch,
maybe someone can Google it. Just Google it. You might find it.
that dude was showing the capsule allegedly coming down, a comparative of it coming down and on the ground, and the windows aren't even spaced the same on the thing.
Interesting.
Like it's two separate clips. Yeah, flat out truth too. He had it in there showing it. How it was, he reckons it was all faked, and this was one of his reasons for it. And yeah, you see the capsule on the ground and someone standing next to it, and then you see the something else and people standing next to it, and it's a different height. So it's like as if they've filmed one and then gone, oh shit, we've got to do more filming, grabbed another one, the wrong one, and refilmed it.
Did you see the one with like the fake doll arm or whatever?
Well, that was from supposedly that one was from a few years ago or something on there.
Oh, really?
Display thing or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I want to say 2015 when they were the concept or something like that when they were first building it or something.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's so many red flags around the Katy Perry thing. Like, this is reminiscent of the Tesla car and space thing. Because that, when they did that, I was like, this is total bullshit. And I believed in space around that time still. Even though I had looked into Flat Earth, I was like, still learning about the space thing. But I feel like people are going to have the same experience that I had with the Katy Perry thing. They might believe in space, but they see this Katy Perry shit and they're like, yeah, this is bullshit.
Yeah, they've done it
similar to me,
that's for sure.
Well, everything they do is like a magnetized effect. It's going to attract people, but it's also going to repel people too. It's like a two-pronged situation.
I got to tell you too, CB, you're a little bit behind on the soundboard. Matrix has a new opening song.
A new opening song. Wait, what? You cut out a little there. We said opening song.
Hey, check it out. Whenever QE's doing his thing.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
What the hell?
Nice.
Where did you find that?
Oh, someone pointed it out to me, and I went, "Yeah, I got to have it."
It's a little long
too, but yeah.
Oh yeah, you should just chop it up into bits.
Hey
How did
man,
you play
just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
That's the short version.
Yeah, I mean, if it becomes a thing, flat earthers will recognize any part of that, so you can make it even shorter too. Are you playing this through your other soundboard?
Yeah,
that makes sense because it's so long. Yeah, you should send me that clip, and I'll make shorter versions of it for the Discord soundboard. Just DM me the like MP3 or some shit.
Yeah, cool. I've just got to go and find it.
No, or like not urgent, of course.
No, that's all right. I'll do it now while I'm thinking of it. Hardest bit is I've got to find it.
Yeah, that should be from me. If you got to, might be in the message.
Who found that? That was you?
Yeah, I ripped it from somewhere, but yeah.
Where the heck did you find that at?
Oh, it just popped up in my YouTube feed, and as soon as I heard you got to shut the fuck up, I'm like, fuck, that's QE song.
It work. I guess it's TBD. Have you ever played it to him yet?
Who's that?
Have you played it for QE yet?
I don't think QE.
Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he had a bit of a laugh.
Oh, okay, he liked it. That's cool. That's cool.
I also found Indio's wife.
You
found what?
Indio's wife.
Indio's wife.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
Do tell. As should I
Just
lock into
have a look.
Misogyny headquarters real fast?
Have a look in the chat. I got to send it
Oh.
to him when he's in here.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
That's just our dumb Australian fucking humour.
Is it a costume or are they trolling? That looks like a costume for fun.
Yeah, it was a costume, and I just then went, "Fuck, that looks like India." Oh, that must be his wife. I'm gonna have to screenshot that one.
Oh man, you're gonna do my man dirty, but that's actually pretty funny.
No, I'm not doing him dirty. I like India.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, like India. His wife. I mean, just say his side chick or like his slow Tuesday.
Oh, whatever. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, but she's not a bad looking India, is she?
She's not great looking.
She looks alright with me glasses off.
Very
below
average.
Be honest, the beard doesn't help. Yeah, the beard definitely doesn't help. But
without the beard, I'd give her like maybe a 3 or a 4 max.
I thought you were gonna say you give her something else.
Well,
no, you're right. There's a bit too much makeup on there.
She's overweight. Off rip. You're mid.
Yeah,
you're below
little
mid.
bit. Oh no, it definitely is. Sorry, you're right. I didn't look that far. I wasn't looking that hard. I just seen the long white hair, beard.
Like that. Sorry, you're like. Don't like, dude. I will clock into Misogyny headquarters tonight.
The real question is, does it make sandwiches?
That one, I don't know.
In.
Yeah.
Look at the size of it. It's got to know how to make a sanger.
You know what? Exactly. They make too many sandwiches. They had a sandwich overload.
Oh, shit.
Not very nice. She might be a very nice person, CB.
Might make really good sandwiches too.
She can be nice, but she's fat, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're disqualified.
I don't know. Nice.
Oh, he's breaking up.
No dude's going to steal it from you.
Women have one. Dude, what? That's crazy logic, but I hear what you're saying. No way. But to a degree, you're right about that.
You're not gonna punch on with any dude in the club over her, are you?
Yeah. That is definitely something to consider when you're dating a girl. You don't want her to be too fine. You don't want her to be too hot. But
yeah, I cop the opposite every time someone meets me and my wife. The first thing they say is, "How the fuck did you get her?" That's ridiculous.
Nice. Wait a minute. I think that deserves a Don DeMarco. Hell yeah.
No, that's
I used
not
to get
what
angry.
happens at the pub. I was going to say, I think it's get over here.
Yeah, to his wife. Yeah, facts. Get your ass back in. Get back in the house.
No,
yeah, no, that's funny. You said you used to get mad. That's a compliment, bro. If like, I mean, sort of.
No, it's not. Compliment to her, not to me. I'm just some ugly prick that shouldn't have her.
No, but they're like, they wish they could be you, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I never thought of it that way back then, but yes, I do now.
Right.
And I always had an answer prepared. I used to tell them one big thing.
Oh shit! Okay. Oh man, well, I'm sure the BMW doesn't hurt either, if I recall correctly.
That's compensation. That big thing he was talking about his bank account.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that doesn't hurt either. W, man. Hell yeah. Shout out to you and yours.
It's awesome. What about Mr. Toxic? You talked to
He was having a yap earlier. Where's Wooly? He's down there. Why didn't when our mate was gibbering on about the plane not flying around the curve? I thought you were going to jump in there, Wooly, for 1 second and rip him a new one.
No, I'm not that argument. I mean, that guy. I mean, I'm not the best argument person, but thank you though.
dude. Shout out to Wooly Poly, man.
I saw your mic come off, and I thought, Wooly's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to dose him. And then it didn't happen. I was sort of disappointed. I thought you were going to step in there, mate.
Yeah, well, but they were kind of having a conversation. I didn't want to like interrupt it too much, you know. So
Do it, bro. Just do it.
I have
Don't
some
let your
questions
dreams
about
be.
this. Sorry, I have some questions about this plane flight stuff. I was listening in, and but I'm not going to raise them in here. I'm going to talk to someone in the back channels about it. But I might even give you a call later, Matrix. Tell you what I'm thinking.
Cool. Yep. No, that's all right.
Just do it. How do we not have that sound clip?
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Just do it. That's such a good clip, bro. That's amazing. He's a great actor.
Oh, no, you're thinking of another one. Oh, look, someone else is calling me. Holy shit. Where is he? All right, I'll be back. I'll go and have a chat with this fella.
Alrighty, and the show must go on. I'm gonna be on for a little bit, so let's lock in, chat. Let's take a look at the panel. We have AJ, we have Paraplegic Coffee, guys. If you drink coffee, he's your guy. Bro has hella different roasts and different types of beans and stuff. Check your boy Paraplegic Coffee out for some Joe. He's actually sent me some. I'm not even just like speaking out of my ass. Pause. But I've tried the coffee. It's good. And don't buy ground coffee ever either, too. Well, just pro tip. We also have Crit.
I don't drink coffee. That's just me though.
All right, W. We should talk about that. Yeah, man, guys, if you fuck with coffee, definitely grab some Paraplegic as well. When you just can't stand for crappy coffee. There's Daz68. We have Dr. Jordan B. Peterson taking hella L's on the internet right now. We have Effie Batman. Flat Earth Ranger. Bro's been cooking lately. I feel like he's in the back just polishing his fucking... we have Grisp. Ildico. Very nice. We have Mark. Meow. We have our boy Migo Wego in the chat as well. We also have Mike, or Mick, or Milk. We have Over Fences.
Come on, man.
Shout out to our boy Mick, though. Bro's been cooking also. Bro, I always give mad props to anyone that jumps on the mic. So, no pun intended.
All good, bro. Yeah. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. It's good content. Over Fences is with us. We have Professor Pill. So you just popped in there. Nazarian. Welcome. Feel free to chime in anytime. We have Trans Cheeto. Might be one of the more interesting names in the chat right now. Anthony667. Feel free to chime in as well. There's Tree, and coincidentally, Tree's Top. Pause. I think that's a new name as well, so you feel free to chime in anytime. There's Ultimate FE Final Boss. That is, bro, hilarious. That's our boy T in the chat. We have Woly Poly, man.
Hey.
W. Let's go. Yeah, hell yeah. And then to round out the panel, no pun intended, we have Yapendos, I'm pretty sure is the old school name. Bro, why you guys be changing your names, dude? I feel like that's bad marketing. Pick a name and stick with it, right, Trans Cheeto?
That's right.
You seem like you changed your name quite a bit. It's giving like you changed your name a lot.
I've had the same name on this server since I joined.
W. Let's take a look at your but it's Anthony 667.
That's my like. Wait, what?
That's your account name, bro.
That's my Discord. Yeah, that's my account name.
Yeah. No, I'm just trolling you. That's cool. That's a cool name. Why Trans Cheeto?
Just cause.
Just cause. Siri, randomize 2 words.
Why Creation Bear?
Okay. All right. I can answer that. Do you know who Owen Benjamin is?
No, I have no idea.
No. Okay. Let's see. Let me think of a community that has a thing. Well, Owen Benjamin had a community, and he called his people bears, and like they were getting banned on the internet. This is right before censorship was kind of a big thing. So to identify each other online, you just put a little bear emoji in on your YouTube name. You know, if you're in the YouTube chat or something, your name plus a bear emoji.
Come up with something more original next time.
What?
I said that sounds kind of cringe. Come up with something more original next time.
I thought it was pretty original, but that's just me.
Who else is doing that though?
You just said everyone else is doing it. That's part of his cult or whatever.
Oh wait, but
I never heard of the cult, so I still think it's
all right, bro. Whatever. You don't actually care about the answer, but we'll just move on.
I don't care about the what, sorry?
Yeah,
Moving
so
on
you didn't let him finish, yeah?
It's
I
all
thought it was
right.
interesting.
We're just gonna move on. It really doesn't fucking matter. Trans Cheeto. The real question is, do you think the Earth is a globe?
I think that's a globe.
I've got you in my sights.
All right. Why?
Just cause.
Okay. What are your thoughts on flat Earth?
Yeah, you can believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to oppose it.
No, I mean not like flat earthers, but what do you think? What is flat Earth to you? Do you have a kind of
I don't really have much thought on flat Earth,
looks like?
aside from this server.
You have any like pictures of what you think it might look like when you close your eyes, or?
No, I don't really think too deeply about it.
Okay. What are some facts about the globe you could teach us?
Why do I need to teach you facts about the globe? That's what Google's for.
So you don't have any facts?
No.
Is that a no?
Yeah, I will say that Cheeto usually just listens in. I haven't really heard too much interaction at all from Cheeto over the time.
That's all right. We're actually doing a no listening panel today.
That's cool.
So welcome, caller. But okay, so you think the Earth is a globe? Like how you're pretty locked in? You're pretty set that it's a globe? Or
I'm not locked in. I'm just like, that's just what I think based on the information I was taught. But I could be wrong.
All right. Chat, what kind of questions do you have for Cheeto?
Wait, why are you singling me?
It is Speculation Sunday, Cheeto, so you can actually be a bit loosey today and speculate and not be held so harshly to your beliefs.
I don't hold them harshly. That's just what I believe, kind of like.
No, from others in the room, yeah. We are on Speculation Sunday, so feel free to speculate on your beliefs.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
don't really care that much about it.
I think that people are they do believe in the globe because they haven't really pushed on their belief at all. Like when you're like, well, I just kind of believe it, I'm not too sure. If you actually went and pushed on your belief a little bit, tested whether some of these things were true, you might actually come to
I have better
the same
things to
truth
do
that
than
we
that,
had.
to be honest.
We were just like you, but we pushed on our beliefs. We didn't just believe it. We went and checked. I think if you actually checked, you might.
It's not an issue that kind of interests me that much, so I don't really have the.
But you're here.
Motivate. Yeah, I'm here just to listen, just to.
That's what I
hear
say.
the
You're
argument.
here. I mean,
You
know.
could be anywhere. Like you're interested enough that you're here.
No, I'm not interested. I just think it's brain rot to
That's
watch
cat,
while
bro.
I'm
Your
eating.
actions alone show interest.
So true.
I mean, it's the same as like watching The Simpsons or like watching South Park.
You could actually go do those things though.
I don't feel like doing those things though.
Well, you feel like hanging around flat earthers.
Yeah.
That's that's abnormal. That's not normal.
Yeah, it
dude.
probably is abnormal.
People
but,
don't do that.
You know, stimulates the brain enough.
I was going to say that the things that you've listened, the conversations, is there anything that piques your interest that you want to talk about?
No, I just think it's funny seeing people argue against each other.
That is true. That is true. I do enjoy the beef. Ain't no
I think it's funny
vegetarians in
hearing
here.
different people's perspectives and like whether it be right or wrong.
Yeah.
Not so much funny, but just interesting, I guess. Like,
true, I get it.
You haven't like even remotely sort of made a decision, or no?
Not really.
Based off some of the topics or anything. You gotta.
I mean, I'm a pretty strong glober just based off what I've learned. But yeah.
What have you learned?
Just like what I've learned growing up, I guess. But yeah, just from like school and stuff, which I know flat earthers are kind of like all against and stuff. But I don't really care about that, to be honest, because that's
Do you
not
live by an ocean or anything, like a big lake or something?
Yeah.
You do? Like which one? Lake or ocean? Or a sea?
Kind of close. Oh, well, more of a bay than an ocean. But
a bay. All right. Well, you could actually, like, how far?
Like an hour probably.
How often do you go there?
Probably like once a month.
Well, oh, once a month. Wow. Okay, you should start. You could just do some small observations with that bay. That could be a good way to just dip your toe in the water a little bit.
No, I'd rather just.
No,
do
I'm just gonna go. I'm not
there.
gonna look. All right, bro. That would be the perfect place to do it. If I'm sure it's big enough as well. If it's like 10 miles,
Like I said before, it just doesn't interest me. The topic doesn't interest me that much to go.
Just saying, next time you go, pay a little bit more attention to like, how far am I looking? Like, you can open up Google Maps and okay, I'm seeing something like this far. It's like that's like 30 miles away. All right, bro. What's the bay? Can we ask?
I'd rather not give that information out.
That's fine. Yeah, I understand that. It goes once a month, bro. That'd be perfect. I'm just saying, one of these days you'll be interested enough to actually like just like peek your head up. I'm sure you just have your. I'm sure you're just playing like fucking Candy Crush on your phone the whole time, but you know.
Yeah,
you
right.
actually look up from the phone every now and again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, damn, I'm seeing a building. I'm seeing something like, I'm seeing this boat 50 miles away or whatever. Like you can think about it, at least now that you know you can. So you probably will.
No, I'd rather not.
Yeah, you're gonna it's gonna happen. You'll do what you're told.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, you don't have an option. You don't have a choice. Yeah, I was a little slow to get to that one. Anyway, that's cool, man. Do you follow our Rumble or YouTube channels?
Only when I get banned.
Huh?
Only when I get banned.
Oh, okay, you get banned, then you go listen. Why do you get banned?
Much. I'd rather not say.
You'd rather not say. Okay, I mean, I guess in fear of being banned again, I suppose. What do you feel like you understand what the flat earthers are saying though?
I understand it. Yeah, I still think it's kind of stupid, but
can you? just can you walk us through your understanding of flat Earth? That is what I'm really interested about.
No, not right now. I'm gonna put myself on mute, so I'm gonna let someone else talk for now, actually. But thanks.
L's in the chat, guys. Let's just start getting L's in the chat. Yeah. I want to see the chat flying with L's, guys. That's an L, bro. First of all, if you don't put something in the chat, I'll know you haven't been listening. And by that, I'll judge our next move from there. But, there we go. Oh my God. Whoa. That's a W in the chat. Hold on a second. Dude, we need to take phones away from women, bro. Take the phone and replace it with, like, a spatula or something. Just a quick reminder that we are still live.
Are we kicking?
No.
Kicking this globe lie.
No, we're not doing that.
We kicking it? We just here kicking it?
You
No,
laugh
I
at
think
tonight, eggs.
we're chilling. We're not kicking it. We're chilling, bro. It's a big difference. We have Fry as well. Welcome, Fry.
Kicking back?
No.
No. Oh.
Everything's always moving forward, bro. We don't go back. We don't look back. That's where the globe is, in the past. The rear view. You only drive looking through the windshield, front.
I'm with you.
Facts. Our boy Eggs is here, guys. Let's give him a round of applause, man. You know, bro's driving content. He's here. He's on the mic. Gotta give him some credit, bro. Gotta put some respect on this man's name.
Well, I'd like to know where the name originated from.
Ooh.
I wanted to do my round the world motorbike trip. And the original plan, which I didn't really do, I did one at a park, but the original idea was go to talk to people about interesting beliefs they hold. And I was getting ripped with a mate in Brisbane, and I was like, I need to think of a name for the channel. And he's like, what about riding on eggshells? Like, you're walking on eggshells, but you're not, you're riding motorbikes. And I was like, I love that. And so,
that's pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's good.
Yeah, that's a better name than Creation Bear, not gonna lie.
Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what. I didn't even.
Who woke up and chose violence?
You let him get fully through his explanation. You like literally cut me off in the first. I was like, "Hey, so there's a community that put a bear at the end."
If it takes you like 10
An
minutes to
emoji,
explain your name,
and
it's not a good name.
I can't believe that you just got smoked by Trans Cheeto, CB. That's horrendous.
You think I got smoked? You think I got smoked?
Oh, no, it's so good.
Nah, bro. It's actually, dude, I think my story's better, way better. Although I do think his is pretty good. But just like you didn't want to dox yourself, I won't dox myself either, but not at least not for you. Eggshells is pretty good though. I'll give him that. But I literally said, "Hey, there's a comedian who has a community where they put an emoji at the end of their name. Have you heard of that?" And you're like, "No, it's cringe, bro. Trash." All right, dude.
I was interested in it, but
do
Do they pronounce the emoji? Do they say like smiley face or something at the end?
What? No, we're just going back, talking something that fucking.
But you're saying a band has
Cheeto
emoji
said.
in their name?
No, bro. No,
Oh,
dude.
okay,
Just don't worry about it. We're talking about another thing. It's fine. We'll just move on. Where should we go from here, chat? Crit's here as well. Feel free to chime in. Yeah, man. Just intimate panel tonight. You know?
Crit's waiting to pounce.
Yeah, I know. Crit's always there listening. You know, W Crit, guys. Let's see. Get a W in the chat for Crit. Fry says hi. Awesome.
I want to know how to share this thing. Maybe I just ask for it in the thing. It is a robot that I think they're claiming you could use in space, but this one I'm pretty sure they've just got out on a desert on Earth, or it's just AI image. But it's quite cool in that it's like got arms. It's modular, and it's got arms, but the arms are double-ended, and it's got these sockets all over it, and it can like lift its arm up to where its shoulder is, if you will, or down to its waist, and clamp on there, and then the other end pops off so the arm can walk up and down the robot.
Damn.
It's a pretty clever idea.
That's crazy. Is there a picture of that maybe? Or
yeah, it's a video, but it's a Facebook one, and I just never have any luck sharing these in the chat.
True, they make you want to log in or some bullshit.
Exactly.
You have to screen record, Eggs. You have to screen record on your phone.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the easiest way. That's how I make all those sound clips and stuff often. You just
I go into the comments and somebody will name the robot.
Oh my god. Oh, you don't have the video?
No, as in it's got the video there. It's just on my computer. It would be easy to screen record.
Oh, I see. Send it to your phone, dude. I mean, honestly, that's going through a lot, but that's probably the easiest way to do it. Robots. I don't know, man. How far out are we on that? Is that coming soon? I feel like it's gonna be a while.
Like the robots are
we
pretty
just got
good
AI.
nowadays.
Like we just got AI.
And we've had Big Dog for a while, right? Everybody's been following Big Dog from Boston Dynamics, how they now have like bipedal robots and stuff.
Oh, is that the name of the company?
Boston Dynamics, yeah.
No, but the Big Dog, or is that the one you could kick and it won't fall over?
Yeah, so Boston Dynamics is the name of the company, and they've got grants from DARPA, and Big Dog was their first version of, that one that you can't kick over, and it like can walk on uneven terrain and shit.
Right, I remember that. So, like, I haven't even really investigated or, like, checked up on this whole robot situation. So, like, what are they doing now? I see they have, like, weird faces, and they can, like, sort of talk, but then I've heard people program stuff. I don't know. They got some good shit, though. Self-driving cars is not bad.
Yeah,
if you consider that a robot.
Well, it's something that, what I would say is it's something that about 10 years ago, people straight up had debates about whether that would ever be possible. And, passing the Turing test used to be a philosophical question of, do we ever think the computers will get that smart? And if they do, secondary questions of if they do they, and they say they're scared, are they really scared?
Okay.
I put the photos of the thing I'm seeing in the chat so you get the idea of it, where it can build itself.
Oh, it's way bigger than I thought. What the hell?
Good. I don't think I like the idea of self-driving cars, I actually enjoy driving, and I drive a manual as well for that reason. I like driving. I'll drive 3,000 Ks over flying any day of the week, not because I'm worried about flying. I actually enjoy the drive.
Yeah, me and you are a lot alike.
Me too. I like the joy to drive too. Yep.
But no, what I'm actually referring to, something that I actually never seen before until recently, was the Waymos. I don't know if you have them in your city, but Waymos, like, I think they partnered up with Jaguar, but it's literally a whole car with a bunch of sensors on it, and it just drives around. It'll pick you up like an Uber, and you can get in it, and it'll take you places. It's actually kind of like in some ways it's very creepy, but in other ways it's pretty cool.
Isn't it the
Yeah, like you're getting in the
exactly
back of
the
a
thing?
car that you're not driving; it's driving you. You're just in the hands of a lot of things could go wrong there, but they do it, and they do it pretty well, it seems.
And isn't it exactly what you want? Like, don't you want it like?
Yeah.
'Cause what that soon would mean is rear-facing seats. Like you can sit facing backwards if you want and have a big open interior space and be actually far safer in a crash. And just be like watching YouTube or having a really out-of-pocket discussion with your mate about this chick you slammed or
facts.
Like you'll be able to do anything you want. Sit there, scratch your ass, just not care because you're not sitting in somebody else's car for this awkward half hour. And if it's not like if you can sit there by yourself reading a book or watching YouTube or catching up on work, you'd catch it for like 6 hours, right? You'd do a cross-country trip in that fucking thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Your own private little capsule.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do that personally. I like driving too, but like I do think that there's a big worry that because there's a lot of dummies on the road and people do stupid shit. And so like it doesn't take but a few accidents, really bad ones, to be like, I don't know about this one. So they're either gonna have to take everyone's driving perms away and make it all that, or I don't know. I don't know how they keep it to small cities or something. This is in LA.
Yeah. I'm a motorcyclist. This is the end of motorcycling. It won't exist in 20 years' time because most of the cars will be autonomous and motorcyclists will always die and it will always be the motorcyclist's fault. So they will just end up going, you can't ride those things. You idiots, kill yourself on them.
Well, I ride as well, and 90% of the time it's the other. But I definitely disagree with them. Fucking idiots.
Exactly. Yes. Which is why it's legal. Which is why I think it's legal to ride motorbikes now, because it's almost always, if it's a car-motorcycle collision, it is almost always the car's fault. But once they're self-driving, you won't have these cars doing the same thing. So I think there'll be a brief window where motorcycling will become really fun because it'll be like a computer game. Because all the cars are Waymo.
Wow.
And you can just absolutely throw it down the road at 200 kilometers an hour because they'll get out of your way, they'll brake, they'll give you birth, they'll behave in really predictable ways, they'll never be on their phones. So you can like push them around on the road, right? You know how you do that with your bike, where you get up next to a car and drop a rev bomb, pull in the clutch and and they just have to move over. They just involuntarily get scared and fuck off out of your lane. And you can do that with real drivers, but sometimes they'll be scared, sometimes they'll get angry at you, sometimes they'll be on their phone. And if you can do that with a Waymo, you can just like own the road. It'd be beautiful, but then every crash will be your fault, right?
Yeah, true. Wow, that's cool. That's a good point. I never really thought about it like that, but that's I would totally ride again. I want to get another motorcycle. That shit's fun.
What would you get?
I had a CBR 500. I rode for like a year before I sold it.
Well,
I enjoyed it though.
Motocross my whole life. I raced motocross my whole life, and I sold my bike and I bought a ZX10. I had a CBR 500. I had a CBR 1000. My last bike was a ZX10. And
1000. You got a leader bike, big boy. Okay.
Yeah. And then I sold that, and I bought a Harley. I bought a Breakout.
Ooh,
and,
fuck! What? Wash
I
your
put a 300.
Oh, wipe
I
your
put
ass.
a 300 tire on the back. I lowered it. I got rid of all the tail fenders. Did a fair bit to it actually. It was quite a nice bike. Not good at speed, man. Like 180, I was death walk. But ripper burnouts, man. Just every set of lights, fucking burnouts. Yeah, I loved it. I'd probably buy another Harley again. I had no pegs left. My engine case was fucked. I rode it like a motocross. It was terrible. Flat changing it and laying it into corners and shit. But I definitely couldn't keep up with my mate on his, up a mountain or something like that. Definitely couldn't keep up with him in the corners. But yeah, it was pretty cool still.
Yeah. So drop us a photo of this modded up Harley. Did you stop waving at people? Because like motorcyclists wave at one another. In Europe they nod their head, but like, we'll wave or you'll drop a foot or something like that. Harley riders are cunts. They just don't. They never wave. If they're riding a Harley, you can be virtually guaranteed they won't wave. Are they really hard to control?
Nah.
Do you have to hold them with two hands all the time? Why do people turn into cunts on the things?
They're better than you.
I think that
Exactly. That's what it feels like. Sorry,
it is.
go ahead.
They think they're cool. Yeah, they're light and loud and intimidating, and no, I used to wave at everybody. Bother me.
Yeah, I used to moto vlog, and I would out loud in my helmet be like, "Oh my god, that Harley rider waved at me. He must have a second bike. He must not be a solely Harley rider." I think it is a boomer bike too. Sorry, and people don't want us to chat motorbikes. Jin CBR1 makes the point that you can't ride a motorbike on a turning earth. What do you think about that? He says if you're throwing it down around corners and the earth's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, how are you turning this way and that?
I low-key get that. Like, I see where he's coming from.
I don't know. I do see where he's coming from, but I don't know if I'd use it as an argument.
No, I'm same. I don't think I'd bring it up in an argument either. But him being like a motorcycle guy, kind of, I see it. I mean, I don't know. Hard to argue that one as a flat
Same
earther.
thing on a bicycle too. You know.
Same thing on a bicycle. Oh, yeah. True, maybe. Yeah. Or like if you're doing like those half pipe situations, like if you're on a
skateboard,
half pipe on a bike, a skate park, yeah, stuff like that. Like, would that not affect those guys too? Or doing high jumps or stuff? Guys doing like big jumps over buses and shit like that.
Yeah,
Evel Knievel, right? It affected the football.
Right. Yeah, that's so crazy he said that. Actually happened in my hometown. He was talking about like my hometown team. But yeah, he's like, it rotated 1/3 of an inch to the left. Some bullshit. And that's within a span of like what? A few seconds with the football being kicked. So I don't know, man. The earth moving is probably the number one thing that I feel like is the most easy to understand. The earth doesn't move. Like that's like just so simple. That's why I talk about moving buildings all the time. Like, are you in a moving building? They'll be like, no, not really. Then they'll say yes. What'd you say?
Well, there's two things about the moving. There is linear motion, right? So it's claimed to be orbiting, which is traveling along a line that is a circle around the sun. And then there is rotating about its own axis. And I think they're very, very, very different questions. And both of them sound like, is the Earth moving? Because they're separate, right? It could be doing one and not the other. Or
no,
it could be
it
doing
can't
both,
be.
or it could be doing neither.
No. I don't think it could be doing one and not the other. I think it's locked in. Like the worldview that's presented to you and everyone, like that, it's either that or it's not that. I don't think you can bring other options to like, well, maybe it's doing this and not what they say in this degree. Like, I don't like when people do that. That's why we came up with the BYOB. Maybe you've heard flat earthers say like, hey, no BYOB earthers or whatever. Yeah, we kind of started that for that very reason. You can only bring the worldview that's presented on the table for everyone to believe. Now, I feel like that's one thing, right? Or is it a bunch of different ideas that we're supposed to believe?
It's up to you what you want to, how you want to construct your worldview, right? Some things you're going to have great evidence for and good reasons for thinking it, and some of them, you know,
probably
maybe not. Right? Yeah. We can't tell when we're mistaken, right? We don't know what it feels like to be wrong about something, but we know we must be wrong about some of the things we think. That's my worldview. I must be wrong about some of the things I think, but I won't be able to figure out what those are. Or it'll be hard because I'll want to. The ones I'm most likely wrong about are the ones I'm going to try to protect.
I get what you're saying.
You know, if I don't really care much if communism works, then I can hear arguments that communism does work, and I can hear arguments that communism doesn't work, and listen to them both quite easily. But if I'm really strongly in the camp of communism, when people criticize it, I'll be like, no, but. And so I will be impossible for me to find out whether communism works. If I really strongly think that it does work, I won't listen. So do you reckon if you wanted to know if it was rotating about an axis, how would you try to figure that out? Like if we look up at the stars, we go, okay, this gives me two possibilities. We're probably turning. We're like there is something that would correlate with either the sky is turning westward at 15 degrees per hour, or we are turning eastward at 15 degrees per hour. Those are the two most probable. That's the proposition we're trying to split between. We observe this thing that would be compatible with one of these two things, stationary Earth. I guess maybe not just those, because it could be like one's rotating a little bit and the other one's doing the rest of the rotation, or they're both rotating very quickly in one direction and one's just rotating a little bit slower than the other, so it's going forwards or backwards,
Sorry, I need to like get some. I had to finish a task on the side here real quick. Chat, somebody talk to Eggs. Wooly, jump in, or AJ. Guys, keep this ball rolling. I literally need to finish something.
I literally didn't hear anything that was said. I was reading something. Actually, I'm reading the other PNR mods room.
Actually, I saw that. I did see that. I was getting those pings, but it's cool. Man raising hand. I saw you jump in there as well. Feel free to chime in, brother.
Oh, never. We need the Earther to speculate on the star motion.
Was that for Eggs?
Say again, sorry?
He wants
one more time.
He wants a flat earther to speculate on the motion of the stars.
Yeah, how would you split between what would be the most effective if you were going to do a test, not for the curvature, but for the rotation? Because I would argue this. I would say rotation is fundamental to curvature in that if you find that some axis that isn't, like any axis is rotating on a flat Earth, that necessarily geometrically would mean things physically, right? So take any flat surface, right, tabletop or something, and then induce a rotation in that. And what you'll have to have is an axis along that rotation where the table's not moving at all, right? The bits are revolving around a point, but they're not displaced anywhere in space, right? They're all still staying right where they are, but just spinning on the spot. Whereas the outer legs and extremities of the table are doing these giant, going around in big circles. And so that would be massively detectable by every sense and every test you could do. You could tell if the Earth was flipping, right? If you went out to the extremities, it would become more pronounced. So it can't be that we are turning and flat. If we are turning, we must be a sphere. So that's my proof for that. So then I say this test will tell you whether it's a sphere or not. This test will necessarily tell you the necessary consequent of curvature is that, the necessary consequent of rotation would be a sphere. Essentially, it's the same proof as Coriolis, right? Where Coriolis is meant to be nil at the poles and most at the equator. I'm saying you've got that, but it's a flat surface spinning over. So there's a bit in the middle somewhere along this axis that rotates. It appears to be north-south. It's spinning around that point. But that should mean you've got way massive distances being travelled the further you get from that axis. So it couldn't be that the Earth is flat and rotating. So it must be flat and stationary. So how would you test that? How would you test rotation?
Well, I don't think you could do it based off the stars.
Sure. Yeah. The stars are my starting point where I'm saying the stars would give us the idea that one or the other is rotating. It could be a combination, but let's start with the simplest one or the other.
Well, I think that ultimately
ignore the stars now.
ultimately, wouldn't you have to leave this reference frame?
I don't think things leave reference frames. I don't think that doesn't make sense in terms of physics. All objects exist in all reference frames. Things cannot leave reference frames in physics.
So we wouldn't be above that rotating reference frame that we're on to be able to witness it rotating.
Well, you can choose different reference frames, right? So you could choose the reference frame of a rotating Earth and then choose an arbitrary other point that isn't rotating. Fine.
That would have to be
for that
off the Earth.
Point. Right, but what I'm saying is for that point, every object still exists. So a housefly in a dung heap in Kentucky is still in that reference frame, despite the fact it would be a weird reference frame to use. You'd probably use one local to the housefly. Or if you pick a reference frame anywhere all objects exist within it. It's just where am I starting the physics? Is it from a fixed point? Is it from a moving point? Is it from a rotating point? And then I can ask questions about where will an object be if I'm assuming a rotating point that's traveling at 40 kilometers an hour, that's currently veering off the highway and starting a roll, right? But it doesn't mean you can't leave a reference frame, is what I'm saying.
I'll look into that. That wasn't my understanding, but as far as I'm aware, we have the inertial and non-inertial reference frame, and we would have to be in the inertial to witness that rotating reference frame, which would be the Earth. We wouldn't be able to do it from the actual Earth itself that's rotating, and we don't have any. Again, talking about the stars, it can't be done with the stars because then we've got to make an assumption of whether it's the Earth or the stars.
Yeah, I agree with you. We can't use the stars because if that's our starting point and then we're using them again as a reference for are we rotating, it's a circular logic. But I'm saying, because I think the answer is a gyroscope, right? If you want to tell if an object is rotating, because part of what you were saying I would agree with, which is from that reference frame, if you're on an object and it's in free fall essentially, according to physics, and it's already traveling at a speed, you can't detect that speed from that reference frame. So in terms of an orbital movement, it moving at whatever that meant to be, 6,000 miles an hour, whatever the fuck it is, you can't detect it from that point. So that bit I agree with. But if an object is rotating around an axis, because of what I said before, like a ballerina's fingertips are moving a far more distance than her heart, as she spins, you can detect that. Because that is not reference frame dependent, and it creates a force which you can detect. Breathe. I'm asking Claude the question about the reference frame thing.
Who's Claude?
Claude's just one of the AIs I use because I find its answers pretty good. They're not up to date, but they are. I find them least likely to have errors so far.
In the globe model, it would be very hard to leave that non-inertial reference frame into an inertial reference frame anyway, because it is believed that everything is rotating with the Earth. This is why you obviously have the claim of geostationary satellites, yeah?
So geostationary satellites are orbiting the Earth at the same rate that the Earth is rotating around its axis.
Yes.
But you've got satellites at every altitude whizzing around in every direction. So from the reference, you could pick the reference frame of the moon, which is tidally locked with us, and it librates, it waggles back and forth, showing us just over 50% of its surface. You could pick that as a reference frame, and then you would clearly see the Earth spinning. It would be from a waggly view, but you would be going around it in an orbit of once every 28 days, and it would be spinning on its axis 28 times in that. So you would clearly see it spinning from a different axis. But what I would agree with is our linear movement through space wouldn't be detectable just by switching to the moon, I don't think. I am freezing. I've got to put on a jumper because my jaw is chattering and I'm babbling because of it. Back in a sec. Okay, I'm back.
I'm going in a second. I've got to go and have dinner with my wife.
So I can give you the quick answer from Claude if you want it, but I'll just put it in the chat if you care. But yeah, essentially things don't leave a reference frame. Chili.
So now I'd be interested to ask it, what is the difference between an inertial and non-inertial reference frame? And then ask it if it's possible to, if the Earth is that non-inertial reference plane, the rotating, if we were to leave that surface of the Earth, again, in your paradigm, in this globe belief, yes, we're going to continue to rotate with the Earth, yeah, because, it depends on the situation. Sometimes Coriolis is claimed, sometimes it's not. But from my understanding, the belief is that anything that leaves the surface of the Earth isn't like a balloon, etc., is going to move with the Earth. However, if we can get out, that's what we would need to get outside of, that rotating reference, that we're on into an inertial reference to see that rotation.
Yeah, so my understanding, I'm going to ask it that, but I just want to give you my guess first, is my understanding of physics is this, is like, let's say you ignored air resistance and you chucked something up into the sky such that it could get thousands of kilometers from Earth, it's halfway to the moon, let's say. It would be imparted, and you just threw it directly upwards, let's say. It would be imparted initially, assuming you're doing it at the equator, going eastwards at 1,000-ish miles an hour, right? And it would go, and it would initially just want to, and it will stay probably pretty much above that bit of land, like the spot that I threw it off.
Yeah, it would take some time for it to lag.
Yeah, then it would start to lag, which blows my brain, because what physics also suggests then is, as that ball falls back down, it still has the original 1,000 kilometers an hour. It's just that the radius of what 1,000 kilometers an hour, because it should be an angular speed. 1,000 miles an hour is a bit of a silly way to say it. It's about rotation thing. But if you increase the radius, it's got to travel a much further distance to stay over that point of Earth. And so what physics claims, which breaks my brain, I must admit, is as it falls back down, it will catch back up to where it was going. So it will appear to speed up. If you stayed as the reference frame of the person who'd shot this bullet in the air, let's say, the bullet would lag behind you and you go, it's always going to miss me. And then it would speed back up, sort of swing back towards you as it fell back down, which I don't get. It's a bit weird. But the idea is it's like a ballerina pulling in her arms, that it's about masses and how much energy they've got while they're moving. And if you've got this amount of energy, but you suddenly shorten the radius, then it's like, whee, and it can whiz around at quite a speed.
Sorry, man, I got to interrupt you. I got a phone call. Sorry, dude. You can keep going if you want, but I got to take this call.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think the it seems like it's agreeing with me. The bit that it ends with is the key insight is that reference frames are mathematical tools for describing motion, not physical spaces that objects enter or leave. That's my view on them.
So why the discussion about reference frame? Or the necessity to
Because I was saying, how would you test if the Earth was rotating, which this is saying would be a non-inertial reference frame. Could you detect
How
that?
would you test from it?
Yeah, what
Whilst
tests would you
on
do
it?
if you want to see if... Yeah, while on it.
You can't.
Hmm.
You got to remove yourself from it
Why is that?
and look at it from a fixed position.
Do you think... Or what if somebody said they had a method where you
another
could?
reference. Whilst you are on the Earth, you are on the frame that you're supposed to be witnessing. Therefore, if it's moving, you're moving with it. You cannot tell. If you put yourself in another position, out in the middle of the void, and look back, and you can go, oh, well, there you go, it does rotate.
Yeah, I think that's true of linear motion. You couldn't tell if something's in linear motion, but I think you can tell if something's rotating because that implies a torque and requires, like, necessitates that everything experience a torque. And that should be detectable, and it is. That's how gyros work, right? That's what a gyro does, detects angular movement.
Gyros are also calibrated to do specific things too. Eggshells, you know that as well as I do.
Yeah, what would you say they're calibrated to do?
Have you looked up? Apocryphon was talking, he's not in here, he was talking about this the other day, that they are actually calibrated.
Mm.
And if they're
Sure.
not, they don't give the readings that you tell us about.
Wouldn't that be any tool? Wouldn't you agree that, like, any tool, a theodolite, a thermometer, a magnetometer,
stop.
like pretty much any device
If your
requires
gyroscope
calibration?
is detecting Earth's rotation, it doesn't have to be calibrated. It will pick it up. Why would something have to be calibrated to pick up rotation?
Why does any device need? Why does the scale
Is the
need to be
rotation
calibrated?
not there, and they are deliberately inputting this for a reason?
How would you do that with calibration?
How would you? What I'm trying to say is, how would you do that if the Earth is rotating? You would have to take the gyroscope to a non-rotating reference point, calibrate it, and then put it back.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with that.
To make
what
sure
I'm
it
saying
works.
is physics disagrees with that.
So you're going to just grab hold of it and use it straight away. How would you tell if it's working or not? If you have not removed it from a rotating reference plane.
Sure. So I think there's a bunch of ways you could do it. For example, get them and set them up in a variety of different orientations, and set them up uncalibrated and see what they return. And if they all detect rotation eastward, but that rotation is differing somewhat between the devices because they haven't been calibrated right, but they're still going to read the same thing. They're still going to detect 15 degrees per hour, and it's still going to be eastward, and you do not calibrate it with the direction of eastward. It doesn't know
But the
the
issue
direction
is
of
with gyroscopes, it's already
This is an
been
important
pointed out
point.
to you multiple times that they don't all reference 15 degrees per hour.
Well, they all
They
get
have all
pretty
different
close to it.
spacings.
Well, no, they don't. They don't have different spacings. None of them are reading 200 degrees per hour to the
Remember
east.
what
None
I
of them
said
are
to you a
reading
while ago about
4,000.
gyroscopes?
None of them are reading
You
westward or northward or
You're
eastward.
talking about very specific gyroscopes, aren't you? Yes or no?
No. I'm saying I'm talking about.
So
the
when
broad
you say
category of-
gyroscope to me, you know those little toys where you hold the fucking top of them and pull the ripcord through with the spinning disc that are in a little
Sure.
frame and you can sit them on top of things and they don't tilt over? That's what I see when you say gyroscope.
That's
Is that what you're talking about?
What you're effectively saying is, I imagine the worst possible tool and ask if you can use
No.
that.
I didn't. You did.
I don't think a sensible person
You've
would
not
use that as a
defined
tool.
it. You've not defined it. All you
So I
say
just
is
assumed you were more
gyroscope.
sensible.
And then when we argue with you about specific types, you jump to something else. And you've done it multiple times to me now. So which gyroscope are you
let's stick on
referencing?
this.
Eggshells?
Sure, just one that could measure within, like, same as you'd use
One
any
that could
tool.
measure. So you're going to give a fucking vague answer. You slimy cunt. Stop being a
Please let me
fucking
answer.
weasel.
Please let me answer. I would
Which
use one.
gyroscope are you referencing? Now you can answer.
Thank you.
Any.
Anyone No, please let me
Okay,
answer.
not a problem.
Stop
The
having
little
a
one with the
tantrum.
ripcord
Stop
on
having
it.
a tantrum. I'm trying to give you the answer, but you just keep cutting in 2 seconds in.
Exactly, that's the correct answer. Whoever did it, legend. Why do you have to be such a shit-stained weasel, Eggshells? Anything that gives your fucking answer. That's all you want. How about you pick a specific one and stick to it? I don't give a fuck which one you use, whether it's that fibre optic fucking thing that's on most ships or the pissy little handheld ones with a ripcord. I personally don't give a fuck. But you're a shit-stained weasel. Anytime someone defends one, you jump to another one because you just use the term gyroscope to cover your ass. You've done it multiple times and you're being fucking railed for it now. Please stop it. You can do better.
Why pick a non-measuring tool and say, can I do it with that? Why did you pick that a dreidel?
Why don't you be more specific?
Well, I mean, I was going to say any device that can measure precisely enough. That
Any device that can measure precisely. How fucking vague do you need to get?
I'm trying to be
Seriously, Eggshells. Any device that can measure. Like,
no,
fuck.
please let me finish. Can I answer? You're getting upset that you haven't heard the whole answer. And
No, I'm getting pissed off that you're a fucking weasel. Why would I not get pissed off when a fucking slime like you're asked a very straight up question? Be specific about which gyroscope you're talking about. And your answer is any one that can measure. And I don't want to let you finish because you're a fucking slime. It's nothing but sophistry and bullshit with you. Fuck off and finish writing your books. It's more entertaining reading fucking Facebook stupid shit out than listening to your crap. The only reason I haven't booted you is because AJ was talking to you. When he comes back, he'll probably want to continue. So are you going to name the specific gyroscope you're talking about, or is it any that can measure the spin that you're after? So any of them. So it doesn't matter if it's a fibre optic or what, as long as it measures the spin that you're after. Trying to read that, fuck ya. Any gyro claiming 1 degree per hour accuracy can be sued if the gyro can't detect the axis of the Earth. And how would you prove that without the gyroscope? A little bit of circular reasoning there, Eggs, wouldn't you think? Here, we've got the only tool that can measure the spin of the Earth. And you're going to claim it's not working. There you go, awesome. That'd be funny as fuck. Well, your claim is it detects Earth spin.
my challenge to you is find a device that claims 1 degree per hour or greater accuracy. That, and I'll add to this because otherwise you might find some Temu stuff that is.
Why the fuck would I go and find Temu stuff?
Yeah, I'm just trying to
The
think
ads from
because I
that
want to
come
set
up
the
on my
bet.
screen all the time. And if you think I flip my shit with you lot in here, you should see me when I get fucking ads on my screen that I don't ask for. Fuck me dead.
So yeah, I'd say like from a retailer or like B2B that is based physically, has a physical location in the United States that claims to sell a 1 degree per hour gyro, right? It claims that it's got that on its spec sheet. No, I won't say 100K. I'll say I'll pay you 10K for it because you could find that. But I will say if you find one from a like physical bricks and mortar store that I can turn up at and knock at their door, and you buy a gyro from a bricks and mortar store that claims on its spec sheets that it can detect any rotation of 1 degree per hour or greater, and I will say I'll pay you 10K for that gyro because I'll just take it straight back to the company and sue the company for false advertising and 10x my shit.
Yeah, but how do you verify this? You're claiming you've got the only device that can detect spin, and you're going to compare it against
the stars? The original question came from the stars, and we can't use the stars for any of our test, but we can do a test to see if there is because it's not just
which is spinning, us or the stars?
Right, and that's why you're using a gyro because it's not connected to the stars. It can't see the stars.
So you're back to circular reasoning. It's the gyro that's in question here. How are you going to test the gyro? You have to put it on a reference plane that is not spinning, that you can guarantee is not spinning, in order to show that the gyro doesn't move. Then when you put said gyro on a plane that is spinning, you can go, well, there you go, it does fucking work. So how do you do that?
So that's the bit I've been trying to say to you is I don't agree with that because, as I said, you can confound the gyro. So
you've got nothing to reference it against.
Yeah, are you referencing them to one another? So you say the gyro doesn't know north-south, right? It can't tell its direction. Put it inside a Faraday cage.
You still haven't told me what gyro you're referencing yet.
Any device that is sold from a bricks and mortar store that claims on its spec sheet to have a 1 degree per hour.
That's your definition of a gyroscope. Anything that's based that. It's not a fiber optic gyro. It's not a mechanical gyro. Which one are you referencing?
Both those are included in my definition that I've given you.
So your definition covers all gyros except for the one that I said where you pull the cord and it fucking off it goes.
If you find one that's sold from a bricks and mortar store with a spec sheet that says 1 degree per hour, which is the specific definition you wanted, if you find one that claims
why is it you're so vague with your definition? As long as it references this 1 degree per hour, that's it.
No, that's really specific.
No, it's not. It's exceptionally vague because there's all... stop. Type of gyro. What different types are there? Eggs?
The two main are mechanical and optical.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So why is it that you're trying to bundle all of them in one package?
Because both do. They all are able. Their use is to detect rotation, and if they detect rotation precisely enough, then they will detect the Earth's rotation. So any device that should be able to measure the Earth's rotation, I'm including in. Let's use this to measure the Earth's rotation, because you can test them against so
they're used to measure the Earth's rotation. So this is the only device that we know to man that can do this. So if we remove gyroscopes, magic Thanos finger click, gyroscopes don't exist. How do you know the Earth rotates?
I mean, you could do it with a load of other things. I'm just saying this is the best one. Why are you going away from the best one? Oh, weights at latitude. Weights at latitudes.
Weights at latitude.
Just other effects that would be caused by the rotation.
How long do I have to wait? 5 minutes?
I mean, you now asked me to get away from the point that I'm discussing, which is gyros. I think we should really finish
the reason
gyros.
I want... I'm trying to establish... I'm trying to establish what are you going to compare the gyro to prove it works.
Yeah, so I've answered that. I'll try to answer it in a different way this time.
Without being a fucking weasel?
I'm not trying to... I get what you're saying. So I get what you're saying, which is you've got to test. In order to know that the gyro is detecting rotation, you have to have it somewhere in the world that has zero rotation. And I get that point, and I agree that if we had that place... absolutely bang on, go use it.
Right. So if we put that gyroscope in a place that doesn't rotate, if the gyroscope rotates, it's fail.
Yeah, and so you have that place, and it's called free fall, right? It's 0G. It's so you could be doing this on the ISS, but we're not going to be able to discuss that, you and I. But those that you can invent places like that where it's going to have a rotation imparted on it by the Earth, but that's now its new stationary, and you can
because
spin up
the
a
one that
gyro
I saw that they put in free fall still rotated.
Yeah, so you can get them to do whatever you want in free space. That's why they're so useful in space.
So if you can get them to do whatever you want in free space, you can get them to do whatever you want on the ground. So you've just nullified your argument. I'm getting another beer.
I think you've just dodged my argument, in honesty. I don't think you've understood what my argument is. What I'm saying is, if you confound it with which direction is north, then yes, you can't test it on a non-rotating plane, but you can test it in a bunch of different orientations. And if all of those orientations say this is the axis of Earth, right? They all align and they go, while you had them all left on a table together, not rotating, you came back and they were all facing different directions, let's put them in like dodecahedron cube kind of things, and you can balance them on any face and leave them for an hour and come back, and it will tell you what face it was resting on and where due north is based upon what it did when it was stationary while it was waiting. And that, by testing against one another, can have you go, oh, well, the only sensible answer to this is that I'm rotating in that direction, because all of these different devices, while they can't be calibrated on a non-rotating surface, all tell me I'm rotating. And they tell me I'm rotating even if you have one gyro and it's back to front and one's upside down and one's lying flat, and spin them up, and provided they're in the right axis, obviously, they go, oh yeah, that's the direction I was going. So you don't have that test that I agree that free fall would be a good one to go, what does a gyro do when it does nothing? Because you can get a gyro, like a mechanical gyro, to spin up to hold space. So it might be imparted with the linear speed of the ISS, but the rotation of the ISS was cancelled out when you spun up the gyro, and then it will sit there and just not move in space, and the ISS will move around it. But yeah, we can't talk about the ISS. But gyros detect rotation, right? That's the question we need to ask. If you put them on a plane and do a loop-the-loop, even if it takes you 6 hours to complete the loop, can a gyro detect that? Do you think the answer is yes?
Right, I'm back. Got me beer. I'm happy now.
So do you think if I got a gyro, like a ring laser gyro, let's say, and I did a loop-the-loop in this magical plane that I had that could do a loop-the-loop in 6 hours? So it took off, and then the pilots did a really slow bank, really slow roll over, like a barrel roll, sorry.
The gyro should show it.
Yeah. So what's it detecting? How's it doing that?
Detecting the motion of your craft.
Yeah.
In comparison
and would you
to
say
its
there
internals.
is...
So its internals are a fixed reference point, and the outside of the gyro moving beyond or separate from the internals of it should indicate what it's doing, whether it's pitch, yaw, or roll if you're in a plane.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're agreed. And so would we agree then, if the Earth was rotating, gyros must be able to detect it? It is a necessary consequence. If the Earth was rotating at 15 degrees per hour, then gyros that can detect 15 degrees per hour should detect 15 degrees per hour.
The issue you've got, the gyro on the plane is based off the centre of the plane.
Yeah.
Not the outside of it.
Sure, yeah. It's sort of saying what torque
Can I ask a question,
applied.
just off topic?
Yeah.
Why do you have such a hard-on for gyroscopes? What's your thing? Did you get hit in the head with one as a kid or something, or...?
No, I like my personal favourite is celestial navigation, but gyros I really like because they're physical. So when people want, like, what's a physical test, I used to keep going, what's a physical test? Even a laser's an optical test. And then I also think, because of the necessary consequence, as I'm saying, it can't be flat and rotating because it wouldn't work on a flat surface. Some parts would be spinning too fast.
But the sky is moving, not the ground. So,
But the plane doesn't detect the stars moving, does it? The plane doing a barrel roll, a 6-hour-long barrel roll, can be detected by a gyro by your agreement. And then
But if
when
the
it's
plane,
fixed to the
plane
Earth,
is flying
it's,
linear path, it will see the stars move. Interesting.
yeah.
Isn't
So
it?
how is it affected by the plane and the stars? Because they're very different things, right? The stars are just these points of light in the sky, whereas the plane doing a barrel roll, you should be able to feel. Why
You're the one
can
referencing
this
them,
thing
not
that
me. I just said that they move. That's all. You see it. The problem with your gyro is they are calibrated to do specific things.
Sure.
You can calibrate one to turn at a specific rate. By balancing it or unbalancing it, it will process at different rates depending on what you've done. They are calibrated to do this specifically.
Sure.
So if
And
they
when
are
they're out of
calibrated to
calibration-
do that, if they are calibrated to do it,
Hmm.
doesn't that mean that you can't prove that it's actually telling you that the Earth's spinning because they're calibrated to do it?
Well, they're not
That's what I'm saying. I
calibrated.
said to you earlier, if they're not calibrated and it's just, here's the device, go and play with it, and they pick it up, then you'd sort of go, wow, fuck, that's pretty cool.
Okay. So
Those
if I
mechanical
told you,
gyros and fibre optic gyros, they are specifically calibrated to do a job. And you're just going,
every
hey,
measurement
look,
device
it's doing its job, therefore the Earth spins.
name a device that
Uncalibrated.
can measure something impressive that isn't calibrated. Like my bathroom scales. I don't have bathroom scales. My kitchen scales are calibrated. Right? My speedometer's calibrated. In fact, my speedometer's calibrated wrong.
So now you're hooked on the calibration side of it, not the fact that it's had someone fuck with it in the first place. That's the bit I'm trying to get to. If it's
Right, so-
untouched, the device is built and it's just handed out, like those little toy ones. It's manufactured, it's handed out. It's not anything fancy done to it. It's just given out. You pull the cord, off they go. If those little bastards precessed at 15 degrees an hour, I'd say, yep, you got me fucked there, mate.
They do. That's what I was going to
Do
say.
they?
Like calibration.
Some do
will only-
31, some do 7. That's what I was telling you earlier. They all do different spacings.
So what I think you'll find is, depending on the precision of the device, there'll be this really tight clustering around 15 degrees per hour. And as you nail out cheaper gyros, then you'll find the ones released from the factory that are uncalibrated, or even you can try and calibrate them as wrong as you can, right? Try and fuck up the calibration and see what you get. But I think you'll find them pretty much off the shelf, all clustering tightly around 15 degrees per hour. Not 200 degrees per hour, not east, west, left, north, not in a spiraling motion. All it will detect is I'm rolling eastward around a north-south axis at around 15 degrees per hour, and all of them will tightly pack around that, where they could pit infinite different axes, right? So the axis doesn't need to go through the North Pole, it could go through Timbuktu, and it could be at any speed, and it could be in any direction. So there's literally infinite choices, and you'll find a really tight clustering of off-the-shelf, pretty good gyros right around this central node of 15 degrees per hour.
I'll find this, or
along the
you've got this
north-south
data
axis.
to present.
I just know it's true.
Did you say earlier, Eggshells, that a gyro in a plane is not affected by Earth's rotation? Did I hear that correct?
No, I don't think that's true.
You didn't say that? I must have heard something else. Sorry. But this 15 degrees per hour is just an approximation based off Earth's rotation, yeah? It's not always the actual drift that's detected by these gyroscopes. And what's drift... The biggest... Hang on. The drift can depend on lots of different factors, yeah? From its design, its precision and price, the alignment... it's just a theoretical value that you're using in practical applications where this drift varies. It's not always the same. And
so what's the biggest difference we've got? Do we ever have a different axis or a vastly different speed? What's the best example of, like, here's a really pretty impressive...
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Because I think Bob...
But I do know that...
Data, he's got a lot, and his all clusters around 15 degrees per hour along the axis.
Yes, but that's just based off the assumption of the rotation, yeah? And it's not... And again, that's only an approximation that's used for Earth's rotation. So when this gyro drifts,
there's other factors that can come into play, but it's just automatically assumed that that's what it is.
What other factors come into play?
So we've got things like, one, the type of gyro, the price of the gyro, the precision of the gyro, the alignment.
Give me a break, will you?
Not a problem. Break that. As you were, AJ.
So, but
yeah,
which
and it's just that 15 degrees is just a theoretical value or an approximation. And when there is any drift detected on these gyros, whether it's 15 degrees or not, it's just, as far as I'm aware, it's just assumed that it is the Earth's rotations that is causing that drift.
Well, that's the question you're asking, right? The question that starts the whole thing is, I notice the stars spin around me along this axis, and I'm deliberately now ignoring the stars and trying to pick something that won't be confounded by the stars to see whether I'm moving or the stars are as my two base possible things, right? That's where we started. And I think if you get a thing that can detect if a plane's doing a 6-hour barrel roll, you go, this thing does detect that. And no matter which way I point it, like, let's pick, like, your point you started with was these devices get an average of that. I don't think that's true. I think, look at Bob's data.
No, the average is the 15 degrees per hour assumed rotation of the Earth, yeah? So at the end of the day, when your gyro is fixed to that Earth, any deviation from its expected orientation is then just attributed to the rotation of the Earth, yeah? And it's an assumption that's only based off of the principle of conservation of angular momentum.
So
in
when
a non-inertial refrain.
If I suggested to you that Bob's data, if you graph it, clusters with a very steep bell curve around 15 degrees per hour to the east, would you be willing to believe me on that, or do I need to dig it up?
Oh, no, I'm willing to believe you, but like I said, that doesn't mean that all measure 15 degrees per hour. But it's still based.
Which don't.
It's still all based. It's still all based on the assumption of angular momentum, the conservation of angular momentum in that non-inertial or rotating Earth. Yeah, it's an assumption.
Well, it's physics. It's established, well established, really base physics is that these gyroscopic forces allow us to detect rotation because they impart forces that process a gyro that allow you to detect that.
From my understanding,
these are really
simple. No. Yeah, like I said,
how does a gyro work?
Other factors that need to be eliminated. Other factors that need to be accounted for or eliminated. And again, it's just based off the expectation. And when they don't get what they're expected, it's then attributed to the 15 degrees per hour Earth rotation, regardless of whether it's 15 degrees or not. It's always just attributed to that.
So that's the big claim that's on the table, I think, which is I'm saying I'm willing to put 10 grand behind a guess. I said this while you're away, so I'll repeat it. If you find a gyro that is sold from a bricks and mortar store in the United States, like a navigational gyro that says it can on its spec sheet detect 1 degree per hour, and it doesn't detect very specifically an eastward rotation at 15 degrees per hour, so a really tight cluster around that one direction and that one speed, then I'll give you 10 grand for that gyro because I'll 10x my money by going to that company and suing them for false advertising and putting them through the ringer and shorting their stock and becoming a billionaire.
Gyro was never designed to detect the rotation of the Earth in the first place.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was. Foucault invented it.
To detect the rotation of the Earth, not from my understanding.
Well, that's last time I Googled it, I got the answer that Leon Foucault of Foucault's pendulum invented the gyroscope as a way to get a better reading out of the forces he was trying to detect with his pendulum. It's the same force he's trying to detect, but by spinning a mass, you can detect it more easily rather than swinging a ball, right? They're both doing the same thing. It's just a object in motion kind of deal, I think. I don't quite get it. But gyros detect rotation. Do you agree with that?
No.
No, that's been my point the whole way through. But anyway, that's fine.
But you don't think they detect the rotation of a plane?
It's.
Oh, no, sorry.
It was originally. You originally, from my understanding, is to maintain orientation in free space and angular velocity. Yeah.
So that's how it does it, but so gyroscope could mean a device.
That's what it was designed. That was what it was designed to do.
No, it was designed to detect rotation. It was using those forces to detect rotation. Was Leon Foucault's original idea to detect the rotation of Earth? But it's what it's using.
Then,
like you could use it,
like I said, which then I said is just assumed that it's the Earth rotation that's causing any unexpected readings.
They're not.
Then they base this off of the conservation of, and it's assumed based off the conservation of angular momentum of the Earth.
Is it an unexpected result though? The way you said that, it sounded like they get these weird results and then they just call that Earth rotation, but we don't get weird
results, because at the end of the day, it's not always 15 degrees.
Prove it. I've laid down the challenge. Show me a gyro that should measure it that can't. I don't think they exist. I think you're making that up. Show me the biggest error you've ever seen from a. Well,
I'll have to go and find it for you. Yeah, but
the ones I've read as low as 7 and as high as 31. That's the ones I've read.
So can I see that? Because I think this is the core part of your argument, which is not all gyros.
Yeah, I've got it tatted on my ass, eggshells, for fuck's sake. Been looking at this shit for the last couple of years.
The actual core part of my argument is that it's based off the assumption that it's the rotation of the Earth, and any drift is accounted to the rotation of the Earth, and that assumption is based off the angular momentum. Yeah.
Well, it's gyroscopic forces. Yeah, it's
based off assumptions, not actual. It's based off assumptions, not actual evidence.
No, I think the evidence that gyros can detect the rotation of a thing like a plane or a drill rig or an oil rig or anything that you fix them to, and they can detect that turning and rolling in the waves. And they can detect rotation at far smaller.
If they can detect it, why do you have to input your data into them in the first place?
It
should be just a case of here it is. The one you showed us before, you had to input your longitude in or latitude.
Because it's going to change the radius of your rotation. If you're moving over land, that's going to make a difference.
So that means it's programmed for something specific.
But it finds north. Neither of those bits of information have north in them. How does it use those information that don't know where north is to find?
A lot of those actually have a compass attached to them. You do know that.
Oh, that's nonsense. They've got compasses nearby, but that doesn't pretend. Like the core argument is, every gyroscope that should be able to detect the rotation of the Earth gives you pretty much the right speed.
If it's detecting the rotation, you should not have to input data into it. You should just use it, turn it on. That's it.
Would you agree that in a sphere there are...
Don't start your statement with "would you agree" shit with me. You've been around long enough.
Okay, fine. In a sphere, there are infinite axes around which you could rotate it. That is true. There are also infinite different speeds you could rotate around that axis you've chosen. So pick a random axis. You could rotate either direction at any speed you choose. So you've got infinite times infinite possibilities of how you could be orienting an object on a sphere, a gyroscope in space, for example, and rotate it for it to find a reading of the direction it's going, like the axis of its rotation and the direction around that axis. It always finds the correct one, except for the one you made up that went to 7 and 31, still presumably eastwards. So sure, you might get a really shit gyro that doesn't claim 1 degree an hour on a spec sheet and maybe claims 7 degrees per hour on a spec sheet. And then, it might go pretty low, might go pretty high. But if you find a good one, they're all reading, among the infinite choices, they're all reading pretty much exactly the right out of both infinities, the right axis and the right speed.
As long as you input the data in the first place. So it's programmed.
But that's the claim.
The one that you brought up the other week was programmed. You had to put in the data of its location. If it's picking up Earth rotation, you don't have to program it. You just press the play button on. Do your job, little gyroscope. Go forth. Enjoy your day.
Is that true of scales? Is that true of scales? Is that true of speedometers?
Why are you comparing scales to a gyroscope? Why are you comparing the two?
Because all
you're trying to sidestep something there, eggshells?
No, almost. My point is almost every measurement.
So why are you comparing the two?
Because I'm saying they're measurement devices and they all require calibration. Is that true or not? Tell me a measurement device that doesn't require calibration. There's probably a few.
Oh, so now you're classifying it as a measurement device, not just a tool that picks up rotation.
It's a device.
Why are you such a slime? Why do you have to be such a weasel?
The point all along. Why are you doing this? You're just
no.
It's a measurement device.
Why are you comparing a set of fucking scales to a gyroscope?
Device? A measurement device.
Because it falls under the classification of measurement device. You are nothing but a fucking sophist. Fuck off. Seriously, you're a slime. Go back to writing your books, eggshells. Fuck off and go write your books, mate. Seriously.
Why are you having that? Why are you doing this? It's a
because you're a shit cunt. That's why.
It's a measurement device, and all measurement devices require calibration, to my knowledge. Like, I'm sure there's some that don't. I guess a rule.
So you calibrate the thing once so it does its job. Why the necessity to type in the fucking longitude every time you turn the cunt on?
Because it's part of the calibration.
Because it's got to be calibrated every time you turn it on.
Well, no, it doesn't. It'll still find pretty much eastward. It'll still find pretty much the same rate.
So
and
it
axis.
does work pretty much. So if you don't put the right number in, how inaccurate is it?
So the one that they used for FE Core, they tested how far wrong could they get it by putting in the wrong latitude and speed. And I think they said they couldn't get it out more than 6 degrees. So out of all 360 degrees it could be pointing at, it was still pointing within 6 degrees of north. So that's my point. They all still, even if worse calibrated, straight off the shelf.
9 through to 21.
What do you mean 9 through to 20? No, 6 degrees means -3 to +3.
Well, you said 15 is the norm.
Sorry,
so
minus
6, 9, plus 6.
This is going to be tolerances in any measurement. No, I mean, I'm talking about a gyro compass with that degrees off north. But any gyroscope is going to have tolerances. But all of those, if you look at the tolerance and you look at the result you get, I think you're going to find that 15 degrees out of the infinite axes and infinite speeds you could be going, you're going around in the right direction, around the right axis, pretty much at the right speed. Even if you calibrate them wrong, I think that's what you'll find. And you just need to show me one.
That's what we'll find. You know that, or you think that?
Well, I'm confident enough that.
So you're just throwing this shit at us and hoping we just swallow it.
Well, you only need to find one contrapositive, right? You just need to find one example.
So it's my job to not prove your fucking data.
Your case. No, to show your case.
So since when is the burden of fucking proof being thrown on me? You're the one with the gyroscopes proving how good they are. Step up, put your data
and
forward.
They all work. I have. Yeah, which device?
So your word is fucking bond. Excellent. Fuck off.
No, I can just pick it off the shelf gyro and then go, does this gyro measure Earth's rotation? And I guarantee you I can prove that just by downloading its manual. You pick a gyro, I'll do it. I'll download its manual, and right in there, I think pretty up near the beginning, it'll be explaining how Earth's rotation is going to confound this device and how you zero that back out of your results. And that will show you that device must measure Earth's rotation because it gives you instructions in the manual on how to zero it back out. And it will be able to do that without knowing what north is. It will still find north or south or east, whichever you want to call it. It will know the axis of rotation and its direction. And every device will do that. And I'm saying, I'm so confident of that, you can pick the device. Or if you want to take another challenge, you can find a device that fails and I'll give you 10 grand. If a properly calibrated, off-the-shelf...
Say that again? Properly calibrated. When
he's cooking you flat pancakes.
Yeah, I haven't banned anyone this afternoon, so shut your fuck off, sunshine. You're an idiot. When we say calibrated eggs, I'm not talking about calibrated as in it picks up the correct weight as you've referred to in scales.
Yeah.
So you put a 1 kilogram weight on it, and therefore you measure so it says 1 kilogram. Now, how do you put the Earth's rotation into a gyroscope?
You're not
when you don't know what it is in the first place.
No, you're not calibrating for the Earth's rotation. Like when
yes, you fucking well are. That's what you have to calibrate for. You have to prove rotation with another device and put it beside said gyroscope to compare they're both doing the same thing. That's what calibration does. You have a standard, and you apply the device to that standard. When I calibrate a tape measure, I have a fucking standard, and I check that tape measure against that standard to ensure that it is calibrated.
Fine. So we calibrate it, yeah.
Right. So how do you calibrate your gyroscope? Against what?
As I said, even if you think calibration's a problem, if you have this bizarre idea about, I said you can do it against or all against one another in different orientations. I have answered this about 4 times. But if calibration is the issue, I return to the other point that also defeats it, which is do it.
So you're going to put it against another gyroscope. So again, circular reasoning.
No, put it against another gyroscope in a different orientation.
So a device that's already been allegedly calibrated to suit your Earth spin that you can't prove in the first place.
No, you could get 10 gyroscopes, put them all in weird orientations.
So yet again, 10 devices that you can't prove that, exactly.
I mean,
so we're going to go around in 10 circles. Awesome.
I don't think you do need to do it with another device. I think you can do it with one device and continually change its orientation. And with that, you'll find, even uncalibrated, it's pretty much among these infinite choices of direction, of axis and speed, you always pretty much clustered, even with a poorly calibrated gyro, you're still pretty much clustered around that answer. That's pretty compelling. You should respond to that rather than pretending that it needs to be calibrated against some imaginary reference frame. I don't think these standards make sense. The standards that you set get so high that nobody could ever pass them. I don't think you can say you've done any of this stuff with a gyro and another thing and testing this against that, like with anything. Like even with choosing car tires, we don't go to this kind of extent and we actually spend money on that, right? Nobody actually does tests in this way. I think it's an excuse to avoid tests. Make the tests so difficult that no wonder I can't do them. And there are simple tests like just do all of the manuals say it. I'll pick a gyro now. Well, here's a better question. How does it find due north? What is due north on a flat Earth? If the Earth isn't turning, what does due north mean? Like the two
I don't know.
definitions
Like you, I live in Australia.
Okay, due south. I mean, both are equally valid according to physics. So how does this gyro compass, for example, find due south? Like due south is the point under which the stars rotate, right? They all go around that point. And then you've got this device that's just spinning masses. You can hide it in bismuth and underground and stuff, and it will...
Is it just spinning masses, or is there other shit going on in behind it?
Oh, there's a lot going on, but the core principle is it's precession
right.
precession effects on spinning masses. Gyroscopic, like well understood gyroscopic effects. How is it, like what does it mean on flat Earth? What does the South Pole mean that a device with spinning masses can find it? Because it's logical and necessary for the globe, right? You go, well, obviously it must be able to find the South Pole because the South Pole is the centre of an axis of rotation. So gyros must detect it, and the stars would have a central point there over which they should rotate. So it's not just that it makes sense on a globe, this is the necessary consequence. What the fuck? Who's that? Somebody's at my door. If I get killed, call for help.
You going to take a crack at that one, Matrix? Are you going to stay quiet?
Well, I know for a fact that when I was stating earlier, when they get any unexpected readings, it's just attributed to Earth's rotation because a gyro was not designed to precess or drift. It's there to hold rigidity in free space. So it's when the gyro drifts, not all the time. Again, it's not designed to drift. It's meant to stay rigid. It's either assumed as an error or assumed as the Earth's rotation due to conservation of momentum, but this is now all based on assumptions. It's not something that can be shown or proven as to what that is the cause, yeah? Because in principle, a perfect gyroscope does not drift.
Going to the door.
Yeah, I got to get out of here, but
I was going to say, you wanted to have a yap about the plane thing, didn't you?
no, I thought he said something, but I must have heard wrong. I heard wrong.
Yeah, he said he was going to answer the door.
Yeah, there's somebody got Uber Eats, but they delivered it to my door.
That's not bad.
Did you take it?
No, I think it's the Airbnb next door.
What'd they get?
Indian curry.
I'd have taken that. Here's your money, bruv. Nice.
Yeah, I considered it for a second.
That's what they get for not putting the right address on.
I'm out, guys. Catch you later.
All right, see ya. What was the thing about planes?
About plane data.
Oh, that flight data that doesn't show it going around a curve.
No, about other plane data that we're going to use to even drive it home even harder. Oh, that rhymed. God, I'm getting good at this shit.
But it is a good one. If you can get access to INS stuff, you should find the gyros in all of the INSs in all of the planes, and everything should be showing the plane. Showing a plane traveling south is doing a barrel roll. Because it's done. Well, some flights are a good 18 hours nowadays, right? Just one INS not showing it would be a pretty interesting find.
Maybe this one will have proof of curvature. Tiger, welcome.
You're snarking up the wrong tree, buddy. I've been flat Earth for 10 years.
Fuck it. Oh well. 10 years.
I appreciate the effort, bro.
Anyways. 10 years, fair dinkum. What got you into it?
I've always been into some wild stuff. I was into David Icke, like Planet X, Nibiru, space bullshit, and then following that further down, I was like, oh wait, the Earth is flat, space is fake. So.
Yeah, I've been through all the Dave Icke stuff.
Yeah. It's funny to see how the different spheres in the conspiracy world connect together, but I think flat Earth is very observable, very provable, and a lot more definite than wild reptilian conspiracy theories.
So basically, you're a what we call a conspiratard turned flat earther.
Yeah. So
don't worry, that's how I come through it.
That's all right.
Goes through different parts, but the guys that I reckon, in all seriousness, it must hit them hard, are the ones that just their first red pill, FE. Those guys must have done laps, man. Fair dinkum.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I was inoculated with many red pills throughout my life before I got to flat Earth, so it was pretty easy to swallow, I suppose.
Yeah, so me the same. When you've had one here and one there, and I think from our side, but because you've come basically similar lines as me, being a conspiratard first, you're already on the mindset. If I've been lied to about one thing, what else have I been lied to about?
Exactly.
Into it, it's like, yep, I've been lied to about this bastard too.
Yeah.
Tick the box, add it to the collection.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm not sure whether or not I'm like completely on board with the entire Christian bit, but I do think that there's some validity to Christianity, and I think flat Earth is biblical. So God separating the waters above from the waters below with the firmament and all that. There's some debate and contention on that one between Christians and flat earthers, but I see some correlation there.
My take on it: the Bible doesn't prove flat Earth. So all those people are out there going, "But the Bible, but the Bible."
Yeah.
To me,
I don't know if it doesn't prove it,
but
yeah, it doesn't prove it.
Flat Earth proves the Bible correct.
I get that.
That's my take on it. So
yeah, the Bible doesn't prove.
Hey,
yeah, because I just don't see the Bible as proving anything, but it can validate or reinforce self-evident or observable truths for sure.
So yeah, that, like I said, that's my take on it. Some people will hate me for it, but yeah, I don't care. I'm not going to lose any sleep. So
for sure. Well, since it is Speculation Sunday, one of the things I like to poke at people about is not realizing that heliocentricity is ultimately a religious doctrine. It comes from the Catholic Church. It's based on sun worship, paganism, and stuff. So, geocentricity, the Earth being flat, we're being the center of the universe. That's pretty like center of creation, God's children, all those biblical narratives. Whereas being a cosmic accident flying around on a space rock, with the sun being the giver of all life in the known universe, I think is pretty deceptive on some theological basis. And the fact that it's pushed by the Catholic Church, that NASA, when the
Catholic Church is pushing the anti-religious shit. I love it.
I know. When the Pope's coming out and saying, space is real and aliens are real, and if we ever met aliens, we would, minister the gospel to them, and we'd convert the aliens to Christianity. It's like, come on.
That'd be someone's luck. Here he is with his little Bible. I'm here to preach the good news. We created you.
Yeah, just bust out the Anunnaki shit on him. Okay, buddy. So now about this Book of Enoch and this Apocrypha, what'd you guys do with it?
How much of this book is missing?
For real.
Well, actually,
so.
that used to be an entire library. It's now down to how many pages is that?
Yeah.
Here we go. Nobody sends me messages this way. What's wrong? Well, that's an easy one.
On a conspiracy kind of skepticism mindset, I think that's why I considered Flat Earth so readily and so fully as well, because it really is a big dot connector between so many other dubious so many dubious activities or other things. People are like, well, what have you I've been to the very bottom of the conspiracy glacier, and people are like, what do you think's the biggest conspiracy? What do you think's the most important conspiracy? And I'm like, I think it's pretty much I think it's Flat Earth for sure. The Flat Earth is the center of the spider's web that connects all the nodes and all the threads.
Yep, 100%.
The religious stuff, the science stuff, the social psychological stuff, the money stuff, the false reality stuff, just all connects.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to one of my mates about that. Nah. And it's like, dude, you got to look into it, man. I don't care if you like it, hate it, do believe it, don't believe it, love it. I'm not interested.
Yeah, and it might be a bit 6 degrees of separation, but nobody can give me a conspiracy theory or like a dubious activity from institutional powers that I can't relate back to Flat Earth in a couple of steps.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be willing to give that a go.
All roads lead to Rome, I suppose. All lies lead to Globe.
Rainbow lorikeet.
What about rainbow lorikeets eggshells?
Sorry, I didn't know I was unmuted. I was trying to explain. I had a bunch of birds turn up on my balcony this afternoon, and I was hand feeding what are they? I found them now. King parrots, but the
oh, nice.
And the rainbow lorikeets. And then the cockatoos came, and the cockatoos are massive, and they are assholes. They will happily eat out of your hand, but then they just reach out and bite one of your fingers, and they clearly know it hurts. They'll just fucking do it. They're just assholes. So I was like on the balcony, and I was like, "Not you, fuck off!" And they're like making all this noise, and then I realized the Airbnb next door could hear me and could see all this, like what I was doing, and I like turned around, and I was like, "Sorry, I'm being racist. I don't like that."
Oh, that's funny.
Sorry, that's in vogue now. You're okay.
Yeah, it's the cool thing now.
Now, what did I hit one day? I was driving along one day, and I don't know if it was a grass parrot or a rainbow lorikeet, but I'll tell you, when you hit one of those with your car, it's like a rainbow exploding in front of you. Fuck, it looked awesome.
That's very fun. Oh, that made me cough.
You didn't get out and take
fucking driving light, but I wasn't happy with that. But it was pretty when it went off. Holy shit!
You didn't get out and taste the rainbow, did you?
Nope. The rainbow tasted my car. What probably made it better was the fact that my old car is a black ute, so it's just all black with a blue fleck through it. But yeah, when you're in it, it just looks black. So all these beautiful colours going over your bonnet looks awesome when you've got a black background. So yeah, that probably helped make it look better than what it was. The only thing that let it down is I didn't have one of those dash cams or some shit like that. If I had one of those, I'd have been showing everyone because it'll look spectacular. Sad.
The missed opportunities of life.
Yeah. Take it good with the bad.
Well, since it is Speculation Sunday, what do you guys think about the validity of predictive programming in asserting the truth of things?
Predictive pro. So as in like something comes up in a film and then it happens in reality because they told you to do it in the film?
Yeah, it's basically basically like subconscious programming that if you show a narrative or a theme to enough people enough times, it kind of locks itself in the collective subconscious mind. So if that thing happens in real life, people are more willing to accept it and go along with it. Like 9/11 was predicted in lots of different media and music and things well before it happened. There's many other examples of it. I could appeal to the flat Earth predictive programming like Spiderwick Chronicles, or X-Men has the Savage Land, this idea that you go to Antarctica and past a crack in a wall somewhere or something, you reach this jungle-like biome with dinosaurs and, prehistoric creatures and magic or dragons or all these different things. Wonder if there's any validity to that in the concept, what lies behind the ice wall.
Outer ponders. Extraterrestrial.
Yeah. What if there's what if there's other continents, things like Lemuria or Gemini or all these different, continents. I've also thought about the idea that maybe that's why Atlantis was built in concentric circles, like a circle with circles coming out of it, is that maybe that's the realm we live in, is like the ice wall is like the first layer of like the playpen or the circle keeping us locked in. Maybe there's expanding concentric circles of more space to explore, more resources potentially. To go with the old flat Earth math powerland rhetoric, they're hiding land, they're hiding resources. Just a possibility. I mean, after all, artificial scarcity is one of the biggest parts of making the Matrix run and making the paradigm, operate, is keeping people in a survival state. You can't really do that if people think they live in an abundant realm with, lots of resources and space to do things. But maybe first thing Sunday morning's too early for speculation.
It's only early for you, but for me, I'm looking to put my feet up, go and watching a movie.
What are you going to watch?
Some documentary or some shit like that. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I've got plenty of DVDs and Blu-ray thingies in there.
Well, speaking of that and kind of what I was just touching on, what do you think is like the movie or film or show or anything that you think is touched in on Flat Earth the most, hinted at it the most? Because it is pretty rare. There's a lot of programs and propaganda in movies, but it is pretty rare for a movie or something to, imply Flat Earth in something.
Oh, that implies Flat Earth? You got your Truman Show?
Truman Show, definitely,
Yeah. For the control side of it, Matrix, V for Vendetta. What was that?
Good choices.
Zeitgeist.
X-Files, I think, is a huge one.
Yeah, I can see
X-Files. Whole time against a shady cabal who want you to be convinced of all the wrong things.
As far as narrative, even things like Men in Black cover that, but they're all like based on space and aliens. I want something that implies They Live, definitely, yeah. Classic. When you think about John Carpenter's The Thing, the idea of alien parasites frozen in the ice, bro, that's just a metaphor for Archon's flash frozen in the flood, bro. Like maybe that's the predictive programming of Attack on Titan and stuff, is like giant Nephilim flash frozen in the ice wall. You also get the idea of Dante's Inferno. What is it? Where Satan's sealed in the 9th layer of hell in a big ring of ice. It seems evocative. Also, in the anime Devilman, all of the demons were frozen in the wall or frozen in Antarctica by the flood. So, seems like a common narrative that something was frozen in the ice. Maybe that's part of the Revelation predictive programming as well. Don't they have something about like the river Euphrates drying up and, previously unknown archaeological reveals being dumped on the public?
Yeah, and all the weird sounds coming out of those archaeological reveals. Yeah, that's shit.
That's true. Yeah, that's another thing I hear about. It's like, oh, the Earth isn't flat; it's hollow. Like, bro, it's flat and hollow. If you check out the biblical, description, it's like it's flat, but there's underground caverns, bro. Like, you can have a flat Earth model and still have an underground portion that relates to Sheol or the underworld and things like that.
What I do find interesting, you know how we had the TFE, the final experiment, and jumping them down, and everything was based off the AE map. Now, what I've been looking at, and what is very interesting, look through the biblical side of it, it doesn't say the sun follows a circle. It says the sun follows a circuit. Now, a figure eight's a circuit. A square is a circuit. A triangle is a circuit. As long as you return back to the place that you started, you've followed a circuit. So you follow a wobbly line the whole way around. So, yeah.
That's why I tell people on an esoteric level, the yin and the yang represents the flat Earth because it's the sun and the moon doing a circuit over the top of the flat Earth dome. It is a circuit because we live in an electromagnetic biodome, basically. I think most of the phenomena that globies want to say, what about seasons, what about my eclipses, what about all these things, I think those are just electromagnetic paradigms in the snow globe we live in. It's the sun and the moon are the battery polarities that are moving and creating electromagnetic phenomenon, and as they move towards each other and away, that's where you get the difference in these seasons and phenomena. Everything's related to electromagnetism. The Catholic Church, Catholic cathode, means electrical, which is why, the tops of cathedrals have cathodes. Yeah. Exactly. That's why they're associated with, healing phenomena and, chanting and mind control phenomena and all these things, because they're basically resonance chambers, acoustic resonance chambers, which also is related to electromagnetism.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting things that have happened over the centuries. Why the necessity to get rid of all the bells?
Indeed.
All they do is make noise, or do they? Maybe they resonate at the wrong frequency and it upsets somebody. Who knows?
Exactly. I go back to predictive programming. There's a couple of stories where vampires or monsters take over the world, and it's like a big bell or a big sonic frequency that kills them all. I wonder. You got the symbiote alien thing, and Spider-Man is shot off people by sound and heat. That's how Spider-Man gets rid of the symbiote, is a church bell. You also have Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, a bunch of vampires in the world, and the weapon to kill them all is a big bell that disintegrates them all.
Spawn. When he hears bells and shit, he flips out, doesn't he? What are they trying to say? Nasty things don't like bells?
Just because they're opposed to certain frequencies. Everything is electromagnetism and frequency, and different frequencies do different things.
Interesting.
Maybe that's where the whole 432 hertz music industry conspiracy comes from.
Yeah, isn't it interesting when you listen to some songs, how they just don't seem to sound right? There's something not right with them.
It's slightly discordant. It's not like a cat banging on a keyboard discordant, but it's like something slightly off. It's like
It's not right. You can't pick what it is, but you know that there's something not right.
It's uncanny valley, basically, with sounds. It's like seeing an android that looks like a person. You're like, that's not quite a person. The same thing with the song.
One song that to me, even though when you listen to it doesn't sound right, it feels right. Golden Brown by the Stranglers, I think it is. Listen to that and listen to the tune, and yeah, it's weird sounding, but yeah, but it seems to flow properly. Whether it's the timing or what, I don't know, but yeah, it's a weird one. But I know what you're talking about with the music side of it.
Yes. Yeah, well, you get even going back to hymns and songs or primal chanting or whatever. It's obvious that sonic frequencies can affect things, especially people's brains.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more going on with sound and sonics than what's been taught.
Definitely. Well, also to go back to the biblical thing, like the waters above, waters below, it looks like sonoluminescence when we look at the stars and the planets, the luminaries, the things that they would call floating balls millions of miles away, really just look like sound going through light. Sound going through water and producing light, sonoluminescence.
Well, the interesting thing is with all the stars, they've actually clocked what speed they resonate at. So
what speed is that? Yeah, so they all have a frequency, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, so which basically
flicker out.
And that's what I've been telling people is I think that the planets are more like portals, if anything. Since it's Speculation Sunday, like I'll posit a possibility that rather than jumping on a spaceship and floating through the etheric ocean of space like a romantic pioneer on the space seas. Yeah, I think it's more likely like some Rick and Morty portal shit or interdimensional hopping. Like I think that's more likely physically and possibly than space travel as they like to tell us it exists. But going through a portal to another realm, maybe
extra land, terrestrial land, extra land,
or extra dimensions. That one's obviously way harder to prove, but I'm just saying I'm more open to the idea of interdimensional travel than space travel.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Since space being a violation of natural law and all.
Exactly. And all the things that we could consider ancient aliens or visitors from other worlds or realms or things like that, you still get the end result from that with interdimensional travel. You don't even need the lie of space in order to get that phenomena or that experience to happen.
See how you were saying earlier about the predictive programming? I also believe that in a lot of movies there's not predictive programming but little snippets or one-liners to tell us about our history and things that are going on.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, not so much predictive programming, but post. Hey, by the way,
a little bit of validation of the hidden truth for sure. Yeah,
small red pills, tiny red pills for everyone.
Because to con somebody or to hypnotize somebody, to trick somebody, there has to be a core of truth to it or some amount of truth to it. Otherwise, it's not tempting. It's not a good bait. Yeah, master manipulators know that they gotta weave some truth in there, so they just always do it. They just always do it subtly.
When old mate is talking to the architect, rest assured, this is the fifth or sixth time we've destroyed the Matrix, and we're getting quite efficient at it. You have a look through our physical world and Southern America, where they've got stone buildings and walls and things like that, and you can see the different layers where different time zones or different ages have worked on those walls. Right down the bottom section, they're exceptionally large and exceptionally well built. And as you get up a little bit higher, they're still well built, but they're not as big. And as you get up a little bit higher, they are still well built and not as big. But after that, they sort of become shit.
Shoddy.
Or right built, and they're even smaller. And it looks like as we've gone through the ages, whoever's building these walls or monuments or whatever,
now we're at the point of Chinese plaster buildings that just fall apart when you touch them.
But it's very interesting, and there's quite a few places across the world that have this, where they start off at the bottom and they've got some awesome shit going on, and they get worse and worse and worse as the generations go through, or as time goes through, or as cultures have been reset and removed. I don't know, but there's quite a few places that have had that. Stuff that I was looking into, Tartaria and the mudflood.
I was just about to say, I was like, you're tapping into some Tartaria shit here, bro. Like, and I think that's another bit of predictive programming. I don't know if there's any anime nerds in here, but I think One Piece is like really popular because it resonates with some deep truths. It talks about it talks about the world. It talks about the world shadow government. It talks about hidden ancient Atlantean technology weapons, but one of them is the Void Century, the idea that, a couple hundred years ago, all the world leaders kind of grabbed all the artifacts, all the statues, all the relics that could tell the real history and sequestered it away and then rewrote history to suit their benefit. After all, the old adage, history is written by the conquerors, and I definitely think that there's some predictive qualities or resonance within that. Definitely think there's some validity to the Tartarian mud flood theory.
Well, it's interesting when you look at quite a few places, and even my local town, there's multi-story buildings where ground level is halfway up the first story.
Oh yeah, where the original building was made for really tall people, apparently.
Well, not that, but my problem is, when you go in these buildings and you go downstairs and have a look at the basement, and I'll do the old meat hooks, and everyone knows what I mean by the old meat hooks. In the basement, they've still got a front door there leading into the mud or the ground now. That's the bit that gets me. If you are building a dwelling and you're having a basement, you don't have a fucking door that leads out. You don't have a hole that's been bricked up where there was a door. That's the weird bit. Why would there be a doorway there or a bricked up section where there was a door if you're building a basement? Now, the only reason they would have had a door there is because there originally was a friggin' door there. That's
exactly. You know what it reminds me of? The old movie Dusk Till Dawn, the vampire movie. You remember that one?
Yes.
You know how they got the old ancient Aztec temple and a quarry, but it's got a shitty strip club built on the top of it? It's like that. It's like you got this ancient architecture with just shoddier and shoddier workmanship over the top of it, saying, oh, well, that's just a closed-off basement or something. Like, no, maybe that's what it's built from.
Even yourself, and this is anyone, if you live near a major city, there's quite a few places where there's windows that are half sunken into the ground. There's basements that, if you've got the privilege of going into some of these buildings, you go in there and there's doorways that have been bricked up. Like, they've ripped the door out and they've bricked up that section. If they haven't painted over it, you can see where the new brickwork was. Why the necessity, and there's quite a lot of it in the US, why the necessity to have stairways at the front entrance that go up to the second floor? And you can tell by the way the windows are laid out, the structure of the building, just the building general layout. You can tell this stuff. It's very interesting.
You're all fucking retarded, bro.
Amazing.
Shut up.
Amazing.
Walk into anyone's channel and go, you're all retarded.
Donnie, you're out of your element.
Anyways, I just find it really, really interesting. Like, I can't prove that anything's happened, but what I do find interesting is these buildings that have got these flights of stairs that go up into the second story, and you know what I'm talking about, all the stuff through New York, all that kind of stuff, Chicago, you name it, your major US city, they've all got these buildings. And even in Australia, there's some of these buildings in major cities where you enter into the second story and the original first story or ground level has been
It's the basement, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and is now a basement or a storage area. A lot of really old pubs have that. But what I find interesting out of the majority of it is it's not just confined to one spot. Like, it's not just the eastern side of the United States or the United States. It's everywhere. There's
what this leads into
have this.
What this leads into is there's potentially a breakaway civilization underground, and all these buildings, all these countries connect to it via underground networks and tunnel systems.
Or the other side of it, the biblical stories of a great flood are true.
And maybe that's how some of the people or whatever survived the flood, is underground. That's where you get the predictive. Maybe there's a little predictive programming in the old Super Mario Brothers movie from the 90s. You know, the asteroid hit, it did a dimensional split off, all the dinosaurs went underground, and then parallel evolution are like, reptilian humanoids running a whole underground civilization.
Yeah, she's some crazy stuff in it, but yeah, I just find it interesting. I check it out, see what's going on.
Oh yeah.
Can't prove anything. All we've got is history. All you can do is make some inferences from what's there. But I just find it very interesting that right across the world we've got all these places that are all half buried, one story. Some places even worse, but the majority of them are all half a story to one story, filled in with mud or filled in with something.
Yep.
And people have had the necessity to rebuild flights of stairs from road level back up to the next level up because the ground level has been raised that little bit. But anyways.
Yep. Another little conspiracy thing. There's lots of things, like I guess I grew up playing Resident Evil, and it's like, oh, you go to the local police station, the local hospital, the local library, and every one of them has this weird elevator that leads to a basement, that leads to a special door that requires special keys, and then it leads to a tunnel system, and that tunnel system leads and then it leads to a laboratory, and that laboratory connects to a maglev mega train that connects to other facilities around the world. It's like, I don't know, bro. I think this might be a little bit of truth here. A little truth in fiction, as they say.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. But I've in the last year and a bit just turned off from all the other stuff. I was tracking it for a while, but there's only so many hours in a freaking day.
True. Yeah, like I said, I've been in this stuff long enough that these are more entertainment bits and conjectures for me. There's a lot more practical, reasonable things to do with the information, but it is entertaining to think about how many of the dots connect.
Yeah, so for me, the conspiratard side of it, I've been following since I was about 17, 18. I was an apprentice when I was looking into it. And just to give you an idea, I'm 47 this year.
Nice.
But
you've been in the game. You've been in the game for a while, big bro.
The FE side of it, I've only been the first I heard of it was back in 2007, 2008. And, I never turn around. You know how some people, you say flat Earth, and they instantly just jump down your neck and try to attack you. When my mate told me about it, I questioned at the time. That's why I said. He asked me what shape you think the Earth is, and it's a ball. But the one thing that always bugs me is why is it that airplanes take 24 hours for us to fly from Australia to the UK, or Australia to the US is like 16 hours? Why wouldn't they just fly up, do a couple of loops, and let the ball tard rotate underneath them?
Exactly. Why don't yeah, exactly. If you're in a helicopter and you go straight up and you just float there for 12 hours, for 24 hours, for 48 hours, are you going to land if you go straight back down in a different position because the Earth moved underneath you?
Well, that's it. If it's rotating, you take off, go up. Now, instead of taking 23 hours
shouldn't you be able to like jump
halfway,
in? Yeah,
23 hours to
into
go
the jet stream.
halfway. No. 23 hours from where I live should land me in fucking New Zealand.
For real. Like, why don't you just fly, with the or against the spinning of the globe, bro, and then the Earth will meet you underneath you.
Go on. And this is the other thing. If it truly is rotating, all flight paths would be east to west.
Yeah, because there'd be
go no
with the
flight
spin.
accidents. Everyone, you'd go against the spin. So you'd take off. Everyone's going to the west, whilst the ball tard rotates underneath you. You'd keep flying, having a great old time, and you'd get there in half the time.
Exactly.
Sorted. Why aren't they doing that? Because it doesn't fucking spin.
Yeah, I haven't done the math to verify it, but some people, other flat earthers have told me that if you check out the Gleason flight path maps and the maps that they actually use for navigating, that it really is using the flat earth map and it's going in straight lines and super efficient flight paths, and they
just use Gleason's map. That's all. It's
Gleason's map. Yeah, that's it. But doesn't it go in straight lines from one place to another rather than all these random, like, some of the flight paths don't make sense under the ball model, I guess, is what the postulation is.
There's very specific paths they do follow. There's an Atlantic one. Depending on which country you're going to and from, they've actually got very specific routes that they follow as to avoid accidents. So, me flying from Australia to the US, they would go slightly east, north, follow it around, and once they get onto some certain track, they get on that and follow it. So, when you start looking into the flight path thing, the quickest, most efficient path is straight across the Pacific. Ta-da, bada boom, you're there. But they actually do follow very specific routes. So, it's interesting, but in some ways it's boring as batshit. But, they actually do follow specific routes. So. So anyone that gets in and goes, but a pilot can fly wherever they like. Well, technically they can fly wherever they like, but if they do, they're going to get a smack on the bum. So.
And most of the flight systems are automated anyway. You just have to push a few buttons and stuff like that. It's not like it's not like that. It's not like they're a pirate captain, using the wheel to spin it around, navigating under the open stars.
True that. Anyways, mate, it's time for me to bail out. I'm going to go and watch a movie. I'm going to probably put The Matrix on and watch that for the 147th time.
It's a good one. It was a good chat, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, respect, man. I'll catch ya. And everyone else?
Laters.
Peace. Have a good one. See you guys.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Alpha, bruh?
Nothing much. Just see what you're doing for a little bit. Got a little bit of time before I clock in.
Yeah. Just showing up to do my lip service at the Church of Flat Earth on Speculation Sunday, bruh.
Yeah, all day. Usually.
That's right.
People hardly don't know this, but I'm the one that actually came up with it.
Did did you? That was a brilliant move, my friend.
Yeah, years ago. Well, it was because we were trying to keep it to where there was a balance between, empirical evidence and like the speculation side. And it was hard. It was hard to do because everybody wanted to always speculate most of the times. And so I was like, what an easy solution is to like all day regulate to everything that we have for speculation. Just move it to Sunday, have it on one day, and then everybody talk about it that day. So.
Yeah, with the nature of the topic and things like that, it is good to be the majority empirical, logical side of things. So 6 out of 7 days focusing on that, and then one day to have some fun and be a little wild and entertain other things is a good balance.
Yeah. And then that gives everybody a time to, feel like, you don't have to be, you can talk a little bit outside of that, and that could include like religious aspects and stuff like that, but it gets difficult because a lot of times people say that, this is not what this chat's made for, and it's like, well, today it is. So.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that because I come at the flat Earth thing from a more metaphysical, esoteric approach than some others. So I appreciate the time to discuss those things with the community.
Yeah, it's important for sure. Yeah, that information I have on like you guys were talking about. It's Origins of the Fallen. That's like a series that I'm doing with an AI. So I have that. Yeah, I have that on YouTube. So.
Oh yeah, shoot me a link to that, bro. I'll check that out.
Yeah. So far, it's like 2 parts, but yeah, right now it's what I have going on.
Hell yeah. Is it focusing on just it from a biblical perspective, or all religions, or religions combined with other things, or what?
No, just like from the book Enoch.
Gotcha. Real solid source. That's why it's a question.
But it could come from like any ancient text that people were told from, the old days, how it was with different, you got like people speaking of these mythologies. So any mythology that is get brought forward from the ancient time, they usually correlate with each other. So they're kind of almost all the same.
I was going to say that there's a religious syncretism where all these religions have some shared elements. There's definitely an element to that. Is just analyzing the mythology and the history and the creation stories too.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can get the video. Where is that? I mean, I can give you episode 1, and then I'll go into episode 2. You can look up episode 2 right next to it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. In your estimation, Alpha, how much of the flat Earth community do you think has some sort of like spiritual kind of leaning or approach to things, or how much of them do you think is like more materialist, observational empiricism? Obviously, empiricism is the way that we prove the Earth is flat is true. But do you think that the majority of flat Earthers are spiritual in nature? Or do you think that they're more empirical in nature?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a mixed bag because of the fact that we're dealing with so many religious backgrounds.
True.
Yeah, it's very difficult to even put a number to it. But I would say majority are Christians because of the fact that the majority of the world is that way. But Christian is not a specific denomination. It's like an umbrella that you would say for anybody who follows, after God, like the Abrahamic religions.
Yeah.
So,
I'd say that's a fair assessment. Like, obviously, there's some materialists who are intelligent and logical and honest with themselves enough to admit that the Earth is flat, based on observation and testing and things like that. But it does seem like, I guess, people who are spiritually predisposed are more open to, I guess, the idea that there's something more deceptive going on a more macro level. Materialists tend to be pretty micro in their focus. They don't really like to see the big picture and how the dots connect very often.
Yeah. So I have the video. It's in the loaded up.
Oh, yeah, check that out.
So
you got a problem?
Actually, the Earth is round. It's a globe. I thought you guys knew that.
I think like if you had a semblance of any kind of intellect, you'd be able to articulate your point well. But it sounds like with your little chewing.
Yeah, my point is that the Earth is a globe, like all the scientists say it is. They're right. You're wrong.
Can you prove it? Go ahead and prove it.
So you guys can go ahead and stop believing that now. Thank you.
Go ahead and prove it. Go ahead and prove it.
Don't just believe such silly things.
Yeah, it sounds like you're chanting religiously.
Silly Billy
You're
heads.
chanting religiously. Yeah, you're chanting religiously.
Well, this is your hymn. This is your hymnal.
There's nobody angry, dude. You're low intellect.
My name is Optimus Prime.
You're a product of this system that's broken, and that's the reason why you sound like the way you do.
My name is
you can't come in
Optimus
here
Prime.
and argue. See, look at that.
You're not even funny, bro. You're not even clever, bro. You can be humorous with this.
You're a freaking dork, dude. You probably are a dork in real life.
You're a freaking dork.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why you're laughing like an insane person, because you're not able to articulate your point well.
Yeah,
you know this is recorded, right? We're on YouTube.
Yeah, that
we're on YouTube right now.
That Duper's Delight chuckle is going to live in posterity.
What am I going to do?
Well, what you're going to do is you're going to be an example to all who are listening to this program that you're just low intellect and you can't articulate any points, which is good for us. So keep doing what you're doing. You're churning out more flat earthers by the moment.
Oh,
that's right.
No. Oh, no. What a great
Because they see us well. They see us. Yeah, really.
God.
They see us well spoken. They see us well spoken, and you not. How do you like that?
I think
it's so insulting to your intelligence.
I think that this is it. This is the end of the line for me.
I know it is. You're a pizza brain, dude. There's nothing in there.
I'm never going to recover.
There's Cheetos in there. Like, there's nothing good. Articulate a point at all for the Earth being a globe. Do it. Let's see if you got what it takes. I'm going to prove a point to the audience.
Come on, take the Pepsi challenge, bro. Make one fucking coherent argument.
Hold on one sec. Let me take one more rip.
I guarantee you're not going to be able to complete any task. I promise you that. You're such a religious person for the Earth being a globe. It's insane.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
please,
I was saying earlier, it is a Catholic belief. I think this is a Catholic here.
Well, hold on, Tiger. Let me expose this clown. So, you got any information to substantiate the Earth as a globe?
Yeah, your mother.
Do it. Yeah, is that all you got?
And also your mother's mother.
Yeah, is that all you got?
And also her mother.
So no point really, just you're chanting and laughing. They ain't figured it out. Really? What they do?
Yeah. What,
prove it.
Who, where, what, when, why?
Dude, you got a goldfish brain. I just asked you to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and all you got is nothing. Do it.
Do you know about transnational coordinative radio spectromedating?
I know every subject there is under the sun when it comes to flat Earth.
Really? So then you know about transnational spectromedating?
No, you just made that word up. Go ahead and prove it.
You got me.
Yeah, I know I do. I got you dead to rights, dude. And every
Globe Earther destroyed.
Yeah, well, Globe Earther's not able to produce any evidence for the Earth being a globe, except for your belief in it. That's it. You don't have any mind, sir. Like it's been turned into spaghetti because you can't produce any evidence. So you're just like a oozing pile of goo sitting on a couch.
So you're telling me that spaghetti learned how to talk?
It's more intelligent than you, that's for sure.
Wait, so then
Go
if my
ahead.
mind is
Go ahead,
spaghetti
produce-
and
Go ahead
spaghetti
and
is
produce
more
evidence.
intelligent than me,
Than you,
then that means
yes.
that I'm smarter than I was before, which means that it's better for me to be
Perhaps.
spaghetti.
Perhaps, because right now all
You
do
were
is have
asked
a
to
belief
produce
system.
evidence.
Can you
If you don't
can
do
you
so in
can
the
you
next
provide
20
evidence
seconds,
that
you're
I'm
going to get
spaghetti?
voted.
Can you guys provide evidence that I am spaghetti?
No, I can produce evidence that you're a low intellect.
Oh, you can't.
Right. If you don't
Claims
produce evidence,
made.
you're going to get expunged.
Claims made
Your
with
choice,
no
clown
evidence
shoes.
can be disregarded with no evidence. La da 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 dee da doo da doo da
I was about to say,
doo da doo.
Speculation Sunday. The
You
Church of
said that I was
Speculation
spaghetti,
Sunday is being
and you
spoiled,
can't
bro.
prove that I'm spaghetti.
Yeah, it's okay,
Therefore,
Cracker.
I
Just-
win and you
He's
lose.
only going to be here for a little bit more. It's only going to be. We got everything under
You made
control.
the claim that I am
Letting him-
spaghetti. You can't prove it, so I win
I know, it's a
and you
festival
lose.
of fools.
Don't
Here's
cut
the
this
deal,
out.
man.
Upload.
Yeah, we're cutting this out. Go ahead and produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do it.
Oh, you see, guys, he's gonna cut it.
Yeah, do it. Produce evidence that the Earth is a globe.
When the moon hits.
Yeah, that's all you got. You're a freaking like pudding brain. There's nothing in there, dude. And the audience has heard that you can't produce evidence. Yet another person that's going to make it look good for us. You're the reason why people are becoming flat earthers by the moment. Because people like you come in here and you're just acting like the way you do, like a child. You don't know how the Earth is a globe. You're just a religious.
Thou doth protest
Oh, yeah.
too much.
Yeah, I'm protesting to, humanity being like this. You're a product of the system, man. The system that's churning out low intellectual people such as yourself. You're what's wrong with the world today. You are. You're the problem. I'm actually looking for solutions and you don't have any. Yeah, take a long, good look at yourself, sir, because you're living in a cartoon world. That's why you come in here laughing and thinking that
No, I'm
everything's
actually a
joke.
girl living in.
Yeah, you're lost into the reality that you live in. You have no semblance of intellect, none whatsoever. You should be ashamed of yourself. You are. Perhaps in the future, you'd look more deeply into what we're talking about. Maybe you might pull yourself out of the fire. But as it is, you can't because you think this is a joke. Hence, you're a joke. Make sense?
Yeah, but I didn't start the fire. It's always burning since the world.
Yeah, you didn't start it, but somebody actually gave you this worldview and you're adopting it. You're taking it on as what you think it is. So that's an issue, right? Because you don't know how to validate the very epistemology that you believe in. When I'm asking for validation of it, you don't have it. Do you?
Yeah, but if I'm just a cartoon living in a cartoon world, then wouldn't.
Yeah, so now that you realize you're a cartoon living in a cartoon world, maybe you should look into the fact that the Earth is not a globe. That would help you in the future. Yep, you can have discernment of what reality is and what it's not, which is what everybody here has done. Got it?
Maybe I'm a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world.
Yeah, it's sad to see that people such as you're probably a grown adult. You sound like anywhere from 30 to 40s, maybe a little bit older. That's what you sound like.
Yeah, these
But you're an utter
references.
fool coming in here.
These are 90s references for sure.
Yep. We can tell how old you are by what you're referring to. Definitely. You're an older person.
Oh, yeah, watch this. Skibbity toilet.
Yeah, you are. I would say now I'm putting you like in maybe 50s to 60s. How crazy is that? Just by what you said, I can already identify where you're at in life. It's scary, isn't it?
1v1 me Call of Duty right now. I'll show you how old I am.
You are a sorry excuse for somebody who can actually be a debater. You should excuse yourself from rooms like these.
Oh, I'm not a debater. I'm a masturbator.
Yeah, of course you are, because you're a degenerate. Actually showing the world that you have nothing to offer but degeneracy. There's no place for you in rooms full of people that are discussing important things. You're like a child, sir. You're at the kids' table. So go ahead and excuse yourself from this room and go play around at the sandbox. Let adults do what they do and deal with reality.
Well, the adoption is true that people like this are good for the audience, not for themselves. You'll never convince them. They're too stuck in their hedonism and their pride. But this is very useful for the audience to see what kind of mentality steps up to the plate to argue for a fucking ball Earth.
That's it. Notice how your nervous laughing is now what you're doing instead of articulating
Alpha, bro. It's called Duper's delight laughter. It's a nervous laughter when you're revealing that you're insecure and you're manipulative and you're getting called out. It's like a nervous, real laughter. Duper's delight.
Yeah, it's easy to go ahead and dismiss this clown and ban him. But what I like to do is to expose to the audience that this guy has nothing to offer. I'd rather use him as a numpty canvas than I'm painting my Rembrandt. I want everybody to see this. Expose this mentality for what it is. This is what happens to a mind when you're exposed to the system that the earth is a globe and you have nothing to offer for your intellect except for this silly attitude that he has.
Well, and
Imagine
it follows along the dialect of, first they ignore the truth, then they laugh at and ridicule the truth, and then it's self-evident and everybody accepts it. We're in the middle part there where you can't deny the fact that the earth is flat. It's the most searched for term on Google for multiple years straight. It's got huge rooms like this. Obviously, interlocutors and interlopers alike come here to try to discuss it. It clearly has some relevance. So we're in the middle part where if you think you could just laugh it off, is going to make me get out of the topic.
Yo, everyone checks. Yo, check.
Tiger, hold on. I gotta get going.
Yo, check.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Shut up. I'm gonna go ahead and leave, and you can do with this clown with whatever you'd like. So I'm gonna head out. I just wanted to expose him because he's gonna produce more flat earthers when people hear this. So it's awesome.
For sure. Have a good day, brother. Oh, he left. Duel over. I am surprised for how popular this topic is and how many people have such strong emotional ties to it that there's not stronger arguments for the ball earth.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Anybody home? Anybody home? Hello, hello, my friends.
Yo, you guys talking about things? Or are you just fucking dickheads? Entirely.
Are you talking to someone? Hello, by the way.
Talking to you. I'm talking to you, bitch. Like, what are we talking about here?
Okay. Why do you call me bitch?
Yeah, I don't, man. But, what are we talking about here?
Oh, do you want to talk about me?
No, you're not the center of conservation. Like, there's literally 20 people in this channel. We were probably talking about something more important than you.
Yes.
Now, you seem cool. Like, I'm no disrespect, but the subject is not on you, right?
Yes. You're right.
Yeah.
I also didn't hop in here about talking about me.
Yeah, but we're not talking about you. Like, I joined a 20-person channel, and I assume we're talking about something else instead of you, which is meaningless. Like, what do you mean? Why would we talk about you? No offense, like you're a cool person, but
Thank you.
do you think this? Do you think the subject is all about you? Like, do
No,
you
I
think?
didn't. I didn't think about that, but you told me that in the beginning.
Nine. I never told you about that at all.
Okay.
What are we talking about within 20 people in here? What is the topic?
Okay, the channel's name is Flat Earth, and let someone who are, let's say, expert here, or let's have a
Okay.
opinions about it. Let's talk. And I wanna.
Where are you from?
Oh, you start talking about me, I guess.
Yeah, I am now because no one else is speaking. Now it is just us.
Yeah.
Where are you from? Like Malaysia? How is the property out in Malaysia or wherever you're from?
No, I am not from Malaysia.
Where?
I am from Azerbaijan. Do you know Azerbaijan?
Azerbaijan?
Yes.
Wow. How is if a foreigner were to buy property?
Sorry?
If a foreigner were to buy property in Azerbaijan, how would that take? How would that happen?
How much is? I didn't get what's your point exactly. You ask about some property.
If I were to invest in Azerbaijan, and as a foreigner,
Okay.
How much security is there within mining and within rare earth minerals that I can extrapolate from Azerbaijan?
I am.
Or do they not care? Do they not care? And do Azerbaijan tax 50%?
Actually, I have no idea about it. I don't have any clue about it. Because I'm not interested in these kind of things because I don't have money. Also, I'm in the different field. Yeah, that.
Poor baby girl. Poor baby girl. What do you do for work?
I'm English teacher.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
In Azerbaijan or
Yes. In Azerbaijan. Yes. Actually, it's not
how did you learn English initially?
Oh, well, actually, university also. School, I can't say that they added me a lot of things, a lot of stuff. Actually, they prevented my my English skills. Yeah, but then after
you're stronger with Russian. You're strong with Russian.
a Russian accent, it's so normal because you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and
It's natural.
And then after graduate university, I already started searching how can I improve. Actually, during university years, I was searching how can I improve because no one of our university teachers or others, I tried some courses, they helped a little bit, but I wasn't there where I wanted to be. But then I started to watch movies, YouTube channels, and start to use that kind of application. And yeah, it worked.
Well, like, what is your natural language? Are you naturally a Russian speaker, or
no?
What is your natural language?
I'm Azerbaijani. My native language is Azerbaijani, but I'm
No. What is your natural language? Come on.
Natural language, Turkish. Let's say it's so near Turkish. I said that my native language is Azerbaijani.
Azerbaijani.
Yes, Azerbaijani.
Well, what is that? It like that that entails Cyrillic, yes.
Can you say it again? I think you're cutting off time by time.
That entails Cyrillic, yes. Like there is no Azerbaijani language. You naturally are part of Cyrillic partition, right? Like so you initially spoke Russian.
I guess
and then you
our
were
language
English, right?
I guess our language is rooted by Latin language. It's
Latin
related
in
to
what sense? Like Latin Spaniard or Latin German?
Latin Roman. Latin Roman.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know Turkish language?
A little bit, not really that much to navigate.
I also know
But I understand.
They so close to each other.
Okay. So is your English based off of Turkish or German, or how do you teach your students?
No, I teach. I use some kind of materials. I use like materials from YouTube videos, like podcasts, BBC, special BBC learning language, English language. Yes, and I use
British English.
Yeah, I love the British accent, British pronunciation. If I get the chance, the first thing will be I will take some accent reduction and especially which is focused on British pronunciation because I am dying for this.
Do you have cancer?
Do I cancel?
How are you dying?
Let's say I like it.
No, you don't like dying, bro. Like, that's not the case. How are you dying?
Yeah.
Do you have a blood problem or cancer? Like,
no, everything's okay.
I'm sorry for you. I'll set up a GoFundMe for you. Fucking A, dude. But, like, how are you